Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sannin in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 46. The Crimson Citadel, Part 2. Or Hammer Down. In front of the secondary prison blocks, Shisui Uchiha was leading a small squad in order to liberate it, since the prisoners would make for great reinforcements. At least those who were rebels or dissenters. He already had in mind all the criminals that would claim to be political prisoners just for the excuse to be free. Turns out, despite the attack, no guard had left the secondary blocks unprotected in order to repel the invasion force. Of course, Shisui was going to prove that quality trumped quantity any time of day. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Water release, Water Gun. Shisui breathed a huge fireball at a group of guards, while they countered with a volley of watery projectiles, clashing in the middle, cancelling each other out and creating a cloud of steam. Just as Shisui had expected. Without giving the guards time to react, Shisui unsheathed his tanto and silently dashed towards his opponents. However, he soon found himself being pelted by shuriken, thrown with impressive aim even in the middle of the cloud of steam. What the? The one-eyed Uchiha asked as he deflected the steel stars with his weapon. They must have a sensor among them. Watch out. One of his ninja warned him. If they can sense me, then there's no point in stealth. I'll have to take them head on. Shisui decided as he charged forward. As Shisui charged, he also heard a second set of quick steps running parallel towards him, as a shadow blurred through the dispelling steam. Another one to your right. Watch out. An enemy ninja warned. Shisui smirked. Found the sensor. However, said sensor wasn't alone, as two more ninja were protecting the one he deduced was the sensor. One of them unsheathed a katana and lunged at the one-eyed Uchiha while the other remained close to him. So, that traitorous whore got you of all people to help her with her temper tantrum. The nerve. The red-clad ninja scoffed as he delivered vicious swings at Shisui. Why the hate? My squad usually has the lowest body count. Did you lose a loved one to my blade or something? The Uchiha calmly asked. You humiliated us by letting your defeated enemies get away. But you won't insult us any longer. The Kiri loyalist angrily replied. Wait, you're angry over the fact that I spared your comrades? You guys have issues, Shisui replied. Dark Mirror Clone Jutsu. Suddenly, clones of the Kirigakuer loyalists appeared alongside the originals, their skin and clothes having a dark blue tint that set them apart from the originals, which drew their weapons, and attacked them. Some of them were caught by surprise. Arg. What the hell is this? Shisui took no time to notice that the jutsu had been cast by a masked rebel Kiri wearing a dark blue long cloak. The masked ninja swiftly attacked all the enemies fighting their dark replicas, and Shisui did the same. In no time, the block entrance was secured. All right, entrance cleared, go inside and release all the rebel prisoners. Shisui ordered. All men under his command nodded, and followed him inside. Good work out there. That's quite the jutsu, Shisui praised the masked ninja. Thanks. Unfortunately, it only works on small groups, the masked ninja replied. Hey, it get the job done. I'm Shisui Uchiha. By the way, Shisui introduced himself. Kumarai Nashi, the man said. Let's talk later, we have comrades to free. Forget about the humans, keep firing on that giant toad. Akiri Umbu commanded. Given the damage it was causing, most of Kiri's forces were concentrating their fire on Gamahiro. While arriving at the barracks didn't prove to be too difficult, taking them was a different endeavor. The building was heavily fortified, as well as defended with several kunao launchers that sprayed the attackers with constant rains of kunao. The golems kept aiming their flamethrowers at Gamahiro as well, and while the rebel ninjas tired to counter them with their water ninjutsu, the Kiri loyalists targeted them instead, keeping them busy. Other ninjas, having identified Naruto as the one who summoned the creature, decided to take the fight to him directly. Wind release, wind wall. A tornado surrounded Naruto, which blocked the kunao, shuriken, and ninjutsu a trio of Kiri ninja had thrown at him. Ouch. Watch out with what you do there, Naruto. Gamahiro protested. Damn it, I forgot I wasn't on the ground. I have to be careful with my attacks or I can hurt Gamahiro. The blonde thought. Sorry. Force of habit. On the ground, the rest of Team Kurane and Miyako tried their best to protect Gamahiro from the enemy Kiri Ninja and the golems. One of them aimed its hand cannon at her and released a torrent of flames. Heavenly spin. Hinata turned herself into a spinning dome of blue chakra, deflecting the stream of fire. Haku took a step forward and made several hand seals. Water release, water gun. The ice ninja expelled multiple watery projectiles at the stream of flames, slowly pushing it back. Miyako rushed forward, seeing it as the perfect opening to attack. The mobile parts have to be unarmored, and thus vulnerable to my blade. They have to. She exclaimed as she leaped into the air, katana above her head. But when she came down and delivered a vertical slash, her hit was parried by another sword. What? Much to her shock, a blade had appeared on the golem's left hand, blocking the blue-haired Kunoichi's strike, before she was pushed backwards by the mechanical beast. Ice release, 1,000 needles of death. Multiple icicles rained from above over the golem, thought not randomly, as they embedded themselves into the articulations and other unarmored spots. The golem started to shake erratically as it tried and failed to move. Sparks of chakra started to jump from its body as it malfunctioned. Good work, Haku. This should put it down. Miyako said as she tossed a bunch of kunao with explosive notes attached to them. Several explosions later, the golem was down. Good one. Let's see if we can repeat the process with the other golems, Kurane said. However, a new information about the enemy was about to be known, much to a certain Kunoichi's concern. Hey, somebody just told me that Mei-sama's group is facing the warden who is nobody but Jinin Akabino himself. A Kiri ninja shouted out loud. What? Miyako replied just as louder. Then, she turned at Kurane. Kurane-san, I'm sorry, but if that's true, I need to go there. I know you're an aspiring swordsman, but isn't somebody like Jinin a bit too much for you? Kurane questioned. Me alone, sure. But I won't be alone. I need to take part in that fight so when we have his sword in our power, Mei-sama will deem me worthy of inheriting it, Miyako replied. So you're putting your own ambition over the success of the mission? Kurane disapprovingly asked. If you think that my presence here will make a difference, or I can do something nobody else can, then I'll stay, the blue-haired girl replied. Kurane was forced to admit that, truth be told, the Kiri Kunoichi leaving wouldn't change the course of the battle too much. Alright then, I guess we'll manage without you. Good luck, Kurane told her. Miyako smiled at her. Good luck to you too, and take care. And thus, the blue-haired rebel dashed towards the entrance of the main prison block. And in the aforementioned main prison block, the three swordsmen of the mist were about to begin their private duel. Let's get rid of the distraction first. You're in, kid. Jinin shouted as he dashed towards Kojuro, helmet splitter in hand. Kojuro yelped and held his sword in a defensive position. Zabuza's eyes shot open upon realizing what the blue-haired teen was planning to do. Watch out, brat. That sword is not like the others. Don't dash. But it was too late. The moment the axe half of the helmet splitter came down, Kojuro raised the Hiramekarei to parry it. Jinin smirked, and used the hammer half of his weapon to slam into the backside of the axe, overpowering Kojuro's defenses. It didn't break Hiramekarei, but it managed to blow it out of Kojuro's hands, and cause him some damage in the forearms. My sword can break through any defenses. Blocking or parrying is useless. Jinin boasted, as he prepared to attack the downed Kojuro. Now die, traitor. Fortunately for Kojuro, his death was delayed when Zabuza tossed the executioner's blade at the older swordsman, which forced him to parry it. In a second, Zabuza closed the gap and retrieved his sword, which he used to deliver a series of swipes, which Jinin dodged as he jumped backwards, but much to his chagrin, the size of Zabuza's sword gave it a lot of range. Your sword might be the ultimate offense, but it lacks in defense. Zabuza said as he continued attacking. Brat, kill him now that he's wide open. Alright. Kojuro stammered as he recovered the Hiramekarei and rushed towards the struggling Jinin. Gripping the two handles of his blade, Kojiro delivered an horizontal slash that cut the senior swordsman in two. Yes. What? Unfortunately, Jinan disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving a cleaved log behind. Not bad, definitely not bad, Jinan said from behind them. It's about time for you to see what you're up against. Blunt sword ninja art, Earthbreaker. Jinan slammed the hammer half of the helmet splitter into the ground, shattering it, creating multiple quakes and sending a wave of rock and pebbles against the rebel swordsman. Kojiro quickly stepped in front of Zabuza, raising his sword in a defensive position. Hiramekare, release. Kojiro's sword was engulfed by a cloak of glowing blue chakra, which expanded and took the shape of a shield. Said shield managed to absorb the impact of the rocks and pebbles aimed at them. Zabuza smirked under his mask. Not bad, kid. Seems that you're at least aware of some of your sword's abilities, even if you're ignorant of the others. Thanks. The bespectacled ninja asked, a bit confused. Zabuza suddenly grabbed Kojiro by the shoulder and pushed him aside, while he himself jumped in the opposite direction, narrowly avoiding Jinan's swing. God damn it, brat, one compliment, and you get so distracted he almost kills you. Zabuza angrily groaned. This is why I never say nice things. Meanwhile, not far from there, Mei spared a glance to check how their duel was going on, and worry spread through her face as she saw that Jinan was proving to be a hard nut to crack. She was tempted to lend them a hand, but in the end, it wouldn't be a good idea. If she, a non-swordsman, disrupted their duel, then the enemy would aid Jinan in return, making the task of taking him down much harder. There was also the fact that the 7 swordsmen had a reputation to uphold. If she had to babysit them all the time, it would erode their prestige, and that would be seen as a disservice to Kirigakure's culture. No, she had to let them, and hope that they would come out on top. The whirring sound of flying shuriken snapped her back from her admittedly brief trance. Gracefully, the rebel leader dodged the steel stars aimed at her, and faced the ones who tossed them, a group of elite Umbu. Look at that. The most wanted criminal in the land of water, coming right into our prison. That's what one would call irony, one Umbu mentioned. Mei smirked at him. Oh, trust me, I didn't come here to become a permanent resident. Pretty much the opposite. You have a kill-on-sight order placed on you, miss. Spending your last days on a cold, damp cell is a comfort you won't experience, another Umbu replied as he unsheathed his katana, an action mimicked by his partners. Kill on sight? Wow, I'm flattered. My rebellion must be really more of a threat than what Yagura lets on, if he's so desperate to have me dead, don't you think? Mei squealed in fake joy. Under their masks, the Umbu growled. Let's silence this whore already, one of them seethed. Mei stopped smiling, and frowned. Whore. Now that's being rude. It seems that not only ninjas under the blood mist lack compassion and empathy, but also basic decency. Guess I'll have to teach you some myself. The dead can't teach anything. Water release, water shuriken. The Umbu created several water shuriken from thin air and made them fly at the rebel leader. Mei smiled as she made hand seals in quick succession, before slamming her hands into the ground. Amateurish. Earth release, earth-style wall. A wall of stone erected from the ground between Mei and her enemies, absorbing the water shuriken. However, while she was doing that, other 2 Umbu had flanked her, and were ready to slash her from 2 different angles. Mei, however, was unfazed. Not bad, Mei admitted as he made several hand seals. But as you are going to find out, bloodlust isn't a good replacement for genuine skill and power. Water release, water whip. Mei generated a whip made of water, and she twirled it around herself, expertly parrying and blocking the quick strikes of the enemy Umbu. Their fight was interrupted when a chakra golem tore down the wall, startling her a bit. Let's see what your ninjutsu can do against this. An Umbu standing on the golem's shoulder taunted. Mei smirked once again, as she started to make more hand seals. You'll see it shortly. Water release, all-devouring maelstrom. Water appeared out of nowhere and started to spin around the golem, quickly forming a water tornado. The ninja riding the golem let out a loud laugh. You idiot. No matter how big you make your jutsu, the golem can absorb it. The Umbu taunted. I know the golem can do that, but can you? May asked, shooting him a condescending smile. The Umbu stopped laughing. Shit. When the water tornado formed, while the golem was left unharmed, the Umbu was sent flying high into the air. Thought so, May nonchalantly said. She saw the golem stomping towards her with predictable intentions. Well, let's see what can I do with you, big guy. While Kiba, Shino, and Tamaki went to deal with the enemy Kiri ninja spawning shadow clones to bolster their numbers, Kakashi and Rin were holding the rest in line. Most of the enemy forces focused on Kakashi, whom was deemed as the biggest threat, while Rin covered his back. Soon the Kiri ninja noticed that trying to take Rin out was just as hard as Kakashi. As the brown-haired girl clashed with the Kiri ninja, she started to notice something about her body. It was much more resilient and resistant. Despite all the time she had been fighting, she didn't feel tired in the slightest. She moved faster, hit harder, and her reflexes were much sharper. She wondered how she never noticed this earlier, but then she realized this was the first real fight she had been since her resurrection. What? How a little girl can be this strong? A Kiri ninja incredulously asked, as he struggled with the medic nin in a kunao lock. I work out a lot, Rin lied before pushing the enemy ninja backwards. Keep your act together. They're just two, even if one of them is the copy ninja. An Umbu captain angrily exclaimed. They might be just two, but they're quite strong, and their defense is too solid. A lesser-ranked Umbu complained. You whiny cowards. And you call yourselves ninja of the blood mist. The captain yelled before making a hand seal. Show them what we're made of. Hidden mist jutsu. Soon, a dense mist covered the area, hiding the enemies of the Konoha duo. Kakashi tensed up, and tightly held a kunao in a defensive position. Rin, be careful. Stay back to back. Kakashi told her. All right. The medic nin complied with Kakashi's requests, as she expected the enemy to make their move any moment. Then, a realization dawned upon her. Wait a minute, this mist, I think I can use it to my advantage, she thought, before making several hand seals. As the group of Kiri ninja slowly approached from all directions, ready to bathe their weapons in the blood of the invading Konoha trash. Little did they know that the only blood spilled today would be theirs. As they slowly approached, they noticed that walking was becoming more and more difficult. It took them no time to notice that tall grass was growing around them. Grass? But how can? Akiri Umbu wondered, puzzled. But it was too late. The moment they stepped on the grass, Rin located their position, and marked them for death. Soon, multiple vines grew from under their feet, wrapped around their bodies, and were strangled to death. Rin was careful to target their throats as well so they couldn't shout or warn the others about her power. Nobody could know. At least not yet. Time passed, and the attack never came. Kakashi was growing antsy, and so was the Umbu captain. Unable to shake a bad feeling, he decided to dispel the mist. The image that appeared before his eyes surprised him to say the least, as he saw the bodies of his subordinates lying on the ground, motionless. What the? The Umbu captain stammered in shock. Good job taking care of those, Kakashi, Rin told her former teammate. The copy ninja looked at her with some concern. It wasn't me who took them out. Really? Oh. Well, guess that somebody helped us out, and then decided to leave, Rin said with a shrug. You know, you were never the best liar, Rin, Kakashi sternly said. But now you're being ridiculous. She had to admit that trying to fool Kakashi maybe wasn't the best of her ideas. Can we talk about it later? We have a mission to finish, Rin replied, weariness seeping into her voice. Kakashi nodded and the two of them pressed forward. Meanwhile, on another side of the island prison, the Division Kurene's assault squad was part of had successfully taken over the barracks, and were quickly securing the building. Most of the enemy Kiri ninja had retreated towards the main prison block. I took quite a beating from those golems. I hate to leave given that the fight is far from over, but I don't think I can be of much more help, Gamahiro apologized. Hey, it's okay, you were awesome. We wouldn't have taken over the barracks so easily without you, Naruto complimented the giant toad. Thank you. Good luck for what's left. Gamahiro said before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Alright, now that the barracks are ours, we can establish a proper infirmary and move all our wounded here, Kurane mentioned. Should we help the other divisions? Haku asked. Kurane shook her head. Our orders were clear. Capture and protect the barracks. Unless we're given new orders, our duty is to stay here. Alright then. Can I send a few clones to see how the others are doing? They might be in a position that stops them from sending a request for help, Naruto suggested. Kurane pondered the blonde's petition for a few moments, before deciding that there was no harm in doing such a thing. Alright then. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Several Naruto clones popped into existence, and run away into different directions. Soon we should have pretty good intel on what's happening on the rest of the isle, Naruto proudly said. Zabuza-sama and Tenten-chan were on the main division. I hope they're doing right, Haku mused. Water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. Using the nearby water, Zabuza summoned a gigantic dragon-shaped construct that dived at the older swordsman. Jinin looked unimpressed, and started to swing the hammer half of his weapon at an incredible speed. Blunt Sword Ninja Art, Hurricane Hammer. The swinging hammer created a strong whirlwind around Jinin, and when the water dragon reached its target, it crashed and dissolved against a barrier of gale force winds, much to Zabuza's chagrin. And it wasn't going to end there. Take this! Jinin shouted as he swung the hammer forward, sending the tornado at Zabuza. At first, Zabuza was lost on how to survive against such attack, but then he quickly remembered how a past opponent managed to withstand one of his water jutsu, and decided to give the idea a try. He then stabbed the sword into the ground, and channeled chakra through his fingers in order to stick them to the sword's handle. When the tornado came, it violently tried to send him flying, but Zabuza was anchored to the ground, and thus wasn't moved. Not bad, definitely not bad, Jinin complimented. But will it be good enough to beat me? I find that doubtful. I already killed a swordsman of the mist before. You're nothing special, Zabuza snarled. Ah, yes, I know how you killed Baiwo-san and acquired his blade. Did you best him in single combat, or did you attack him during a moment of vulnerability? Does it matter? The fact that I managed to kill him shows that he wasn't worthy of wielding the executioner's blade and belonging to our select group anymore, Zabuza retorted. I surpassed Baiwo-sensei and every sensei, and thus his sword deserved to be mine. While there is some truth to your words, you won't be able to catch all your opponents off guard for an easy kill, as I myself am proving right now, Jinin replied, as he swung the half-axe of his weapon at Zabuza, who was smart enough to dodge and not parry it. Doesn't change the fact that you're a traitorous disgrace that needs to be put down. When the two of you are dealt with, I'll make sure Miskage-sama gives your swords to loyal ninja of the mist. Zabuza-senpai is the product of the regime you're defending so ardently. Kojuro blurted out, his words came with a surprising lack of stammer. You have no idea what are you talking about, kid, Jinin condescendingly said. Maybe I'm too young. But I know the history of my village. I know how Zabuza-senpai came to be. It was the blood mist customs that drove him to the path he ended up taking, as it did the same to many others who also became missing nin, some former swordsmen amongst them. The blood mist will end up tearing itself apart. Kojuro shouted, as he swung the Hiramekarei at Jinin, who easily parried it. There will always be people unhappy with the government. But it's impossible to please everybody. Our duty as ninjas is to maintain order and stability, Jinin replied. Don't try to shift the blame of this war on my side, kid. It was your side who started. We had a reason to start this. Kojuro said as he jumped at Jinin, his sword over his head, which started to glow with a blue light. Hiramekarei, release. The cloak of chakra covering the giant sword took the shape of a giant hammer, which the bespectacled young man swung at Jinin. Knowing there was no way to block such an attack, he opted to avoid it by jumping back, even if he knew that it would leave him wide open, something Zabuza took no time capitalize on, as he appeared behind the bearded swordsman. Your sword might carry a lot of destructive power, but your defense is non-existent. Zabuza taunted, ready to cleave Jinin. Then much to Zabuza's surprise, rather than trying to avoid or block his swing, Jinin instead swung the axe half of his weapon at Zabuza's neck. Zabuza released one of his hands from his sword's handle, and used it to grab Jinin's wrist, stopping the attack. But in doing so, he robbed his own swing of much of his power, and Jinin easily blocked it with the hammer half of his weapon. You know what they say, the best defense is a good offense. And no offense is better than the helmet splitter. Jinny shouted as he kicked Zabuza in the chest, pushing him back, before lunging at him again. But once again, Jinin was forced to jump backwards as several kunao rained upon him, a few of them dangerously close to find its mark. Angry and startled, he looked around to see how had ambushed him, and saw a tall and slender girl with long blue hair that hid one of her eyes landing near Zabuza. Her uniform identified her as a rebel. "Who the hell are you?" Jinin angrily asked. The newcomer smirked. "My name is Miyako Kaiwai, Special Jonin of the Kirigaku Liberation Movement, as well as an aspiring member of the Seven Swordsmen." "Get lost, little girl, this is a fight between actual swordsmen, not pretenders," Jinin dissed her. Miyako crossed her arms. "What, am I too much for you to handle, big guy?" "Quite the opposite, I'm not going to deal with such an opponent that's below me, so leave if you value your life," Jinin warned her. Miyako replied by unsheathing her katana. The most common way to become a swordsman is to kill the previous wielder of a sword and claim it as your own. And that's why I'm planning to do. This seems to hit a nerve on Jinin, who dangerously scowled at her. "Alright girl, you got your wish. I'd be more than happy to put you in your place." Blunt sword ninja art, underground fissure. Jinin raised the axe half of his weapon above his head, whose edge started to glow with a dim blue light, before slamming it into the ground, sending an underground shockwave that shook the earth, and left a deep crack in the ground behind it. "Oh shit!" Miyako shouted as she jumped aside multiple times in order to avoid the widespread destruction. "Don't get too cocky, girl. This man is a veteran of the Third Ninja War, and possibly the strongest swordsman loyal to Yagura," Zabuza pointed out. "You should listen to your senpai, little girl." "You're way over your head," Jinin added before raising the hammer half this time. Blunt sword ninja art, Earthbreaker. Jinin brought the hammer down once more, creating a massive quake that sent the two swordsmen and the one aspiring swordsman flying with an incredible force. "You can bring as many pretenders who want to get their dirty hands onto our swords, yet it won't be enough. Do you know why? Because we fight for a higher cause. We fight for peace, order, and stability. You're fighting for the delusions of a mad woman consumed by her lust of power, and you yourselves are nothing but naive children throwing temper tantrums just because things aren't the way you want," Jinin harshly told them. "That's why you're destined to lose." Zabuza managed to land on his feet, and raised his sword in a defensive pose as he slowly advanced towards his foe. "You see us as children throwing a temper tantrum. Do you know how do we see you? As an old man who desperately clings to the old times because he's too afraid to face the fact that the world has changed, and realize that he's the last of the few relics of a past time. Now go to the place you belong, relic." Zabuza shouted as he tossed his sword at the older swordsman once again. "Not falling for that one again, boy," Jinin replied as he also tossed the hammer half of his weapon at the flying sword. Both weapons clashed with a loud clang. Zabuza's sword was sent spinning aside, while Jinin merely tugged the leather link bounding both weapons, and returned the hammer to his hand. "And now it's when either you or one of your allies ambush me from behind, right?" And true to his words, he turned around and saw Kojuro ready to cut him in two, Hiramekarei already moving to strike. Kojuro yelped upon seeing that Jinin had seen him coming. Jinin smirked, and parried the blow with the axe half, while smashing Kojuro's arm with the hammer. "Aaaarg!" The young swordsman yelled, dropping his weapon to the ground, as he himself fell on his knees. "Does it hurt?" "Well, that's what happens when you get into a war. People either die, or get horribly maimed for life. And while I doubt that injury might be permanent, you won't live to receive medical attention," Jinin said as he prepared to finish the job. "Leave him alone, you asshole!" Miyako shouted as she charged at Jinin. Even if the yell was an obvious alert, Jinin was already expecting either of them to try to save their comrade, and was unsurprised that his guessing of the girl turned out to be correct. Jinin's axe clashed against Miyako's katana, resulting in a shower of sparks. "At the very least, two of the lost swords will go back to their legitimate owner," Jinin said as he effortlessly pushed Miyako back, who made several hand seals. Water release, water shuriken. Shuriken made of water formed in front of the blue-haired kunoichi, as they flew towards Jinin. But the older swordsman merely swung his hammer, and easily destroyed them. Nothing you can throw at me will have any kind of effect, girl. Give up already, Jinin dismissively said. Even if by some miracle you manage to win here, Mizukage-sama is already aware of what you did. Then you'll have no option but face Kirigakure in the open, and you will be crushed. Do you take us for idiots? The island is surrounded by our forces, ready to intercept any bird messenger that tries to fly into the mainland. Yagura will be none the wiser when we storm the village, just like we did with this prison. Miyako countered, as she delivered fast swipes with her katana at Jinin. The older swordsman merely smirked. Ah, yes, the birds. We found out later than what would have been desirable that that's how you've been gaining intel on us. But that tactic won't work with you anymore. Miyako wanted to believe it was just a bluff to get her upset, but he couldn't feel that her foe wasn't lying. What are you talking about? The blue-haired kunoichi shouted. Do you have anybody checking underwater? Jinin mysteriously asked. Underwater? Why would? She asked, confused, before a realization hit her like a sledgehammer. No way. Yes. Upon noticing that you were intercepting our messenger birds, we decided to take advantage of the sea, and used sea animals to carry messages underwater instead. Several couriers were sent away to Kirigakure a few minutes after your invasion started, detailing, among other things, that little sneaking you did in order to disable our defenses and open the dock gates. Mizukage-sama knows everything. You have no way to defeat him. Miyako was left stunned. Secrecy has always been the rebellion's greatest weapon, and now, they could no longer count on it. Even if Yagura didn't plan to hunt them down, he'll expect them to attack the village anytime, and would reinforce its defenses. Mei had stressed how important Yagura not knowing about them was. There would be no way to take over the village now. They had already lost. No. It can't end like this. A still stunned and shocked Miyako said, almost in a whisper. It can, Jinin said. But Mizukage-sama won't have to end your revolt personally. That honor will belong to me. Jinin was about to cut Miyako in two with his axe, before Zabuza suddenly appeared between him and his potential victim, deflecting the axe blow to the side. Goddamn it, girl, snap out of it. Zabuza angrily shouted, as he pushed Jinin back. This isn't the end. I refuse to let it end here after how long I've been walking this path. Didn't you hear what he said? Yagura knows about this attack now. He will be expecting us. All our efforts from these past years are now wasted. We can't win. So what? Things didn't go as planned. When do they do? I did meet my fair share of failures, and here I am, ready to take Kirigakure away from Yagura's hands. Zabuza shouted. Zabuza sounded so sure. Did the rebels still have a chance to win? He certainly thinks so. And what he said is true. He failed in his initial coup. He was captured by Konoha when he helped the Uchiha clan with their failed attempt at seizing Konoha. Yet the man didn't let discouraging odds to put him down, and persevered. Yes, he was right. They couldn't give up. Every problem has a solution, and they'd find a solution for this one. Besides, this was far from the first setback the rebellion had faced. Wiping the stunned expression from her face, Miyako gripped her katana tightly, and prepared to rejoin the face. Sorry, I don't know what came over me, Miyako told him. Be sure it doesn't happen again. I can't waste my time babysitting you all the time. Zabuza snarled, as he charged at Jinin once again. Zabuza and Jinin engaged in a fight once more. Loud clangs rang through the air as their weapons clashed. In no time, it became obvious that Zabuza was gaining the upper hand. Still, that was nowhere near enough to make Jinin consider defeat. Just like I said, your defense is pretty poor. Your sword might provide you a formidable offense, but it will be for naught if I simply don't let you attack, Zabuza told him as he pressed on. And you think I'm going to let you? Jinin replied as he parried a blow with the axe half of his weapon, while trying to smash Zabuza with the hammer. Zabuza, however, disengaged in time to duck the mighty hit, and landed a punch on Jinin's stomach. Still, the bearded man didn't bend over. As the two kept fighting, Miyako decided that the best course of action would be supporting Zabuza from afar. She positioned herself behind Jinin, and made several hand seals. Water release, water shuriken. Once again, multiple water shuriken formed in front of her, and she directed them towards Jinin, being careful not to hit Zabuza with them. However, as if Jinin had eyes on his back, or a Byakugan, the swordsman swung his hammer in an spinning motion, deflecting all the shuriken, while all the same time using the axe to parry Zabuza's sword. You think I'm such an amateur to not to notice how many enemies I'm fighting against? Trying to catch me off guard as you are. Jinin choked, as he spat blood. It took the presence a couple seconds to notice that Kojuro had appeared behind him, and struck his side with Hiramekarei, whom he was holding with his only good arm. He was unable to put much force into the swing, but it was enough to make a grievous wound. Why you? Jinin asked in disbelief. I'm not dead yet, I can still fight. Kojuro shouted, though he couldn't suppress his stutter. Then, Miyako appeared besides them, and impaled Jinin with her katana for a good measure. The older swordsman dropped his weapon, and fell to his knees. You're right. Jinin said, coughing more blood. To think that I of all people made such a rookie mistake. You have guts, kid, I'll give you that. Zabuza walked towards him, and raised his sword. Any last words, Jinin-san? Yes. Do know that I don't regret my actions or loyalties, and die as a loyal swordsman. And since I'm sure you're going to give my sword to somebody else, make sure it's somebody worthy of it, Jinin asked. Zabuza nodded. I promise you the next bearer of the helmet splitter will be a swordsman worthy of your praise. And then, the aptly named executioner's blade descended upon Jinin, separating his head from the rest of his body, ending his life. Across the battlefield, all the chakra golems suddenly stopped fighting and were rendered inactive, with the seals slapped across their plating losing their glow. Zabuza then grabbed his head, and raised it above his own. Attention everybody! Jinin Akabino of the blunt sword is dead. The warden of this prison has died. Now give up, unless you want to follow a similar fate. Zabuza shouted. The fights around him immediately stopped. The effect of seeing their hero's severed head was immediate for the red-clad Kiri ninja. Some were disheartened, others enraged, but no one was left different. Jinin-sama is dead. A loyalist Kiri ninja asked in shock. Maybe we should surrender. Another one suggested. The golems were bound to his will, and since he's no longer alive, there's nobody to make them fight. Never. We're the blood mist. We don't have mercy, and we shall accept none. Another one shouted. Yes. We will go down fighting. Another Kiri ninja replied. Don't be such an idiot. Do you value your lives so poorly? Mei asked. As if you don't plan to execute all of us, you traitorous whore. The same ninja replied. Trying to contain her anger at such crude insult, Mei breathed deeply. No. I promise you that no harm won't befall on those who surrender peacefully. You will be treated as fairly as possible by my forces, and you will have the chance to return to active duty once Yagura has been deposed. No more blood needs to be spilled today. Mei's words seems to have some effect on the enemy ninja, who dropped their weapons and walked towards the blue-clad rebels, who quickly grabbed them. No. What are you doing, you idiots? Keep fighting. Anumbu yelled as he lunged at a random rebel ninja, and many others followed his example. The fight continued for a bit longer, but without Jinin, the golems, and a good chunk of the prison guards surrendering, those who refused to do so were quickly killed. The effect was the same in the rest of the island. They realized that the golem's sudden deactivation meant that their leader was dead, and thus they were without two of the biggest assets they had. Around half of the prison guards chose to throw their weapons and hope the rebels would have mercy on them. The rest decided to go down fighting. And as soon as the battle was over, all the rebels celebrated their victory with loud cheers and shouts of joy. We're not done here. Come on, we need to release all our allies, and lock up the prisoners. Mei commanded. And look for Ao. Finding him is of utmost importance. Miyako then walked towards Mei, her face reflecting worry. "Mei-sama, before he died, Jinin-senpai said something you should know," Miyako told her leader. Turns out, they did manage to send a message to the village. Apparently they use sea creatures that travel underwater as couriers now. That is grave news, indeed. Then again, it was a good thing that Jinin told us that. Otherwise, the invasion of Kiri might have turned into a disaster. Even if that means we can no longer use our original strategy, Mei replied. I knew that part of your heart was still in the right place, Jinin-san. Are we going to continue with the invasion? Miyako asked. Mei nodded. Yes. Now that Yagura knows of this, we can't fall back, even if he will be waiting for us. Turns out, the man named Ao was locked in a secret underground cell which couldn't have been found without a sensor's help. Ao. We finally found you, Mei said, as the blue-haired man came out of his confinement. It's good to see you again. It's good to be free again, indeed. I was afraid I would never see you again, Mei-sama. I'm glad that I was wrong, Ao said as he made a small bow. How are you? Did they torture you? Mei asked, a bit concerned. They did, and with a lot of enthusiasm. But they couldn't crack my will nor my mind, Ao proudly replied. Mei smiled in return. I see. What about your Byakugan? Do you still have it? Your seals are still in place, so I presume the answer is yes. Still in place, Ao said as he tapped his eye patch. And as you said, they were unable to undo the protective seals. Not without killing me first, which they wouldn't do until they made me talk. Then it's a good thing that everything turned out as we had planned, Mei replied, then she turned at the group of ninja behind her. Somebody please find Ao some proper clothes to wear in place of that hideous prison attire. Right away, ma'am. Two ninja said before leaving. Now that the island is under our control, let's check how the rest of the fights went, and how many losses we suffered, Mei said. A few hours later, the sun started to rise in the horizon. Most of the cleanup had already been complete, and the island was fully under the rebels' control. The guards that had surrendered had been locked inside the very same cells they used to watch, while the prisoners, at least those who could be identified as war prisoners, were released, given ninja uniforms and weapons, and re-enlisted in the rebel army. Other criminals remained there. Mei also called one of her hidden divisions into the island so they could man the prison while the bulk of her forces took a well-deserved rest. Said reinforcements also brought food, clothes, weapons, medicine, and other supplies that the battle had drained from the rebel leader's main army, as well as their Konoha allies. Some of said allies, namely Kurene's assault squad, were inspecting one of the deactivated chakra golems, which was laying on the floor, motionless. Earlier, in an underground basement, they had discovered some sort of machine powered by the chakra of multiple ninja that actually supplied the golems with energy. It was decided that it wouldn't be destroyed, but kept for analysis instead. And while their next orders arrived, Kurene's team was studying one of those golems. Or better said, Naruto studied it while his teammates and sensei watched. I didn't want to believe it, but it's true. These seals were made by my clan, Naruto concluded. I don't get it. Mom and Dad told me that neither Kiri nor Kumo got anything from the invasion of Uzushiagakur, Naruto protested. Or they did, but decided to pretend that it wasn't the case so their enemies wouldn't suspect anything, Kurene wisely pointed out. And it worked, given how off guard these machines caught us. If this prison had these golems as reinforcements, then Kirigakur has them too. And possibly in a much bigger quantity, Haku observed. It won't be an easy battle. No, but we already had experience fighting them. And despite their strength and abilities, they aren't invincible, Naruto pointed out. That power generator we found out underground suggests that the golems cannot be deployed far away from them, which means that they can only be used for defensive purposes. If we could lure the enemy into fighting outside the village. Hinata pointed out, with a small glint of hope. Kurene, however, shook her head. That won't happen. Yagura won't deploy his troops in mass outside the safety of the village's walls. This war won't end until we take over Kirigakur, Kurene stated. Then we'll need a way to counter this golems. Naruto-kun, do you think you can create a seal that can disable them? Haku asked his blonde teammate. Naruto looked pensive, but dubious. He placed 2 fingers under his chin. I don't know. I can try, but the sealing matrix that makes the golems work is way more complex than anything I've studied. Whatever you do, no matter how little, it will be welcomed, Haku said in an almost pleading voice. All right, I'll try to work on something, Naruto replied, much to the Ice Ninja's joy. Meanwhile, in the prison's morgue, Mei and her swordsman were around the table in which Jinin's body, covered by a sheet, was lying. His death was a tragedy. He was a good man, I just wish his loyalty wasn't so misplaced, a sorrowful Mei said. Once the war ends, Jinin will be buried alongside all the previous swordsmen, with all the honors he deserves. There was a moment of silence. Even if it's too soon to ask, what's going to be of his sword? Suijitsu asked. Is any of us going to get it? Mei nodded, but shot Suijitsu a glare. I was planning to talk about this later and not in front of Jinin's dead body, but given that you so tactfully brought up the issue. Mei then looked at Miyako. Miyako, I know you assisted Zabuza-kun and Kojiro with the fight, so I think you should be the one to inherit Jinin's sword. Zabuza-kun. The swordsman captain protested. Well, it's not as bad as Zabuza-chan, but still. Really? Miyako gasped in excitement. Thanks a lot, Mei-sama. I'll make both you and every past owner of the helmet splitter proud. Oh come on. You need a lot of upper strength body to use that sword. Upper strength I have. Suijitsu protested. Do you dare question the decisions of our leader? Miyako asked, raising an eyebrow. Suijitsu merely sighed in defeat. Kojiro, what about your arm? Does it feel better? Mei asked the bespectacled swordsman. It does, Mei-sama. Konoha has some truly amazing medic nin. I still need some time before it's fully healed, but it will be recovered by the time the invasion of Kirigakure begins, Kojiro replied with unusual enthusiasm. Mei smiled. Good to know that. But don't try to overdo it. Nobody will force you to fight until you're completely healed. Anyway, we should get some rest. The battle has been exhausting, and we only just begun. Kirigakure, Mizukage's palace. Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Mizukage, was in a meeting with some his advisors. Like usual, the topic they were debating was how to deal with the ongoing rebellion. More specifically, how to make them come out of hiding. It turns out, however, that such problem was about to solve itself pretty soon, albeit at a very high cost. Mizukage-sama. A couple Umbu burst into the meeting room, drawing everybody's attention. We carry grave news. The rebels have taken over the Crimson Citadel. While Yagura remained silent and pensive, all the counselors started to shout and argue among themselves. The Mizukage raised a hand while releasing killing intent, silencing everybody in the room. So Mei has finally made her move. I have to admit it was sooner than any of us were expecting, Yagura commented. That's not all. There were Konoha ninja among her ranks. It seems she hired them or struck an alliance with Konoha, the Umbu continued. I see. That explains how she was able to launch such an attack, Yagura said, keeping his cool. The loss of the prison is unfortunate, especially since we had the rebel head of intelligence there, as well as plenty of other rebel war prisoners. She will feel emboldened by this victory, and will move to invade the village next, Yagura deduced. Aren't you worried, Mizukage-sama? One of his counselors asked. With Konoha helping her, even if we defeat her, she could cause a lot of harm to the village, leaving us vulnerable to foreign enemies. Yagura turned around, and shot him a small smile. Not in the slightest. I was already counting on this to happen, and thus, I made the necessary preparations for the rebels' arrival, Yagura told them. Chapter 47. Prelude to the invasion. Or, what does it take for Zabuza to love somebody? After the Crimson Citadel was secured, Mei ordered the rest of her forces back into the Kirigakure's Hope. Once they were in the security of the open sea, the Mizukage aspirant called for a meeting at the ship's war room. Like the previous meeting, her highest-ranking officers and Konoha's Jonin were present. First of all, Congratulations everybody on a job well done. We managed to recover most of our prisoners of war, my head of intelligence among them, and we did so while sustaining minimal losses. Mei praised all the ninja before them, before her expression turned serious. However, what we did back then is nothing compared to the task ahead. It is now time to invade Kirigakure. And there are more complications than the ones we initially expected, right? Kakashi guessed. Mei sadly nodded. Yes. Despite our best efforts, they managed to sneak a message to Kirigakure, and now Yagura knows what happened there. Since he knows we finally came out of hiding, we have no choice but attack Kirigakure now. If we take too long, Yagura will drag us into a war of attrition we have no hope of winning. And do you believe that, with our current forces, we will be able to take over a major village? Asuma asked. Especially now that they know we're coming for them, Kurane added. Yes. Now that we rescued so many POWs, our numbers have grown to a more acceptable level. Besides, there might be a silver lining to our prison break not being a secret anymore, Mei stated and nodded at Ao, who took a step forward. This victory has proven that the Blood Mist is not invincible. We know of many groups and individuals who opposed Yagura, but feared him too much to join us. We believe it might not be the case anymore, Ao explained. And with the news that we now have 4 of the 7 swords in our power, as opposed to the 2 that remains within the village's walls, it will help our cause to gain more support as well, especially with the feudal lord of the Land of Water. But we shouldn't ignore the fact that even with the additional support, the information leak robbed us of the element of surprise. Yagura will be waiting for us to come, and there won't be any way to prevent that, Mei added. Kirigakure has 2 accesses, one from land, and a gated dock, Ao continued. I can take a small team with me to infiltrate the village and open the dock gates, just like Amairi did when we stormed the prison, Zabuza suggested. Mei, however, shook her head. Sadly such thing won't be possible anymore, since Yagura will be expecting that. In fact, my original plan consisted in luring Yagura's forces to the land gate, while a small team of infiltrators would open the dock gates, which the bulk of our troops would use to penetrate the village, and trap the enemy between us. The typical pincer movement. Our best option would be to do the last thing Yagura expects us to do. But that would be full assault from land, and we aren't going to do that, Kojiro pointed out, then he nervously looked at Mei. Right. Mei looked at him, and sighed. I'm afraid we have no other options. Needless to say, the whole room erupted into a cacophony of yells, shouts, and even profanities as the present ninjas tried to support or debunk the reckless, almost suicidal strategy of the Mizukage aspirant. It took Ao and Mei a couple minutes to calm down everybody, at which Mei continued her explanation. I'm not done yet. Listen, I'm not suggesting that we take over the village with our current forces. That's impossible and stupid. But we can do what we did at the Crimson Citadel. If we kill or capture Yagura, the other side will have no choice but surrender, Mei explained. But they will expect that too as well. The Mizukage's palace will be heavily guarded. How will we reach Yagura then? Akiri Jonin asked. While the village defenders are busy with our forces, a small team led by myself will infiltrate the palace and confront Yagura. We will either kill him, or capture him alive. Presumably the latter, Mei explained. Why do you care so much if that monster dies? He's the reason we're doing this. Another Kiri ninja protested. Mei nodded at Ao, who took another step forward. Because, while there's no solid evidence to back it up, we suspect that the Mizukage might be under somebody else's mind control. After sharing our intel with our Konoha allies, we suspect that it might be the same man who orchestrated several attacks on Konoha, an Akatsuki under the name of Obito Uchiha, Ao told them. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh in sadness upon hearing his former friend's name. Kirigakure too, Obito? Is this because of what Kiri did to Rin? So if we manage to expose the Mizukage, we will be able to end this while avoiding unnecessary bloodshed, Ao finished, taking a step back. Who will be part of the infiltration squad? Zabuza eagerly asked. It was obvious he was dying to have another shot at fighting Yagura. Besides myself, it will only have one more ninja, Naruto Uzumaki, Mei told them. What? You want my student to fight a cage on his own? Kurenai indignantly asked. Asuma placed a hand on his girlfriend's shoulder, hoping to wordlessly calm her down. As far as I've been told, Naruto is a special jonin who has mastered senjutsu, and is the Jinchuriki key of the strongest tailed beast. Between the two of us, we should be able to subdue Yagura and whoever is guarding him, Mei explained. I know that you might feel attached to him given he's your student, and he's pretty young as well. But don't worry, Naruto will be fine under my care. But even then, just you and him? Shouldn't a four-squad man will have a higher chances of success? Kurenai suggested. Mei shook her head once again. They will expect infiltrators. The fewer we are, the less chances of being spotted. And between the two of us, the only ninja we should worry about is Yagura himself. I understand. It doesn't mean that I have to like it, but I understand it, Kurenai regretfully said. Mei smiled. Good. Now that's out of the way, let's talk about the invasion in a more minute detail. Konoha's medical corps will be a key to keep our casualties to a minimum. The enemy will foresee that, so we should assign a division to keep them alive and... Mei and the rest of the jonin there spent the rest of the day discussing the invasion plan. Once lunchtime was over, the ship's cafeteria soon became empty, as everybody else went to spend their time elsewhere. Everybody except a certain blonde, who took advantage of the place's large tables and the current quietness in order to work in his current project. Naruto had created multiple clones and spread them around the table, all working tirelessly on a seal that could disable those pesky chakra golems, while the original studied the theory he had available now. Spread in front of him, there were several books and scrolls on Fuinjutsu, as well as several crumpled papers, the result of a failed attempt at seals. After his latest attempt followed the same route, Naruto groaned, and rubbed his eyes. Naruto-kun. Are you still here? Naruto turned around and saw Hinata walking towards him. Yeah, I am. Why, I'm not sure, the blonde half-joked. Weren't you able to make the seal work? Hinata asked, as she took a seat beside him. Naruto shook his head. Counter seals are way more complex than regular seals. And the seals that power and direct those golems are way more complex than anything I've seen so far. If only Dad was here to help me, or had more time. Don't feel so bad. You did what you could. Besides, it's not that those golems are invincible, Hinata reassured him. We beat them before. Yeah, but if I came up with a seal, it could help a lot with the invasion of Kirigakure, Naruto replied. Besides, I'm an Uzumaki, and these are Uzumaki seals. I should be able to know how to undo them, right? Oh, I see, so that's what's bothering you, Hinata realized. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto asked. You're facing an enemy that uses knowledge of your clan to fight, and that is eating you on the inside, Hinata pointed out. It's like if I fought an enemy with a stolen Byakugan. Naruto let out a weary sigh. And that's not the worst part. They seem to use it better than me, an actual Uzumaki. You'd think they have Uzumaki on their side or something. Naruto complained. From what you told me, the fall of Uzushio happened many decades ago. They had a lot of time to learn about their stolen Fuinjutsu art. Even with shadow clones, you can't hope to bridge such a massive gap, Hinata told him, as she placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. When all of this is over, I'm sure Mei-san will be more than happy to give you everything Kirigakure plundered from Uzushio. I hope so, Naruto said, not entirely convinced. And then, maybe we can convince Hokage-sama to create those golems for Konoha as well, Hinata suggested. That would be cool. I'm sure Dad would love to open one of those up and see how it works. I'm sure we could even find a way to make them better. Naruto excitedly said. Hinata smiled. Now that's the Naruto I know. Though, if you have some trouble with this, maybe you could ask Karen-san for help. I'm sure 2 Uzumaki are better than 1. Even if that one can become 100. Naruto cheekily replied. Does having 100 clones increase your intelligence 100-fold, or gives you a new 100 point of views and perspectives to see things? Hinata replied, just as cheekily. Naruto then frowned. You know, Hinata, nobody likes a smartass. Hinata, however, continued smiling, and kissed Naruto in the cheek. "But I know you love this smartass, Naruto-kun." "How I hate that you're right," Naruto said, as he returned the kiss as well. "But seriously, you should ask Karen-san. Maybe she can be of help," Hinata insisted. Karen Nichan is more into medicine than Fuinjutsu, besides those chain thingies. And even then, I heard the invasion is going to be real soon, so I don't think we'll be able to pull it off," Naruto replied. "In that case, then maybe you should try something more productive," Hinata asked. "Do you want to spar with me a little?" "Yes, please," Naruto said in an almost desperate tone, happy to have an excuse to get away from the books and scrolls. "Are you sure nobody can hear us?" Kakashi and Rin were inside an empty cabin that wasn't used by anybody at the moment. The door was locked. Rin was wise enough to know that such thing wouldn't be enough to secure the privacy she needed. "Fuinjutsu is far from my specialty, but I'm really good at privacy seals," Kakashi said as he finished placing the last one on the wall. "When did you learn to do privacy seals?" Rin asked. "During my time in Umbu. They're pretty much a must. They made you do them so many times, you end being able to do them in your sleep," Kakashi answered. Kakashi had told Rin about how Minato convinced Kakashi to join Umbu in order to get him over the deaths of his teammates, though by Kakashi's own admission, that hardly helped him. It wasn't until he became the sensei of a team of genin that he started to rediscover his lost humanity. Rin was hoping she could also help with that, as well as try to bring Obito back from his dark place. And done. "Nobody will hear us, and nobody can enter this room," Kakashi said, then he crossed his arm, and his friendly demeanor grew a bit more serious. "Now, I believe there's something you should share with your old teammate." Rin sighed heavily. Even if Kakashi was one of the persons she trusted the most, it was still very hard to open up to him. Or maybe because it was so important to him. Wordlessly, Rin extended her hand at Kakashi, with the palm facing upwards. Kakashi took a look at her palm, seeing nothing at first, until a flower started to grow. The silver-haired man's expression remained unchanged. "So, you do have wood release." "Interesting," Kakashi observed, in an almost boring tone. Rin titled her head, a bit confused. "Interesting. I have the first Hokage's bloodline limit, and that's all you have to say about it." "Rin, I remember as if it was yesterday how I used my Chidori to impale you through the heart. Yet here you are, fine and unharmed, talking to me as if nothing happened." "I think I went past the point of these kind of things being surprising," Kakashi replied in the same casual tone. Rin had to admit he had a point. "Besides, you're not the only one in the village with that ability," Kakashi pointed out. "I know. The Hokage's daughter has it as well," Rin stated. "I mean besides her," Kakashi said. Rin was visibly surprised. "During my time with Umbu, I met this guy who also had wood release. Turns out, Orochimaru had experimented on him as a baby in order to reproduce the wood release. Of the 50 children he infused with the first's DNA, he's the only one who survived." "That's monstrous," Rin said, visibly horrified. She wanted to hope that Obito didn't do something similar in order to bring her back to life, but deep down she knew the answer. "So, who else knows about this?" Kakashi asked. "Just Hokage-sama and Tsunade-sama," Rin replied. "They told me not to tell anybody, at least until I could master my powers and grow stronger, since that would make me a prime target for kidnapping. I only used wood release back then because it was an emergency, and the fog could hide the nature of the jutsu I used. You did good in keeping it a secret, even from me." "Don't worry, I won't tell anybody about your new abilities," Kakashi told her in a reassuring tone. That's not all," Rin uneasily said, as she rubbed her arm. "What do you mean?" Kakashi asked. Once again, without saying a word, Rin pulled out a kunai, and much to Kakashi's shock, she cut her pinky finger off, before tossing it to a trash can. "Rin. What the dash?" Kakashi asked in shock. "Just wait," Rin calmly said as she held her four-fingered hand. In less than a minute, the wound stopped bleeding, and healed completely. Then, little by little, a small bulge appeared on her stump, and it grew longer until it became another finger. "Can your friend do this too?" Rin asked. This time, Kakashi was genuinely surprised. No. At least, I think he can't. I can regenerate my whole hand as well. Though I didn't dare to check if I could regenerate an arm or a leg, Rin explained. Kakashi knew that the first has a healing factor in a similar vein to Naruto's, in that he could heal in minutes wounds that would take hours or even days to normal people. But what Rin had was beyond that. I told you I don't think I'm the real Rin. I may not even be human anymore. Do you see why now? Rin asked. Kakashi could see why Rin was having such identity issues. Still, that didn't mean he wasn't going to help her. Hey, Rin, remember that time, during the Third Ninja War? Guy, you and me were completely surrounded by Iwa's forces. You went to call for help while Guy and I held up the enemy, Kakashi began. Yes, I do. I was really worried that I wouldn't be fast enough and that, by the time I could bring help, it would have been too late. But thankfully you two managed to survive, Rin finished the tale. Why do you bring that up? You remember that? If you do, you must be the real Rin, regardless of how much they modified your DNA. Because, what are we, if not the sum of our memories and experiences? And you clearly have the original Rin's memories, regardless if your body is the same one or a clone, Kakashi explained, then he placed a hand on his former teammate. And in my eyes, that makes you the real Rin. Rin held Kakashi's hand on her shoulder, as she pondered her older friend's words. She let out a sad sigh. I wish it was just that easy, Kakashi, Rin replied, as she slowly removed Kakashi's hand. Anyway, is there anything else you want to know about me? No, that's all. Alright then. I think I'm going to take a nap, Rin said, before exiting the safe room, with Kakashi leaving as well shortly after. That's when an ink mouse came out of hiding, climbed inside the trash can, took the severed finger, and ran away back to its master. Tenten was alone resting in her cabin when somebody knocked the door. The brown-haired girl got up from her bed, and opened the door. She smiled upon seeing her boyfriend standing there. Oh, Haku, hi. Tenten happily greeted. Hello, Tenten-chan. May I enter? Haku asked. Sure, she replied, moving aside to let him in. She immediately noticed that there was something wrong with the ice ninja. Haku, are you okay? You look tense. We need to talk, he said, not without difficulty. Tenten tensed up. Those 4 words usually signaled the end of a relationship. Worrying thoughts started to form in her mind. Did she do something wrong? Did Haku meet another girl, somebody from Kiri? However, her rational part decided to push them away and listen what her boyfriend had to say. What's going on, Haku? She asked. You know that in case we manage to oust Yagura, Zabuza will remain in Kiri as the new captain of the 7 swordsmen, Haku explained. Tenten nodded. Yeah, I guessed so. How does affect you? I told you how Zabuza-sama saved me from a certain doom, and in return, I became his faithful follower. That's why, if Zabuza-sama asks me to remain with him in Kiri, I will do so. Which means, if that happens, we will have to break up, Haku finally said. Wait, what? Tenten asked, shocked. But, aren't you happy in Konoha? I am, but this doesn't have to do with me. I can't disobey Zabuza-sama, Haku regretfully told her. Listen, you can be angry at me if you want. It was I who asked you to become my girlfriend, not realizing that this could happen, and for that, I will always be sorry. I will try to make it up for you, I promise. Tenten felt an hurricane of emotions forming between her. She wanted to shout, to cry, to yell, but once again, her rational part stood triumphant. She breathed deeply, before making her question. Did Zabuza tell you that he wants you to continue with him? Tenten asked. No, I didn't ask him. But I'm telling you this, just in case, Haku replied. Listen, Tenten, Konoha has been great, and you were the best part of that. But I swore I'd help Zabuza-sama help to realize his ambitions, so if he wants me to be by his side, I have to obey. I see, Tenten replied. Then if such thing happens, I'll move to Kirigakure with you. This time, it was Haku's turn to be surprised. What? But, you can't do that. Tenten raised an eyebrow. And why not, exactly? But, what about your life in Konoha? Your friends? Your family? Haku asked. I can't ask you to leave all that behind just for me. First of all, I don't have a family. I don't even have a last name, remember? Tenten asked. And second, I will be doing the exact thing you're going to do, so I don't think you have the right to call me out on it. Yes, precisely. Do you think it's easy for me not just to leave you behind, but my teammates, sensei, and friends as well? I don't want you to go through that as well. Haku insisted. Sorry, but that's not your decision to make, Tenten replied, as she moved to hold both of Haku's hands. We will go through this together. We will be there for each other. There's nothing I can't tell you to make you change your mind, right? Haku asked. I'm a strong, independent woman who takes her own decisions. So no, Tenten replied with a smirk. Haku couldn't help but a smile. Thank you, Tenten-chan. You're a great person, whom I don't deserve. Maybe you don't. Be thankful you're pretty cute, Tenten said as she leaned closer and kissed Haku in the lips. Speaking of Zabuza, the swordsman captain was sparring against the newest member of the Seven Swordsmen, Miyako Kaiui, whom Mei had given the helmet splitter, with everybody else's approval. Come on, put more strength into it. Zabuza told her as he pressed his attack. I'm trying, damn it. Miyako replied, dodging Zabuza's fast swing. The blunt sword is a weapon meant for an all-out offense. Stop dodging my attacks and attack me already. Zabuza insisted. I would, if you let me some room to breathe. Miyako protested. Oh, sorry princess. Guess that you also expect the enemy to have such a consideration with you. Zabuza angrily snarled, as he attacked with even more ferocity. But this is just training. Miyako countered. Training or not, there's no purpose without threat. Zabuza replied, as he continued his attack. Enough. She yelled. Fueled by anger, Miyako nimbly dodged Zabuza's latest swing, and taking advantage of her opponent's slower movements, she dashed towards Zabuza, and tossed the hammer half of the weapon at him. Zabuza moved his sword aside, deflecting the flying hammer. Just as Miyako expected, as Zabuza was left momentarily wide open, and took the chance to sink the axe half into his chest. Zabuza then dissolved into a puddle of water. Not bad, girl, not bad, the real Zabuza said from behind. You're getting it. Maybe you'll be able to get some skill with the blunt sword by the time we invade Kirigakure. Miyako nodded and smiled in satisfaction. From a box above them, Mei and the rest of the swordsmen watched the display, just like they did when Zabuza was testing Ameirai and Kojuro. Do you think she's the right choice for the helmet splitter? Ameirai asked the cage aspirant. I believe she is. However, despite what Zabuza's saying, she won't be nowhere near as ready for the invasion, Mei replied. Carrying one of the 7 swords will make her a target, and without the proper training to master it, that weapon will be like a bullseye painted on her back, rather than an asset. Pity. More swordsmen to our side would have been a boost to our troops' morale, Ameirai lamented. They know we do have a 4th sword, even if they won't see it. We still have 3 swordsmen, Mei countered. She then looked at Kojuro. That's it, if all of them are completely recovered from the prison break. I am, Mei-sama, Kojuro replied, winding up his previously damaged arm to show that it was fine. Like I said before, the Konoha medic nin did a good job fixing it. Good. Because we're risking pretty much everything on this attack, and I don't want any of my soldiers to be in less than perfect condition, much less one of my swordsmen, Mei sternly said. Boy, I can't wait to get my hands on the remaining swords, Suigetsu commented. Of the ones we can get, there's the sewing needle, and the splatter. I think I could master both, but I'll have to choose one. He then turned at Kumarai. Which one do you prefer? If Suigetsu was expecting to get an answer other than silence, he was about to get disappointed. Suigetsu unamusedly frowned. You're an idiot, you know that. Suigetsu said before stomping out of the room. How long do you plan on doing that, Kumarai-san? Mei asked. As long as it's funny, Mei-sama, the cloaked man asked. Land of Water, mainland. A couple days later, the rebels abandoned the Kirigakure's hope and established a hidden base within a forest near Kirigakure. Mei had sent messengers to her scattered forces, telling them to drop whatever they were doing and meet at the designated point. It was about time to gather all their forces and launch the invasion. Even if there was still some unrest caused by a combination of lack of activity and the impending invasion, pretty much everybody were glad to be outdoors rather than trapped inside that ship. And most people found ways to keep themselves distracted until the time of attack. One said person was Ino Yamanaka, who was looking for her best friend in order to talk for a bit, and maybe do some sparring. It has been a while since the last time she fought Sakura, and wanted to check which one of the two was stronger. However, she was starting to grow frustrated due to her lack of result. Where is she? Ino asked to no one in particular. You'd think somebody with bright pink hair would be easy to find. As she wandered around, somebody drew her attention. A pale-looking, black-haired boy sitting by himself, and drawing in a sketchbook. Ino then remembered a conversation he had with Sakura some days ago in the ship about some creepy guy that insulted her, and this guy matched the description. And both she and Suzuki, but mainly the latter, believed that this guy was up to no good. Pushed by curiosity, she decided to get to know the boy a bit better. Hello there, Ino greeted with her usual charm. Name's Ino. What are you doing? The boy turned around and smiled at her. Ino could easily see it was a fake smile. Hi, Blondie. My name is Sai. And as you can see, I'm drawing. Ino raised an eyebrow. Blondie. An affectionate nickname. I read in a book that friends give each other nicknames, Sai explained, never dropping his smile. But the last time I used it, I got a negative response. This time, I decided to use a more objective nickname, based on your hair color. Ino stared at him in disbelief. Where did this guy come from? It was certainly weird, and that constant, painfully fake smile wasn't helping. Okay, you clearly didn't read that book right, or that book is complete bullshit, Ino said, shaking her head. While it's true that sometimes friends give each other nicknames, they do it when there's a lot of trust between them, not when you're meeting new people. In fact, calling a stranger by a nickname is something extremely rude to do. Sai's smile disappeared, and was replaced by an expression of mild surprise. It is. Yes, it is. It's considered insulting in most of the times. Just because somebody might allow a friend to call them by a nickname, even an unflattering one, it doesn't mean they'll extend the same courtesy to a stranger, Ino explained. I see. By the way you talk, you seem to be versed in the art of socializing, Sai replied. Ino's chest swelled in pride, taking his neutral observation as a compliment. I'm more than just versed, Sai. Then you'll know what to do in case you want to get close to somebody? All my attempts have been unsuccessful, despite following many books' advice to the letter, Sai told her. Okay, first of all, drop the nicknames. And that fake smile as well, it will make people think you're a shady guy. At best, Ino stated. Then, she remembered her conversation with Sakura and realized that this boy might be shady. Oh. That was the opposite of the impression I wanted to transmit, Sai replied. That's the opposite of the impression anybody wants to transmit, Ino said, rolling her eyes. Once I do that, what do I do next? Sai asked. If you want to make a good impression, asking people about themselves is a good way to let them know you care, Ino explained. For example, I saw that you like to draw, so if I wanted to get close to you, I'd ask you about it. Showing interest in other people's interest. Sai repeated. Yes, I think it sounds logical. But what if I don't know anything about them? Well, you ask them, of course, Ino replied, as if saying something obvious. But we're ninja, and we're supposed to conceal as much about ourselves as we can. If somebody else shares personal information, they're giving the enemy potential information to use against them, Sai explained. Ino groaned loudly. Where did this guy come from? Sai, I don't think that a hobby, or a particular interest in clothes, books, or movies can be used against somebody in any serious way. But then again, Ino did remember back in the academy how many girls did she shame because they wore clothes she thought were unfashionable. Oh well, those days were behind her now, and it was unlikely that young adults like themselves would fall into that. I see. And why can't I smile? People smile a lot, Sai pointed out. Yes, but it has to be a natural smile, not a forced one, Ino told him. And how do I make my smile natural? Sai asked. You really have issues, did anybody tell you that? Ino asked, weirded out. There was being socially awkward, and there was being this. But to answer your question, your smile will be genuine when it appears as the result of being happy. This sounds way more complicated than the book made it appear, Sai said, feeling a bit overwhelmed by this new information. It's easier than you think, you only need practice, Ino said, smiling. I will do that, then. I will follow your teachings from now onwards, Ino-sensei, Sai replied, smiling once again. Ino-sensei? Heh, I like the way it sounds, Ino chuckled. Meanwhile, not far away from there, Naruto, Hinata and Haku were happily chatting, when they noticed their sensei walking towards them. Walking alongside Kurane was a brown-haired girl with purple markings on her cheek. A certain girl Haku remembered saving more than a year ago from Orochimaru's lair. Hey, Kurane-sensei. Naruto said upon seeing her approaching. Hello there. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. Rin, these are Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Haku Yuki, whom you met already. Guys, this is Rin Nohara, a former classmate and friend of mine, Kurane introduced the girl. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rin said, making a slight bow. Hey, you're that girl that came back from the dead, right? Naruto pointed out, before Hinata nudged him in the ribs. What? Naruto-kun, be more tactful. That's not something she'd like to remember, Hinata gently chastised him. Oh, yeah. Sorry. He apologized with a sheepish grin. It's okay. I guess that's a part of me that's impossible to ignore, Rin replied with a light chuckle. Anyway. Naruto, I'd thought you'd be interested in meeting Rin, given that she used to be your biological father's student, alongside Kakashi and, regrettably, Obito Uchiha, Kurane said. Really? Wow, that's so cool. You have to be super strong if you were trained by the fourth. Naruto gushed. Rin giggled sheepishly. Well, not as much. I filled more of a supporting role while Kakashi and Obito did the heavy lifting. Though I'm trying to change that now. There's nothing wrong with fitting a more supporting role. From what I heard, you're a medical nin, right? Keeping your teammates alive is something important as well, Hinata replied. Yeah. You have no idea how many times Hinata saved our skins. Naruto cheerfully added. Besides, I still have some catching up to do. Working at the hospital this year made me realize how much medical science has advanced. Besides, I don't think I can compete with a generation of medic nin trained by Tsunade-sama herself, Rin said, rubbing the back of her head. Hey, don't sell yourself short. You performed an eye transplant in the middle of a battlefield when you were 12. I'm sure you'll do fine, Kurane encouraged her. From what I heard, you refused to rejoin Konoha's ranks when you returned to the village. What made you change your mind? Haku asked. It was Kirigakure who kidnapped me and started the chain of events that led to my death and Obito's downfall. And that memory made me terrified of being in a battleground again. However, I didn't want to be afraid all my life, and that I needed to face my demons. Hence I'm here. And if everything goes fine, I will ask Hokage-sama to formally rejoin the ninja ranks, Rin told them. While my case isn't exactly the same, I did lose a lot thanks to Kirigakure as well. In fact, I'm a native of the Land of Water, Haku stated. It might be too late for me, but I know I can help other children have a better childhood than mine. Yes, I hope that nobody else has to go through what I went through as well, Rin replied. Once this war is over, I might be able to finally move on. That's the spirit. You can't let such an insignificant thing like dying get in the way. Naruto cheered. Insignificant? Kurane asked, mildly upset. Hey, she came back from it. If she did that, then why can't everybody else? Naruto asked. Kurane merely sighed and shook her head. Rin simply giggled. You know, despite how much you look like Minato-sensei, I'd say personality-wise you are more like Kushina-san. She was really energetic and carefree, and saw the good side of everything and everyone, Rin said. Naruto-kun is just the same. Nothing can keep him down, not for long at least, Hinata replied. Are you two a couple? Rin asked, noticing the closeness between Naruto and Hinata. Upon receiving an affirmative nod from the two of them, she added, you know, the two of you kinda remind me of Minato-sensei and Kushina-san, if they swapped personalities, hehe. What about you, Rin? Is there somebody special in your life? Naruto cheekily asked. Rin blushed a bit. Well, not now. I used to have a crush on Kakashi back in the day, but given my current state, I don't think there will be anything beyond friendship between the two of us. Not that I'm looking for a relationship right now. My very existence is still kind of a mess. I do think that a relationship would help you a bit with your issues. Help you back into the good things of life, Kurane intervened. Besides, you're pretty cute. Lots of boys would love to date you. Before the conversation could continue, one of Mei's unofficial umbu appeared before them, making his presence known immediately. Naruto Uzumaki, Mei-sama requires your presence, the umbu stated in a cold and professional tone. She does? Oh well, better not to make her wait, Naruto said with a shrug as he accompanied the umbu. Hinata and Haku noticed their sensei tensing up when the umbu made his request. Kurane-sensei? Everything okay? Hinata asked. I'd like to think that it is, but I'm not so sure, Kurane uneasily replied. It seems that you know something we aren't aware of, Haku pointed out. Kurane sighed, and nodded. I know why Mei wants to see Naruto. She's going to tell him about a special mission he has to do during the invasion. A special mission? Is it dangerous? Hinata asked, a bit worried. Kurane nodded once again. Mei wants Naruto to help her take down the Mizukage in combat. Later that day, the sun was starting to set. Mei had ordered everybody to go to sleep early, since they would attack before dawn, and she wanted every one of her troops to be as rested as possible. So far, the only people not resting were the night watchers, who wouldn't take part in the attack for obvious reasons. After having so many meetings and planning the last details of the invasion, the Mizukage aspirant was beyond exhausted. Then again, she doubted she would be able to sleep, given that she had to face Yagura himself in combat. If she and Naruto failed, then the whole invasion would be for naught. Going to her private tent, Mei noticed that there was somebody else awake besides the sentries. The captain of her swordsmen, Zabuza Mamakai, was sitting on the grass, at the edge of their camp, sharpening most of his weapons. Mei walked towards him. Shouldn't you be sleeping? The redhead asked. Zabuza stopped sharpening his kunao, turned his head to shot Mei a brief glare, before returning to his job at hand. I could ask the same thing to you, Zabuza retorted. The burden of leadership, was Mei's answer, before she decided to elaborate. I had to give the plan the last touches before we're good to go. I was going to get some sleep, but then I saw you here. You know, you're one of my strongest soldiers, and I want you to be in your top condition for tomorrow. I'll go to sleep when I feel I have to. I don't know the rest of your cronies, but I don't sleep on being ordered, Zabuza replied. Mei raised an eyebrow, before she sat down beside him. Your attitude is not something I approve. But your performance so far has met my expectations, so I think I'm going to let this insubordination slip. Zabuza grumbled something inaudible, and continued sharpening his weapons. He then stopped upon noticing that Mei was still there, sitting beside him. Their eyes met, and Mei shot him a friendly smile that left him completely unnerved. Well? Aren't you going to sleep? An annoyed Zabuza asked. I was, but I realized that we didn't have a chance to be acquainted with each other a bit better, and this is a good chance, don't you think so? Mei asked, in the same friendly tone. I agreed to fight for you and the rest of your naive, goody two-shoes followers, not to befriend you. So scram, Zabuza grumbled. Now, that's not a way to talk to your superior, Mei replied, using a tone a mother would employ on a misbehaving child. And naive goody two-shoes? Seriously. I'm telling things the way they are. You are a fool if you ever think that you and your merry friends will change anything, Zabuza replied. So far, we've been doing pretty good. What, you think Yagura and his forces are too much for us? Mei asked. You're not fighting a war against Yagura, but against reality itself. This world is a cold and merciless place, where only the strong survive. Trying to pretend otherwise is to delude yourself, Zabuza said. Mei frowned a little. Now I want to think is the blood mist that's actually talking, and not you. I know that deep down, you aren't like that. Even if you read my profile in the bingo book, you know much less about me than what you think, woman, Zabuza harshly replied. I know you better than you give me credit for, Zabuza-kun, Mei said as she shot him one of her irritating smiles. I'm not that much younger than you, we probably went through the same things. What I do know, though, is that beneath all your talk about the world being nothing but misery and death, and the only way to survive is being the top predator, there's a man that cares. You really think those Konoha tree huggers tainted me that much? That's insulting, Zabuza spat. Mei chuckled, and shook her head. No, I think that Konoha merely brought out your true self. For example, I know how you rescued and took care of that boy of the Yuki clan. An unempathic killer would have never done that. I only took Haku under my wing because of his unique abilities, not because I cared about his well-being. Do you have any idea how many other orphans I crossed paths with? Zabuza retorted. Many, I'm sure. But even if your reasons to take Haku were selfish, it doesn't take a genius to see that the years you spent together, both traveling and in Konoha, you developed a bond with the boy, not unlike how a father would see his son, Mei countered. That's the biggest. Zabuza tried to reply, but stopped. He wanted to say that Haku meant nothing to him, other than an useful underling. But for some reason, he couldn't. A battle of conflicting feelings started to take place inside of him, not for the first time. Zabuza's pride wanted him to admit that no, there was no kind of emotional attachment to the boy. He didn't want to be seen as a softie. But there was another part of him that tried to refute that, and wanted him to admit that yes, he did love Haku as if he was his son. His inner battle continued as he remained silent, something Mei took little time to notice. The redhead Konoichi's smile widened. Did I hit a nerve, Zabuza-kun? Thought so. I know your parents were monsters, and raised you to be one. You were weak, and they despised weakness. That's why you did such a number on the academy, and swore to never be weak again. But here's a little thing that will give you some much-needed perspective, love isn't a weakness. Love is a source of strength, the biggest of them all. Because when you fight to protect somebody you care for, you are able to tap into a strength greater than any bloodline limit. Okami, not you too. The masked man groaned. Why do you think I have so many followers? Because I'm strong. Well yes, I'd lie if I said my power played no part in helping me lead the rebellion, Mei admitted. But it only played a part. People don't want to live in a world of blood and fear, and will follow anybody that promises them something better. I like to think it's my conviction that plays the biggest role in making me a good leader. The fact that my ninja know that I'd die for any of them just like any of them would die for me. Zabuza glared at her in disgust. You sound exactly like those tree huggers. If Kiri under you is going to be like that, I might as well commit seppuku and save me the suffering. Mei let out a laugh at Zabuza's statement. Oh Zabuza-kun, you're so melodramatic, it's hilarious. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at her. Don't dare mock me. Then don't make it so easy, Mei replied with a shrug. But seriously, it's quite obvious that there's something that's upsetting you. Something about Haku, I might add. So you'd better sort that out before the battle begins. Zabuza inwardly sighed in relief when the rebel leader got up and walked to her private tent. However, rather than bring him relief, he felt even more uneasy than before. He wanted to shake off Mei's words about he and Haku, but found himself unable to. Haku, what I'm going to do with you? When Mei returned to her private tent, she saw that there was somebody in front of it, presumably waiting for her, Kurenei. She clearly wanted to talk with her, probably about Naruto, and she was really not in the mood. Hello, Mei-san. I know it's late, but there's something I wish to talk with you, Kurane told her. Mei let out a weary sigh. Listen, I know you are worried for Naruto, but you must understand dash. You didn't even let me begin. And that wasn't what I wanted to talk about. Kurane protested, silencing the rebel leader. Though yes, it's about Naruto. Here, take this. Kurane handed Mei something. Mei saw they were several ceiling tags she was unable to identify. What is this? Mei asked the red-eyed Jonin. If you plan to have Naruto fight Yagura, he will more than likely be forced to use the Nine Tails chakra. However, Naruto's control over the beast's power is very limited, and the demon may take control over him. That's why Hokage-sama created those tags. If such thing happens, slap one of them on him, and they will suppress the Nine Tails chakra. Mei studied the ceiling tags in her hand, before nodding. Got it. I wished you told me about it earlier, but thanks. I'll keep what you told me in mind. You should also know that the tags aren't infallible. If Naruto has more than 4 tails worth of chakra, they won't work, so use them the moment he starts losing control, Kurane told her. Again, thanks a lot for this. But now we should both go to sleep. Tomorrow we will have to face a daunting task. Akatsuki Hideout, unknown location. Inside a dark, underground cavernous chamber there was a massive, grotesque statue, composed by a huge head with 9 closed eyes and wide open mouth, and 2 arms separated from it. On each fingertip there was a shadowy figure, distorted and translucid, almost as if it was actually an spectral avatar rather than an actual person. Floating in front of the statue was a large man in a red-clad armor. There was a red-colored stream of energy coming from the man's mouth and flowing into the statues, as if it was draining the man's very soul. And even if it wasn't the case, the man would be dead once the process was complete, which happened in a few minutes. The flow of energy ceased, and the man's lifeless body fell to the ground. Then, one of the statue's closed eyes opened. The first-tailed beast has been successfully extracted and sealed into the statue, the leader of the group said. But this is nothing but the beginning. There are 8 other Jinchuriki that need to be captured and their beasts harvested. Regarding that, we have news that might be of interest, Zetsu's white half interceded. The Kirigakure rebels are going to invade the village. It's more than likely that they will try to kill Yagura. If that's the case, then we need to evacuate him as soon as possible. We can't afford letting any Jinchuriki die, the leader replied. Kirigakure, you say? I volunteer to go, then. It will be nice see how my former village is doing, a tall man with a sharp grin mentioned. You know Kirigakure the best out of us, Kisame, so I find your request acceptable. The leader then looked at a feminine-looking man whose hair was styled in a ponytail. Deidara, you'll accompany him for this mission. Your air support will be necessary for this mission to succeed. Alright then. It would be a great chance to show my art to those mist wackos, Deidara replied, grinning widely. If nobody has anything else to say, then the meeting is over. We will gather again once the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails is safe and secure within our grasp, the leader declared. Then, all 10 figures vanished, and the statue disappeared in a puff of smoke. Chapter 48. The Invasion of Kirigakure, Part I. Or Clash of the 7 Swordsmen. After many preparations, today was it. The day the rebels would march over Kirigakure and liberate it from its bloodthirsty and more than likely manipulated cage. While the morale was high, most of them were rather nervous. Assaulting a great village would fall under what was considered major warfare. The battle wouldn't be easy. As they approached, the mist became more and more dense. The Kiri ninja explained to their Konoha allies that they kept a permanent mist barrier surrounding the village for defensive purposes. But while said mist would hinder Konoha ninja, it would do little to stop other Kiri ninja. And after some time walking, they could see the village gates through the mist. Mei, heading the march, stopped and held one hand, and the rebel army stopped as well. Bring me our siege specialist, Mei commanded one of her umbu. The masked ninja nodded and vanished. A minute later, he reappeared alongside Sasuke Uchiha. There's the gate, Sasuke-kun. You think you can take it down on your own? Mei asked, a bit skeptical. Sasuke glared at the rebel leader, his Sharingan flaring to life. Don't underestimate the Uchiha clan. Sasuke took a few steps forward, and got ready. He started to gather his chakra, as his normal Sharingan morphed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and flinched when he was forced to relive the time he believed he had killed Naruto. Even if he knew the loudmouthed blonde was alive, the anguish felt very real. He started to glow with a purple aura, as a purple, ghostly ribcage appeared around him. More bones started appearing as it formed the upper half of a giant humanoid skeleton, which was then covered in flesh, and then in armor. The chakra construct raised its left arm, and a bow was generated on its wrist. Pulling the string with the other arm, a huge arrow covered in black flames was generated. Infernal release, Susanoo Black Fire Bolt. Sasuke released the arrow, which pierced the gate with such force it tore it off of its hinges, leaving a wide entrance for the rebels to get into the city. His job done, Sasuke dispelled the chakra construct and fell on his knees, panting heavily. His teammates quickly rushed to check him. "Sasuke-kun, are you okay?" Shizune asked. "Do you need healing?" Sasuke shook his head and got back on his feet again. "No, I'm okay. Using Susanoo is very taxing, but I will be fine in a couple minutes." "Even then, try to take it easy," Shizune advised. After seeing Sasuke's attack, Mei was a bit stunned at such display of power. "Wow, and here I thought he was exaggerating. Worth every Ryo indeed." She then turned to her troops. "The gates are down. Everybody move out. Kirigakure is ours for the taking. Today, the world will see the end of the blood mist." She yelled as she charged forwards. Her words were replied by a loud chorus of war cries as the rest of the rebels rushed into the village behind their leader. Meanwhile, as the bulk of the army rushed into the city, two lone figures hidden nearby cautiously watched. "So, how long until they notice that's a clone?" Naruto asked his partner. As opposed to her usual elegant blue dress, the Mizukage candidate was wearing the Kirigakure Umbu uniform, with a Hapurai-shaped Kirigakure forehead protector instead of a white and red mask, but with the standard sword, even if Mei's skill with such weapon was less than zero. Her extremely long hair was now tied into a more manageable braid that fell down her back. "My earth clones are very durable, can last days if undamaged, and can even use some jutsu of moderate intensity. How about you, are you ready?" Mei asked. Before taking one last glance at the two clones sitting in the lotus position, Naruto gave Mei a thumbs up as well as a confident grin. "Shouldn't you activate your Sage mode already? Remember that we're going to face a Kage who happens to be a perfect Jinchuriki," Mei reminded him. "But, Sage mode is active," Naruto told her. Mei raised an eyebrow. "That's it? Some yellow eyes and orange eyeshadow? When you told me about it you made it sounded far more impressive. It might not look much on the outside now, but once you see what can I do in Sage mode, you'll change your mind," Naruto told her. "I'll take your word for it. Now come on, let's see if we can get into the Mizukage's palace without drawing much attention," Mei replied as she and Naruto sneaked into the village. Mizukage's palace. Oblivious to the chaos that was about to be unleashed on his village, Yagura was in his office, doing the paperwork his job usually entailed. He thought it would be a day like any other, when the doors of his office were burst open. A kunoichi with short blonde hair entered the room, flanked by two umbu. She looked rather shaken. "Yagura, the rebels are here. They took down the gates as if they were nothing, and are pouring into the village." The woman almost screamed. Yagura calmly stopped doing paperwork, got up from his chair, and fixed a stare on the woman. "Calm down, Aiko-chan. You're a ninja, please behave like one. When did the attack happen?" "About 5 minutes ago." "What are your orders?" she asked, still visibly restless. Yagura let out a sigh. So, Mei finally made her move. She came sooner than I expected. "Tell me, Aiko-chan, was she spotted among the invaders?" "Yes, she was spearheading them." "What about it?" Aiko replied. "Then this attack is just a distraction. According to the messages we got from the Crimson Citadel, they managed to break in by sending a team of infiltrators in order to open the dock gates. I believe she will try the same trick. Send half our forces to meet them, and send reinforcements to the dock. I wouldn't discard infiltrators working to neutralize the defenses of our docks as we speak," Yagura told her. Aiko appeared a bit more calmed now, though she was still uneasy. What if the rebels won't attack the docks? Then moving our troops from the docks to wherever they're needed won't be hard. It's a small village after all. Just in case, I'll activate the chakra golems. But truth be told, the fight for the village is worthless, Yagura cryptically said. What do you mean? Aiko replied. May will use the ongoing battle as a cover to sneak a team of assassins into the palace and murder me. Knowing her, she'll lead the group herself. All we have to do is wait for her here, and kill her. With their leader dead, the rebellion will be easy to dismantle, Yagura explained. Sounds risky, but looks like our best bet. But first, I need to make sure Degura is safe, Aiko replied. Do not worry for our son. The rebels aren't after him. Besides, he's also a ninja. The battleground is where he needs to be, Yagura chided his wife. Aiko bit her lip. But, okay, yes, you're right. Besides, I'm going to need you here when that red-headed whore and her assassins arrive, Yagura told her. The initial onslaught managed to push the first wave of Kirigakure defenders with relative ease. However, as it happened during the assault on the Crimson Citadel, the moment the rebel forces started to spread out, their advance was considerably slowed down as the ensuing battles became more even for both sides. Zabuza had asked Mei to be assigned to the same group as Haku, so the two of them could fight this battle together. Here I am, again, trying to take over Kirigakure, even if I won't be the next Mizukage if we succeed, Zabuza thought, as he brutally fought the opposition. Though even then, I'll be closer to being Mizukage than I've ever been. Plus this time, it seems that I will be on the winning side. Haku was not only fighting for the man who had given him a second chance at life, but for himself as well. It was thanks to Kirigakure and Yagura that he lost his family, and people with bloodline limits were seen in the land of water as monsters to hunt down. Besides helping Zabuza achieve his ambitions, he was also making sure no other child like him would have to go through the same thing he did. Ice Release, Ice Dragon Crystal Blast. Haku conjured a dragon made of ice from his hands, which flew towards a cluster of red-clad Kirigakure ninja, dashing towards them. The dragon crashed against the group, shattering in a multitude of razor-sharp ice shards that flew in all directions. They have an ice release user. I thought all of them were killed. A Kirigakure defender shouted in disbelief. Not all of them, obviously. Anyway, let's finish the job ourselves. Another ninja replied. Yes, I'm the last of the Yuki clan. But you're truly foolish if you believe that my clan will disappear today, Haku coldly replied as he made several hand seals. Ice Release, Piercing Icicle Shot. This time, Haku made a rather large spear made of ice, which flew at the group of ninjas. However, this time he wouldn't catch them off guard, since one of them was making hand seals. Earth Release, Earth-style Wall. The Kiri defender slammed his palms into the ground, raising a thick stone wall that blocked the ice jutsu. They can use Earth Release, which can counter my jutsu, Haku said to nobody in particular. He then looked at Hinata, who was dispatching another Kiri ninja. Hinata-san, think you can crack that wall? After she was done, Hinata looked back at Haku and smiled. Leave that to me. The young Hyaga's hands flew through hand seals, before casting both hands forward. Lightning Release, Thunder Fang. Hinata's hands crackled with electricity as she released a mass of lightning from them. The shapeless mass soon took the form of a giant lion head. The lightning lion opened its mouth, letting out a metallic-sounding roar before crashing against the wall, blowing it up to pieces. Taking advantage of the opening, Zabuza dashed towards the cluster of enemies and started to engage them all at once. Despite the numerical advantage, they were having a hard time keeping up with the demon of the hidden mist. The hell? Zabuza's back. A Kiri ninja shouted. Indeed I am. I came here to finish what I started so many years ago. Now you can do the smart thing and run with your lives, or die pointlessly against me. I personally find the second option more amusing, Zabuza coolly told them. You traitorous bastard. You don't deserve that, Kiri ninja was about to say, but he was interrupted when something happened. Suddenly, circular ceiling patterns started to appear across the village. The rebels have already seen this once, they knew what was going to happen. "Everybody, get ready. Here they come!" Kurane shouted. And as expected, after a brief burst of smoke, large chakra golems were summoned by the ceiling patterns. The machines instantly activated with a metallic hum, and they quickly began to search for the invaders and end their lives. These golems are probably bound to the Mizu cage. Hopefully Naruto and Mei will finish their mission before we suffer too many losses, Kurane hoped as she prepared to fight an incoming golem. Not far from there, Naruto and Mei were moving through the village as silently as possible. Naruto felt the need to join his fellow Konoha ninja in the battlefield, especially those who were having a hard time against the golems, but in deep down he knew doing so would endanger more lives than it would save them. "How long until we reach the palace?" an impatient Naruto asked. "I think we're halfway there. If we keep this pace, it shouldn't take us more than half an hour to get there," Mei replied. "I see. In that case," Naruto then stopped and perked up. "I think somebody saw us. I'm sensing a group of 4 ninja getting closer. All of them Jonin level." Mei raised an eyebrow. "You didn't tell me you were also a sensor." "Normally I'm not, but Sage Mode also gives its user sensing abilities," Naruto explained. "Should we hide?" "No. They know we're here. Better take them out now than let them warn Yagura that we're going after him," Mei replied. Then again, she knew Yagura would be expecting her and would prepare accordingly. And here they come. And just like Naruto said, 4 red-clad ninja landed in front of them and unsheathed their katanas at once. Judging by their uniforms and older faces, it was easy to tell they were Jonin even if Naruto wasn't there to gauge their power. "Mei Terumi. What's a pretty traitor like you doing here, accompanied by a Konoha child?" one of the Jonin asked, a tall muscular man with short brown hair. "Yagura said he wanted you alive," another one said, this one being slimmer, with black hair tied in a slipknot. "But he also said that he'll understand if you have to die. Which means we don't have to hold back." A third one, a burly man with a large nose and a soul patch, said in delight as he charged towards the duo. "Die." Naruto met the man's charge with one of his own, and sank his fist on the man's gut, much to his disbelief. How?" he babbled. Naruto smirked, and delivered a punch with his other arm, sending the Kiri ninja flying into the horizon, much to everybody's amazement. "Kyoko!" the black-haired Kiri ninja cried. How that kid was able to do that? Such strength!" The fourth ninja, a younger man with light blue hair stammered. "Snap out of it, you cowards!" the muscular man yelled, as he made hand seals. "And don't let your guard down. Earth release, mountain hammer." The muscular ninja put a gigantic hammer made of stone from the ground and swung it at Naruto from above. The blonde sage merely raised a hand, which was enough to block the strike. The hammer's wielder was left speechless. "Impossible." "Sorry, that word isn't in my vocabulary," Naruto casually said as he snatched the hammer from his hands and swung it at the muscular ninja, sending him flying against a building. "That boy's too strong. Fall back." The other 2 ninja attempted to flee, but they found that Mei was cutting their escape. "Ah, you don't plan to leave without letting me have my share of fun, right?" Mei cooed as she made several hand seals. Water release, all-devouring maelstrom. The 2 remaining Kiri ninja found themselves inside a violent water tornado which sent them flying in different directions. "Good job," Naruto told her. "You too. You were right, Sage Mode is way more impressive than it looks at first glance," Mei admitted. Naruto couldn't help but smirk. "Trust me, you haven't seen anything yet." "In that case, we better get going." "I'd hate to keep Yagura waiting," Mei replied. Naruto nodded, and the 2 of them headed towards the now visible Mizukage Palace. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow successfully trapped 2 chakra golems, freezing them on the spot. But the mechanical monster's strength put a strain on the Nara, who struggled to keep them contained. "Come on Koji. It won't last much longer," Shikamaru urged. Koji rushed towards the golems, and clapped his hands together. Partial multi-size jutsu. Koji's arms swelled up, tripling in size. The Akimichi clan heir smashed one of the trapped golems with a powerful punch before smashing the remaining one to bits. Shikamaru was allowed to cancel his family's signature jutsu and fell on his butt, panting. I don't think I'll be able to do that too many times. The lazy Nara complained. Shikamaru, watch out. Ino called out. Suddenly, two Kiryumbu were leaping at Shikamaru, their katanas unsheathed. The Nara quickly got up and pulled out two kunao in a hopeless attempt to parry the two incoming strikes, but fortunately for him, something else took care of that. In less than a second, a red-headed woman stood between him and his attackers, parrying their blows with her own swords, resulting in a loud clang. The woman, Ameirai, struggled against the attackers in a double blade lock. God damn it, Pineapple Head, get your head out of the clouds. Ameirai complained, before the two red-clad Kiri ninja overwhelmed her and pushed her back. Troublesome woman. I'd like to see you trying to take on those golems. Shikamaru murmured. More enemies incoming. Ino warned. And true to her words, a batch of Kiri defenders arrived the scene. Some unsheathed their swords, while others made several hand seals. We'll take care of them. Shikamaru, Koji, with me. Asuma said as he started to make hand seals of his own. Fire release, ash pile burning. The youngest son of the third Hokage spewed a cloud of gunpowder from his mouth, while Shikamaru and Koji prepared another jutsu. Fire release, great flame jutsu. Both Shikamaru and Koji expelled a large stream of flames from their mouth directly into the cloud of gunpowder, igniting it instantly, resulting in a massive explosion that shielded them from the barrage of water jutsu aimed at them. Good work, but we need to URK. Suddenly, what appeared to be a gigantic needle with ninja wire attached to it came out of the ensuing cloud of smoke, impaling Asuma through the shoulder. Somebody pulled the wire backwards, making the sword to fly back as well. An extremely tall and lanky man wearing an umbu mask flew out of the cloud, caught the sword needle and fast as lightning, wrapped Asuma in ninja wire, leaving him completely immobilized. Asuma-sensei! Shikamaru cried. You must have a death wish coming here, the masked man said in a cold tone as he raised his strange weapon above Asuma. Let me grant you that wish then. However, before he had the chance to kill he tactical squad's sensei, a pair of spinning swords coated in electricity flew at him. Shit. The man cursed as he jumped back in order to avoid the swords, thus being forced to release Asuma. Upon missing their mark, the swords returned to Ameirai's hands. Leave that man alone, Kushimaru. It's me whom you have to fight, Ameirai declared, as she took a step forward. You know him? Ino asked. Ameirai nodded. Kushimaru courier. Umbu captain, and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The 2 remaining ones still loyal to Yagura. So that giant needle is one of the 7 swords then? Ino asked again. It might not look like much, but in the hands of an expert, it's a deadly weapon. And I'm afraid Kushimaru more than qualifies as an expert, Ameirai explained. Yeah, you got that right. And if you think I'm going to lower myself into a duel with you, then you're even crazier than your traitorous friends. Just because you have Raga's swords doesn't mean you're part of the 7, little girl. Kushimaru retorted. Ameirai's face contorted with rage. Little girl? I'm 18, you asshole. That's it, you're going down. I have no time to deal with brats with delusions of grandeur. Everybody, kill that girl, and take back the swords. Kushimaru ordered his men. A chorus of yes, sir, replied to the masked swordsman's order. Medic! An injured Kiri rebel cried in anguish. Incoming! Suzuki-kun, cover us! Sakura called. You've got it, Suzuki coolly replied as his hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Suzuki poured as much chakra as he could into the attack, and expelled a massive fireball towards the group of red-clad Kiri ninja. Unfortunately, a golem blocked the attack, and absorbed it into its body. Those walking pieces of scrap are going to be trouble. Suzuki grumbled. Not so boastful anymore, I see, Suijutsu chuckled, as he casually engaged an enemy ninja. Those things are hard to take down. And I didn't see you defeat one either, Suzuki snapped back. Sakura would be able to bring them down in one punch, but she's busy tending the injured. Sakura's not the only one able to do that. Karen protested, as she rushed forward while making a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 Karen clones popped into existence besides the original, and ran towards the golem in a tight formation. I'd like to see Sakura doing this. 6 Fists of Fury. Karen and her 5 clones leaped at a golem, their fists reared back, and wreathed in an intense, fire-like glow. The 6 punches connected, instantly shattering the mechanical construct. The original Karen wiped her hands, and her mouth curved into a confident grin, not unlike certain blonde. Ha! What about Dash? But Karen's gloats were interrupted by a chain of massive explosions engulfing her, that shook the ground and sent bursts of winds into every direction. Karen! Multiple Konoha ninja cried, her teammates among the loudest. But when the smoke dispelled, all what was left were the charred remains of a log. Whew, that was a close one. Better not get distracted like that, the real Karen said, panting heavily, as she walked towards Sasuke and Suijutsu. Did you see where the explosions came from? I'm almost sure they came from that guy, Suigtesta said, pointing out to the direction of the explosion. Flanked by multiple red-clad Kiri ninja, there was a man wearing a loose, pin-stripped light brown shirt, black pants, and stripped leg warmers. He had a brown beard tied into 2 braids, thick lips, and one of his eyes was covered by an eye patch. He was carrying a rather weird-looking sword. Damn, it's been a while since somebody managed to avoid my explosion jutsu. Just for that, I'll make sure your death is extra painful, girl, the weird man threatened. He then looked at the white-haired boy near her, and the one-eyed man smiled wickedly. Suijutsu. Wasn't expecting to see you again. Still in the losing side, as I can see. Who's this man? Sasuke asked, as he cautiously eyed the new enemy. A swordsman of the mist. Yes, he's Jinpachi Munashi, wielder of the splatter. His sword is also a scroll of self-replicating explosive tags. With it, he can create an infinite number of explosions, Suijutsu explained, before he fixed his eyes on the swordsman, and snarled. Shut your trap, Jinpachi. I am where I have to be. Really? Because somebody like you would fit better with us in the blood mist, than with that deluded woman. I mean, I can understand Zabuza siding with her being an even earlier traitor, but you? There's nothing that you love most than the smell of blood impregnating the air, Jinin replied. And you think I'll join the side that killed my brother? Suijutsu incredulously asked. Jinpachi merely shrugged. Hey, he got it coming. He thought that being the best swordsman who ever lived gave him free rein to do what he pleased. We simply proved him wrong, Jinpachi then frowned. And it seems that you're going to follow his footsteps to an early grave. You think so? Let's see who's going to whose funeral. The young swordsman shouted as he charged forward. Suijutsu, wait. Another Kiri ninja called, to no avail. Jinpachi's smirk widened as he adopted a fighting stance. Blast sword ninja art, exploding pile driver. Jinpachi slammed his sword into the ground, creating a line of explosions towards Suijutsu. The explosions caught the white-haired boy, who was launched backwards before slamming back into the ground. Or at least, what was left of him. Okami, that explosion liquefied him. Karen screamed in a mix of horror and disgust. I'm not dead. Suijutsu exclaimed as his head reformed from the liquid. The rest of his body started to reform as well. It takes more than that to take me out. Oh, I have more than that, trust me. Yet I know that the moment you lack the chakra to sustain your hydrification jutsu, you'll be as good as dead, Jinpachi laughed. Looking around, he noticed 2 chakra golems walking closer, and an idea formed on his mind. In fact, let's test how strong is that ability. Golems, focus on Suijutsu. While they didn't make any kind of acknowledgement, the golems started to walk towards the white-haired swordsman, now fully reformed, who instinctively took a couple steps backwards. Man, this ain't look good. Suijutsu whimpered. The golems then raised their respective arms with wrist-mounted cannons, and released 2 streams of fire at the Hojiki younger brother. It looks worse than bad. Suijutsu yelled as he tried to avoid the streams of fire aimed at him. Karen took a step forward, and made a hand seal. Adamantine sealing chains. Chains made of pure chakra shot from Karen's back, and wrapped themselves around one of the golems, immobilizing it. The chakra-absorbing seals started to flicker, but they did not activate. Whoa, it's not absorbing your jutsu. What gives? Suijutsu asked. These chains are able to bind the chakra of those wrapped around them, even mechanical monsters like these ones. Karen explained, as she struggled to keep the golem in check. Now go and deal with the other. Suijutsu didn't have to be told twice, as the other mechanical construct stomped at him. It raised its arm cannon once again. Oh no, you won't. Suijutsu raised an arm as well and a huge water sphere started to form. Water release, water missile. Suijutsu fired the water blast, which collided against the stream of fire, resulting in an explosion of steam. Before the golem had any time to react, Suijutsu was already leaping at it, his fist reared back. Take this, you walking piece of scrap. Water release, great water arm jutsu. Suijutsu's right arm swelled up, becoming unnaturally large and muscular, and used it to deliver a devastating punch to the golem, which broke apart upon absorbing the impact. The golem done for, Suijutsu's arm returned to normal, and the boy started to pant heavily. "Aw man, this is going to hurt a lot tomorrow," Suijutsu complained. "Ew. That was so gross," Karen mentioned as she used her super strength to tear the golem to pieces with her chains. Suijutsu looked at Karen and shot her a devious smirk. "Yeah, you say that, but deep down I know you only say it to mask how badly you want this body," Suijutsu said as he made a pose. "I have a boyfriend." Karen protested. "And stop being a creep, we have a battle to win, you moron. Are all Konoha girls this bitchy, or just you?" Suijutsu asked as he shrugged. While Karen and Suijutsu argued as they faced more enemy Kiri ninja, Sasuke decided to face Jinpachi, after identifying him as the bigger threat. Something Jinpachi himself took no time to notice. "So, what's with you, pretty guy? Think you can take me on?" Jinpachi asked in a mocking tone. Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life as he fixed a glare on the Kiri swordsman. "It would be possible. It all depends on how much of your power comes from your sword, and how much comes from you." "An Uchiha, I see," Jinpachi said, noticing the Sharingan. "I've always wanted to fight one of you, but your clan being wiped out made that rather improbable. Yet here you are. Fate seems to be smiling upon me today." Sasuke frowned, as he tightly gripped the handle of his katana. "Let's see if you think your fate favors you after you got to fight me. You seem to be pretty confident in your ability. Typical of your clan. That's why you guys thought you could pull a coup d'etat in your village, yet look at what happened," Jinpachi replied in a mocking tone. "And trust me, the result is going to be the same here." In the past, Sasuke would have let out a savage cry and mindlessly charge at the one-eyed swordsman for bringing up such a sore and sensitive topic. But after the Chunin exams incident, Shizuan and Shisui pretty much forced him to learn how to keep his anger in check and not be carried away by it. So this time, Sasuke merely deepened his frown. "Did I touch a nerve?" "Boo-hoo," Jinpachi replied in a mock childish tone, before he smirked wickedly. "When I kill you, I'll gouge out your eyes. But I won't use them to replace my missing eye, or even sell them. No, I'll keep them in a jar, and will be displayed as a trophy. How does that sound? You assume you can take my eyes?" Sasuke replied as he charged forward, tired of exchanging words with the bearded swordsman. Fire release, burning edge. Sasuke's blade was wreathed in flames. Jinpachi chuckled upon seeing it. "Not bad. But nowhere near enough to help you," Jinpachi said as he prepared to attack. Blast sword ninja art, exploding pile driver. Jinpachi slammed his sword forward, creating a line of explosions. Sasuke already guessed he would do that, given it was what he did when Suijutsu charged at him. However, Sasuke was ready, and used a couple of body flickers to dodge the line of explosions, and appeared behind him. He had noticed that, while powerful, Jinpachi was vulnerable the seconds after he attacked, and that's when Sasuke would deliver the killing blow. "Got you," Sasuke thought as he sunk his fire sword into Jinpachi's unprotected back. However, Jinpachi then did something that Sasuke wasn't expecting. He exploded. His Sharingan noticed less than a second before his body detonated what was going to happen, which allowed him to reinforce his whole body with chakra in order to survive the explosion, but even then, the explosion did a lot of damage, as he was violently flung against a wall. "Didn't your Sharingan catch that, pretty boy?" Jinpachi asked in the same mocking tone, as he was standing in the roof of a nearby one-story house. "You've been fighting an exploding clone all this time. As you can see, my mastery of explosives goes beyond the splatter. Now let's end this already. Blast Sword Ninja Art, Bombardment Wave." Jinpachi delivered a wide swing, releasing a multitude of explosive notes at Sasuke, which flew at him at a much faster speed than they should despite being made of paper. The Uchiha wasted no time and made several hand seals. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Sasuke expelled a multitude of fireballs that he directed towards the incoming explosive notes. The two attacks collided, creating a multitude of explosions, which resulted in a rather large cloud of smoke forming between the two. "Not bad, Uchiha, not bad. But once again, not good enough." Jinpachi chuckled behind the wall of smoke. "I'm getting tired of his explosions." Sasuke grumbled, as he thought of a way to counter them. He was tempted to activate his Burning Man, but realized that being covered in fire when fighting a guy that uses explosions wasn't the most sound of strategies. He also refused to use the main Jikyo Sharingan a second time. Not just because of the mental and physical strain, but just like Itachi had challenged him, he wanted to see how far he could go before he was forced to rely on such a power. "No time to sleep!" Jinpachi yelled as he jumped out of the cloud of smoke. He swung his sword once again. Blast Sword Ninja Art, Blasting Bridle Repeating Death. The explosive scroll unraveled, and surrounded Sasuke in a wide area around him, cutting off any escape route. He doubted he could activate Susanoo in time in order to avoid an untimely end. "Now die already!" However, before the chain of explosions could reduce him to ashes, Sasuke felt a familiar chain wrapping around his body and pulling him up, saving him from the ring of explosions. When his feet touched the floor again, he was in a roof of a nearby building, surrounded by his team, and a bunch of Kiri ninja. "Good one, Karin." "That was a close one," Shizun complimented the redhead. "Sasuke-kun, are you okay?" Sakura asked and started to heal Sasuke before he could reply. "You thought you could take Jinpachi on? You crazy bastard." Suijutsu chuckled, shaking his head. "Well, that's exactly what you tried to do not long ago." Karin fired back on Sasuke's behalf. "So you're not the best one to talk." Regardless of that, Suijutsu isn't entirely wrong. Trying to fight a much experienced ninja without proper intel on his abilities was foolish, Sasuke-kun, Shizun stated in a mildly chastising tone. "I know," Sasuke begrudgingly admitted. "Then again, you must have learned something about that guy, right?" Sakura inquired. "He has a sword that can produce infinite explosive tags that he can use in a variety of ways. However, his power isn't limited to that sword either, as it has several explosive jutsu of his own," Sasuke explained. "While his offensive power is formidable, I find his defense is lacking, since he's left wide open whenever he attacks. I tried to exploit that, but I was unsuccessful." "Maybe not on your own, but together we can bring that man down," Shizun told him. "All right, listen everybody, this is the plan." "All right, this zone it's clear. We should move to the next," Kurane stated, as she saw the few defenders left falling back. "It's not," Hinata quickly replied. "I'm seeing reinforcements coming this way. Let them come, and I shall reward their bravery with a swift death," Zabuza said as he held his executioner's blade in front of his eyes. "Any golems with them?" Kurane asked. Hinata shook her head. "Thankfully none." "Good. This should make things a bit easier," Kurane said, a bit relieved. But that relief didn't last long when the defenders' reinforcements arrived, and the attackers found themselves once again outnumbered. Leading the group of regular ninja and Umbu, there was a young man with dull brown hair and, oddly enough, bright pink eyes. "You managed to reach deep into our village, invaders, but you won't advance any further," the commander claimed in an almost theatrical tone as he pulled out a pair of sayas. As long as I, Degura Karatachi, son of the 4th Mizukage, is here to stop you. Degura's men cheered in unison at his short but inspiring boast. Attack! He ordered. Everybody, meet them on. Send them to hell. Zabuza ordered his own troops. I'll take on his leader. Zabuza then felt a hand touching his shoulder. Turning around, he saw it was Haku. Actually, I'd wish if you let me fight Degura-san, instead, Haku suggested. This is no time for games, Haku. Degura is the Mizukage's son. If we capture him alive, we will have a valuable hostage that might help us make Yagura surrender, Zabuza explained. I know that, but this is something I need to do, Haku insisted. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Besides, you trained me, Zabuza-sama. That should be enough. Zabuza couldn't help but smirk under his mask. Using my pride against me? That's low. And something I'd approve. Now go, but be careful. I'm sure that guy's a jonin. Haku smiled in return. Don't worry, Zabuza-sama, everything will turn out fine. The ice ninja headed towards the enemy commander, Yagura's son, who was fighting a random Kiri rebel. Haku made a couple of hand seals. Ice release, 1,000 needles of death. Haku formed multiple ice needles from the air's moisture, and flew at Degura. The whistle they made as they moved alerted the Mizukage's son, who noticed the incoming attack, disengaged the opponent he was fighting, and expertly parried all the projectiles with his sais as he jumped back. Haku then jumped in front of him. Hello, Degura-san. My name is Haku Yuki, and I will be your opponent, Haku said in an overly polite tone. I don't care who you are. You're just another rebel that needs to be put down. Degura replied as he made several hand seals. Winged Nightmare Jutsu. Motioning his hands forward, Degura released a massive flock of bats that flew at Haku, making disgusting chirping noises. Though the ice ninja was far from its only target, as the bats also attacked nearby Konoha and Kiri rebels. Not letting the bats distract him, Haku prepared his counter-attack. Ice release, certain kill ice spears. Haku unleashed a multitude of long and sharp ice spikes from his body, impaling most the bats which poofed into tiny clouds of smoke which were attacking him. This drew Degura's attention. An ice release user. Interesting, I thought all of you had been wiped out, Degura observed. I do get that a lot. Not to my pleasure, might I add, Haku replied. And do you know why I'm the last of my kind? Like I said before, I don't care, Degura dismissed as he prepared to attack again. Too bad, because you're going to hear it anyway, Haku cut him off, as he continued talking. Because of your father's policies and way to run Kirigakure. Thanks to the blood mist, ninjas are seen as little more than bloodthirsty murderers and barbarians in the eyes of the citizens of the Land of Water, as well as the rest of the elemental nations. So what? We never cared what other villages think about us. Kirigakure was on its deadbed after the Third War, and my father renewed its strength. Degura replied. You should care, given that this invasion is a direct product of your barbaric practices, Haku replied. And do you know what else was a direct product of your father's ruling? The bloodline purges. Ninja are heavily feared and distrusted among the common people, and those with bloodline limits even more. That's why my mother was killed by the same people she called friends and family, with me barely surviving. And you think that your family's loss was my father's fault somehow? Ha! Degura replied, making more hand seals again. Sound wave jutsu. Ice release, ice barrier. Haku slammed his hands into the ground, erecting an ice wall between himself and his current enemy. While the sound waves shattered it, the jutsu used all of its power to take it down, leaving Haku unharmed. My family was far from the only one which was lost to the madness your father is perpetuating. That's why he needs to be removed from power, one way or another, Haku calmly said. Lies. All you want to do is depose my father so you can rule Kirigakure yourselves. And I'd die before seeing it in the control of traitors and their Konoha scum allies. Degura then cut the palm of his hand, and made several hand seals, before slamming them on the ground. Summoning jutsu. After the initial smoke explosion, Haku saw that Degura was now riding a gigantic bat, almost as big as Sasuke's hawk summons. You shall not destroy what my family has fought so hard to build. Deidara declared. Haku let out a defeated sigh. Guess there's no way to convince you of your wrong ways. In that case, I won't hold back anymore, Haku ominously said as he made a hand seal. Suddenly, a burst of icy winds came from his body, as he was surrounded by a blue and white aura that sparkled with the rays of sunlight. The ground around him started to freeze at a fast pace. Ice release, walking winter. Long sword ninja art, wire crucifixion. Kushimaru's tactic was a wicked one. He'd trap everybody with his jutsu involving the sewing needle and ninja wire, while his troops stopped anybody who attempted to cut the wire in order to release their allies. And the monsters leaving them alive, just to savor their suffering. He won't even give them an honorable death, Ameirai thought in disgust. Alright, time to end this nonsense. Thunder Sword Ninja Art, Eye of the Storm. Ameirai crossed her swords in front of her face in an X, producing a white electric flash. The red-headed Kunoichi began to rapidly spin with her arms spread forward, turning into a deadly electrical spinning top. Several enemy ninja tried to stop her. Water release, water gun. Multiple water projectiles flew at her. However, Ameirai managed to dodge them without stopping her spinning. She was aware that she was left wide open when using that jutsu, that's why she developed a way to dodge attacks even if she was spinning. And while most enemies managed to avoid her deadly slashes, her true target, the ninja wire, did not. When several of the wires were cut, most of Kushimaru's victims were released. Bring some medics here, now. Ameirai ordered. So far, Ino was one of the very few medics supporting that division, and right now, she was busy healing Asuma's shoulder wound. Are you feeling better, Asuma-sensei? Ino asked, just as she finished healing the wound. Yes. I don't think the pain will go away completely for the time being, but I think I can fight, Asuma said as he stood up. We need to take out that swordsman. With their commander gone, dealing with the rest shouldn't be hard, Shikamaru suggested. Easier said than done. Any plan, Shikamaru? Asuma hopefully asked. Shikamaru shot his sensei a confident smirk. Meanwhile, Ameirai continued to fight Kushimaru. Or better said, Ameirai fought off the red-clad Kiri ninja who got in her way as she made her way to the tall, masked swordsman. Her already scant patience was reaching its limit. Stop throwing this rabble at me and face me in a duel, you coward. Ameirai angrily shouted as she dispatched an enemy Kiri-chinin. I might, given that you're starting to get on my nerves. Not to mention you're daring to defile Raga's swords, Kushimaru replied as he pierced a rebel with the sewing needle. Ragas? These are my swords. I earned them. And I'm way better than that fish-lipped psycho obsessed with funerals. Ameirai protested. Finally, Kushimaru ignored the rest of the Konoha and Kiri rebels, and focused his attention on Ameirai. In that case, show me that you're worthy of them, Kushimaru taunted. Ameirai grinned in anticipation. I'm more than happy to oblige, she said as she crossed her blades in an X. Lightning release, lightning fang. From the intersection of the crossed swords, several bolts of lightning flew towards the masked swordsman, finding its mark. The electric blast produced an explosion, but when the smoke dispelled, all what was left was a charred log. Body replacement. Damn it. Ameirai cursed as she looked around. Enough of these tricks. Show yourself already. Suddenly, the sewing needle burst from underground below her, piercing her lower body. URK. She choked, spitting blood, and forcing her to drop her swords. Still, bad move, Ameirai said as she made a hand seal, and her hands started to crackle with electricity. Like hell I'm going to let you. Kushimaru said as he motioned his sword. Long sword secret art, wire crucifixion. More ninja wire wrapped around Ameirai's arms, forcing them apart, stopping her from making hand seals, and thus using ninjutsu. She struggled to break free, but the wire was wrapped really tight around her. See how easy it was to defeat you, pretender. Kushimaru mocked, as he walked towards her. Now, let's recover what belongs to our village. Human bullet tank. A huge shadow loomed over Kushimaru as he saw what appeared to be a gigantic red sphere falling towards him. However, he was fast enough to avoid being crushed to pulp. The human boulder wasn't done, as it rolled at the masked swordsman at high speed. He tossed his sword at it, but much to his chagrin, it bounced back, forcing him to dodge the incoming bulldozing sphere as well. While Kushimaru was busy, Asuma got closer to Ameirai and cut the ninja wire trapping her. "Are you okay?" Asuma asked as he helped the younger ninja stand up. "I've been better," Ameirai sourly replied. "Don't worry, Ino will patch you up. But first, we need to deal with that guy," Asuma pointed out. "My students are on it. Let's make sure nobody else gets in the way of their fight. I admit that, from what I've seen, they're good, but are they good enough to take out a member of the Seven Swordsmen who's also a veteran of the Third Ninja War?" Ameirai asked, not being able to repress a sense of shared pride with their enemy. Asuma just smirked. "Wait and see." Back to the battle, Koji had returned to his normal shape, and moved to attack the masked swordsman. Partial multi-size jutsu. Koji's arm grew in size once again, and clenching his fist, he tried to smash Kushimaru under it. However, the tall ninja proved to be too nimble for such an imprecise attack, and easily dodged it. "Too slow," Kushimaru mocked. He jumped over the still enlarged arm, and ran towards Koji as he threw the sewing needle at him. But much to his confusion, Koji smirked. He then enlarged his other arm, and used it to catch the flying sword. It grazed his skin a little, but it was nothing major. "Guys, I have it. I got his weapon. Go for it," Koji happily said. "You're so naive, kid," Kushimaru said with a chuckle as he rushed towards Koji. He pulled the ninja wire still attached to the sword, but thanks to Koji's increased strength, he was unable to retrieve it. Koji in return pulled back with even greater force, launching Kushimaru forward, just like the swordsman wanted. He then used the momentum to spin around Koji, wrapping him in ninja wire, and forcing him to drop the sewing needle, which Kushimaru easily recovered. "What do you say now, kid?" Mind-body disturbance jutsu. Kushimaru jumped out of the way just as Ino cast one of her family's most used jutsu. The masked swordsman looked at Ino, still holding that ridiculous pose, and laughed. "If it's not becoming clear by now, I fought your clans during the Third Ninja War. I know how to counter all of your jutsu," Kushimaru boasted. "Plus I'm older and more experienced. My instincts and senses can't be fooled. Counter this then." "Shadow imitation jutsu," Shikamaru said, as he once again used his family's signature ability. Kushimaru just shook his head. "You know, some people would have some qualms about kill or even just seriously harm children. Unfortunately for you, I'm not one of them." As the shadow came close to him, Kushimaru rushed towards the Narachinin, who constantly redirected the jutsu in an effort to catch him, but once again he proved to be too fast. When he was close enough, he prepared his sword to impale Shikamaru. "Die!" he shouted as he threw his weapon as if it were a javelin. At that distance, the Nara wouldn't be able to dodge it. Then, something unthinkable happened. A Kiri ninja jumped in the way, getting promptly impaled by the sewing needle. However, it wasn't a rebel who tried to selflessly save Shikamaru's life, but one of the Red Clan Kiri ninja fighting under Kushimaru's orders. "What the hell are you doing, you idiot?" Kushimaru bellowed. I don't know. My body moved on its own." The poor impaled ninja cried, while coughing blood. "Moved on its own? But how?" Kushimaru wondered, and then remembered Ino's attack. "That blonde bitch. That jutsu wasn't aimed at me, but at one of my men." "That's correct. And now that you're that close to me, there's no way for you to escape my jutsu," Shikamaru claimed, as he used the shadow imitation jutsu once again. "That's what you think," Kushimaru said as he jumped backwards, pulling the ninja wire in order to retrieve the sewing needle. At that distance, he was sure he could avoid Shikamaru's jutsu. His keen senses would allow him to detect any kind of danger his eyes didn't see. From this distance dash. "I still caught you," Shikamaru flatly said. "What?" Kushimaru indignantly cried. Much to his shock, Shikamaru's shadow had touched his, and thus he was unable to move. How? That's impossible. The ninja wire your sword uses also projects a shadow, which I can use as a conductor for my jutsu, Shikamaru explained, as he shot the masked ninja a smug smile. You thought that just because you fought our parents, you already had us figured out, don't you? Ino asked Kushimaru. You should know that the new generation will always surpass the one that came before. Hold him still. Amairi called, as she held her swords up in the air, which started to crackle with electricity. Thunder Sword Ninja Art, Lightning Redirection. A lightning bolt fell from the skies, which was absorbed by Amairi's swords. She then motioned the thunder swords in Kushimaru's direction, releasing all the stored electricity. The blast was powerful enough to end his life in a matter of seconds, and Kushimaru's lifeless, smoking body fell forward with a thud, releasing the sewing needle. We did it! Koji cried in joy. Yay, go tactical squad! Ino squealed, pumping her fist in the air. Don't celebrate it yet, brats. We might have taken out one of the commanders, but this battle is still far from over. Amairi called out. Amairi-san is right. We need to continue pushing forward. And don't let your guard down, Asuma added. The three Chunin nodded, and rejoined the rest of the rebel army in their onslaught. Meanwhile, not far away from there, another fight with the swordsmen of the mist continued. Sasuke, this time aided by the rest of his team, as well as many other Kiri rebels, were trying to take down Jinpachi Munashi. Blast Sword Ninja Art, Blast Wave. Jinpachi slammed his sword into the ground, creating several waves of explosions that spread outwards. Some of them even hit his own men. Jinpachi-sama. An unfortunate Kiri ninja cried after being caught in an explosion. If you get in the way, don't cry to me because you get hurt. Jinpachi chided the wounded ninja. If you treat your own men like that, then your defeat is all but assured, Shizun told the swordsman. Jinpachi chuckled. Those who let themselves be killed are weak, and there's no room in Kirigakure for the weak. Even if it's you who killed them. Shizun fired back. If he was unable to dodge my attack, then he deserved to die, as so do all of you foreign invaders. Jinpachi shouted as he charged forwards. Shizun made several hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. Tsunade's first apprentice released a torrent of water from her mouth, stopping Jinpachi on his tracks, and pushing him backwards. Sasuke-kun, Sakura, now! Shizun called. Sasuke and Sakura jumped from the sides, Sasuke holding his fire-wreathed katana, and Sakura's fist surrounded by fiery blue chakra. However, before they could attack, Jinpachi unfurled more explosive tag roll and enveloped himself with it. Blast Sword Ninja Art, Exploding Barricade. Karin, your turn. Shizun called. Jinpachi realized that they were expecting him to do that, but it was too late. The explosions went off, but before they could catch Sasuke and Sakura, Karin pulled them out with her chakra chains. Shizun, meanwhile, proceeded on the offensive again. I have something your little explosions won't be able to protect you from. Poison Mist. Shizun released a purple-colored, poisonous cloud from her mouth, which quickly moved towards Jinpachi cursed, and jumped backwards. Shizun jumped inside her own poisonous cloud, and a second later she came out of it, kunao in both hands ready to engage the swordsman. You're immune to your own poison. Oh, I see your plan. You want to stall me here and wait until the poison cloud reaches us. You'll be fine, but I will more than likely die, Jinpachi deduced. It seems that there's a brain under that skull. Not that guessing my strategy will be of any help, Shizun replied, as she engaged Jinpachi in a duel. We'll see about that. Blast Sword Ninja Art, Exploding Pile Driver. Jinpachi motion slammed his sword into the ground, generating a line of explosions. From this distance, she won't be able to dodge them. Sasuke, Sakura, attack again. Shizun said as she was engulfed by an explosion. What? Jinpachi said in shock. So she goaded me to attack her in order to be left wide open. Sasuke and Sakura tried to attack again, but even if Jinpachi couldn't use his blast sword again like he did before, he managed to jump back, avoiding being gutted by flaming sword, and seeing how Sakura's punch opened a large crater in the ground. You almost got me there, you brats. Your sensei died for nothing. But you'll need something more than dash. Water release, great water arm jutsu. A gigantic fist, not unlike a certain Akimika's, connected with Jinpachi's one-eyed face, sending him crashing against the ground, dropping the splatter as well. That was for my brother, you one-eyed son of a bitch. Suijutsu spat. I'll take care of this, Karen said as she caught the explosive sword. Not killing your allies has a lot of advantages, as you can see, Sakura told the downed swordsman in a mocking tone. Despite the immense pain, Jinpachi tried to stand back, but when he tried to, he was pelted by a rain of senbon, much to his surprise thrown by Shizuan. What? How can you be alive? Nobody survives my explosions. Jinpachi protested. True, but you didn't kill the real me. While I was hidden in my poison mist, I created a shadow clone and sent it to fight you in my place, while I remained unseen, Shizuan explained. You bitch. Jinpachi cried in anger. Shizuan smiled in a condescending way. Stick and stones, Jinpachi, stick and stones. Now, Sasuke-kun, Sakura, would you kindly finish this off? Sasuke and Sakura nodded, placed themselves at the opposite sides of Jinpachi, and made several hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Earth release, earth dragon bullets. Sasuke's fireball and Sakura's flammable mud bullets crashed against Jinpachi, engulfing him in a multitude of explosions, and the swordsman ceased to be. A fitting end for one of the splatter's most infamous wielders. They finally did it. After sneaking through plenty of battles, forcing Naruto and Mei to repress their urges to help their comrades, they had finally reached the Mizukage's palace. The palace was a three-story building, whose architectonic style was much refined than most of the village's buildings. To complement its beauty, it was surrounded by patches of green grass, as well multiple fountains. It had a giant kanji of water drawn on it on the facade. There were several ninja standing guard on the outside. Since the battles were still far away from the palace, these ninja weren't expecting an attack anytime soon. Naruto and Mei were about to prove them wrong. Hidden behind a fountain, the two of them inspected the zone. Okay Naruto, from this point on, stealth is no longer necessary. But before we attack, can you feel Yagura inside the palace? Mei asked the blonde sage. Naruto closed his eyes for a second, and nodded. Yes, I'm sensing tailed beast chakra inside the palace. It has to be Yagura. Can you sense how many guards are inside? Naruto checked once again. Besides Yagura, I'm counting about 12 or so people. Their chakra is strong, but they shouldn't be a problem. They're the Mizukage's personal guard. While not the 7 swordsmen, they're still elite ninja. Even so, we shouldn't waste much energy with them, or else Yagura will crush us, Mei instructed. Do you have a plan? Naruto asked. Mei bit a finger and started making hand seals. We lure them out, dispatch them, break into the palace, and kill Yagura. Much easier said than done, but that's the best I have. Summoning jutsu. Mei slammed her hand into the ground, and both she and Naruto found themselves standing on a massive sea squid. What the hell? One of the guards asked, before he was snatched by a tentacle. His partners followed the same fate. Wasting no time, Mei made more hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire jutsu. Mei took a deep breath, and released a massive stream of fire right at the palace's facade, opening a hole in its second floor. Akamaru-san, take care of the guards. Naruto-kun, follow me. Mei ordered both her summon and Naruto. Naruto nodded and both she and Mei infiltrated the palace through the hole she had opened. Mei let Naruto lead her to where Yagura was no doubt waiting for them. A couple jonin cut them off. Stop right there. One of the jonin called. Mei replied by making more hand seals. Boil release, skilled mist jutsu. Once again, Mei breathed a cloud of highly acidic mist at the two enemy ninja. However, one of them was ready to counter it. Water release, water wave. The Kiri jonin expelled a stream of water that quickly dispelled the acid mist. Smart. Since boil release is a combination of water and fire, it's still weak to water. Oh well, this changes nothing, Mei confidently thought. Naruto pulled out and activated his wind blade, which projected a white, flame-like chakra blade. One of the Jonin unsheathed his katana, and went to meet Naruto in combat. You pretend to defeat a Kiri ninja in a sword-fighting duel? Such arrogance! The Jonin laughed as he and Naruto fought. However, the moment their blades clashed, Naruto's cut his as if it was made of butter. What? I'm not pretending. I'm doing it, Naruto said with a confident smirk. He then punched at the Kiri ninja, who dodged his fist by moving aside. But much to his shock, he felt as if the fist had connected even if he clearly had avoided it. And it packed such force, he was knocked unconscious. Kademaru! The other ninja cried. Who the hell are you? Lava release, lava shuriken. The other ninja was so focused on Naruto, he didn't notice Mei, and that proved to be fatal. His life came to an end the moment 3 shuriken made of burning lava embedded into his body, burning it from the inside out. Good work, Naruto-kun, Mei praised. Naruto grinned at her. Hehe, thanks. It was a nice warm-up. His face became serious again. Yagura just went to the roof. He's not alone. I think he's waiting for us. Mei's expression hardened, as she nodded. In that case, let's not keep him waiting. Unimpeded, Naruto and Mei climbed the stairs to the roof of the palace where, true to Naruto's word, Yagura was there, alongside some blonde woman. The Mizukage was watching the battles that were taking place still far from the palace. It appeared that he didn't notice the 2 newcomers. Hello, Mei-san. I was expecting you, Yagura said, without turning around. Let's cut the formalisms, Yagura. You know why I'm here, Mei firmly said as she crossed her arms. It's Mizukage-sama, you traitorous bitch. The kunoichi snapped at Mei. Yagura then held her hand. Relax, Aiko-chan. Fretting over such thing is a waste of energy. Who's that woman? Naruto whispered Mei. Aiko, Yagura's wife. While not as strong as him, we shouldn't underestimate her either. She's a Jonin, Mei told the blonde Jinchuriki. Yagura turned around, and looked at the 2 rebels, while at the same time allowing Naruto to get a good look at him. What? But, he's a child. A child is the Mizukage? And he's married to an older woman. Naruto asked in shock. Despite my appearance, I'm not a child, you brat, Yagura said in a dark tone. He then glared at Mei. I'm seriously hoping you brought something more than this slow-minded kid to take me down, Mei-san. You talk about not judging people by their appearances, yet you have no problem doing the same, Mei retorted. Despite his young age, Naruto-kun here is one of the strongest ninja Konoha has to offer. She's not lying, dear. His chakra is both immense and very strong. I believe he may be a Jinchuriki, Aiko warned her husband. You failed to seduce Yotakata, so you went to Konoha and begged them to loan you their Jinchuriki in a vain attempt to depose me. Pitiful, Yagura spat. What did they make you promise them in return? Some of the 7 swords? All of them? Secret techniques? Clan secrets? Our resources? Or will you simply turn Kirigakure into Konoha's lapdog? Even if that were true, it would still be better than what Kirigakure is now, Mei spat back. Listen, no more blood needs to be spilled today. It may sound unbelievable, but we have reasons to believe that somebody has been messing with your mind. You're under somebody else's mind control. Lies. If that were true, I would have noticed it. I'm his wife, on top of a censor. Aiko protested. That's the thing, you don't notice anything. Naruto countered, I've been mind controlled before, and it makes you think that everything's fine. But it's not. Deep down, you know there's something wrong, but you don't know what it is. You are right. It sounds unbelievable, as well as stupid. A desperate bid to avoid a fight you know you can't win, Yagura told her. I know I can defeat you, Yagura. I just simply don't want to kill a man that's just a victim of somebody else's crimes, Mei sorrowfully said. I think I've heard enough, Yagura said, as he and Aiko prepared to fight. Try not to die too soon, and give me an entertaining fight. Likewise, Mei and Naruto prepared for battle, knowing that they were going to face an opponent unlike any other. The future of Kirigakure would be decided on the outcome of this battle. Chapter 49. The Invasion of Kirigakure, Part 2. Or The Shadows in the Water. I won't be the one dying today, Yagura. I won't rest until the blood mist becomes a thing of the past, and such thing can't happen as long as you're Mizukage, Mei said as she started making hand seals. Boil release, skilled mist jutsu. Mei opened the fight with one of her two bloodline limits, releasing a cloud of corrosive mist at the opposing duo. Yagura took a step forward, positioning himself between the attack and his wife, as he made hand seals of his own. Stand back, Aiko-chan, Yagura took a deep breath. Wind release, passing typhoon. Yagura blew a powerful gust of wind that easily dispelled Mei's attack. It had such force that Mei and Naruto were nearly blown away. Aiko took the chance to attack as well. She made a hand seal. Water release, famine mist. A thin mist started to envelop the roof of the palace. However, unlike other times Naruto had seen a mist jutsu, mostly from Haku, the mist wasn't thick enough to block vision. Naruto, this isn't the usual mist jutsu, Mei warned him, as if reading his thoughts. I don't know what it does, but stay alert just in case. Then the best solution will be dispel it as soon as possible. Naruto reasoned as his hands ran through hand seals. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Naruto thrust his hand forward, casting an horizontal tornado. However, Naruto noticed that the jutsu was weaker than usual, and only succeeded in stirring the mist, which quickly reformed. The hell? Naruto indignantly asked. You foolish child. This mist dampens the ninjutsu used by the enemy, while at the same time enhances mine. Aiko gloated as she made several hand seals. Water release, water gun. Aiko expelled a powerful torrent from her mouth at the duo. Instinctively, Mei reacted by using a jutsu of her own. Earth release, earth-style wall. A wall emerged, getting in the way between Mei and Aiko's attack, but much to the rebel leader's surprise, Aiko's water jutsu tore through Mei's earth wall, before the attack blasted her backwards. Fortunately, the wall at least had absorbed some of the jutsu's original power, and it didn't make as much damage as it could. Didn't you hear what I said? My ninjutsu is stronger while yours is weaker. Elemental weaknesses become irrelevant. Aiko stated. Thanks to his sage mode, Naruto could sense that Aiko was supporting the mist with her own chakra. Even then, the chakra consumption rate was very low, and Aiko had a respectable chakra pool. Waiting until she ran out of chakra wasn't an option. They had to take her down first if they wanted to have any chance against Yagura. Mei. If we take out Aiko, the mist will vanish. We have to focus on her first. Naruto shouted as he pulled out his trusty wind blade. Upon channeling his chakra, the weapon projected a white, flame-like energy blade. Let's hope the mist doesn't affect my wind blade either. Now armed, Naruto dashed towards the female Jonin, but he was intercepted by the Mizukage. Naruto's wind blade clashed against what appeared to be a rather large black club with uneven-sized hooks on its ends, and oddly enough, a green flower on the larger hook. Much to his surprise, the club resisted the wind blade's swipe. You're more foolish than I thought if you think I'm going to let you get my wife, Yagura replied in a threatening tone. Naruto ignored Yagura's words and focused on the staff. He's channeling chakra through it. That's why he manages to make it durable enough to resist my wind blade. Boy, this is getting harder by the second. And the mist may weaken my sword as well. Still, thanks to his senjutsu enhanced strength, Naruto was able to overpower Yagura and push him backwards. Naruto then ran past him and headed for the kunoichi. I'm not afraid of you, Konoha scum. Aiko challenged as she prepared to fight. Yagura, however, wasn't planning to go back on what he said a second earlier. Get away from her. Earth release, mud trap. Much to his shock, the ground around him turned into mud, rendering him immobile as his feet were stuck on it. He struggled to get out of it. Naruto, now. Mei called. Naruto didn't need to be told twice, and prepared to strike the Mizukage's wife down. Aiko unsheathed her katana and used it to parry Naruto's swing, but unlike Yagura, she didn't channel chakra through her weapon to make it stronger, and the wind blade cut through her katana as if it was made of butter. What? Aiko asked in shock. Naruto attacked once, again, and this time, Aiko was forced to dodge the swing, lest she fall prey to its ridiculous cutting power. Despite the power of such weapon, Aiko noticed the boy's swings were unrefined and slightly brutish. He more than likely didn't have anything more than basic sword fighting training. Aiko pulled out a few shuriken from her tool pouch and tossed them at Naruto. As she was expecting, Naruto used his wind blade to parry them away, and she used that window of opportunity to attack. Rushing at Naruto, she extended her hand. Water release, water blade. Like the name of the jutsu implied, a sword of water materialized in her extended hand, and ran her makeshift weapon into Naruto's gut. "You're dead!" Aiko shouted before, much to her shock, she saw her sword breaking upon hitting the blonde, almost as if he was made of steel. "What?" Naruto took advantage of the woman's astonishment and kicked her in the chest with such force that she was sent flying away before she fell onto the roof of another building. Even if she wasn't moving, Naruto sensed that she was still alive. The mist dispelled instantly. "Good work, Naruto. One less problem." Mei cheered, just as Yagura overpowered her mud trap. With Aiko out of the fight, taking out Yagura would be much easier. "That was a mistake," Yagura said in an icy tone. "Your wife is still alive." "She's just unconscious," Naruto tried to reassure him. But it was too late. Orange chakra started to form around Yagura, enveloping him in a fiery aura. The aura vaguely took the shape of a turtle with 3 long tails. "Get ready, Naruto." Even if we got rid of Aiko, the fight had become much harder, the rebel leader grimly noted. In another part of Kirigakure, Kojuro and Kumarai were leading an offensive against what their intelligence believed it was Kiri's chakra golem factory, hidden under a mere textile workshop. They were doing a good job so far, but the arrival of reinforcements forced them to fall back. Where did these reinforcements came from? Kojuro asked as he engaged a rather skilled Umbu. These ninja were probably guarding the docks. By this point, they must have realized that we don't plan to attack the docks in any way, so they're moving their remaining forces here, Kumarai explained as he engaged another red-clad Yagura loyalist. "We need some time to fall back and regroup, Kumarai-san. Do you think you can provide it to us?" Kojuro asked the hooded ninja. Kumarai smirked under his mask. "Just leave that to me," he said, as he started to make hand seals. Demonic illusion, shattered reality. Suddenly, all the Kirigakure defenders saw how the village, its houses, streets, roads, everything, started to crumble and disappear into an endless void below. Naturally, plenty of them fell prey to panic. "What the hell's going on?" a ninja asked. "I've never seen anything like this." Another one cried. "You idiots, it's a genjutsu, dispel it." A more veteran ninja warned the others. Even if his illusion was identified, it sent the enemy troops into disarray for enough time to allow the rebels to disengage and safely retreat to a more secured position from which they could strike back. In the rear guard of the division, many medics, Rin Nohara among them, were working tirelessly to heal the wounded rebels. Many of them were too wounded to continue fighting and had to be taken out of the village, but fortunately there were as many who could continue fighting after being patched up. Among the ninja protecting the medics were Kakashi's animal squad, who were positioned close to Rin, as well as other medics. "How it is going, Rin?" Kakashi asked. "I'm working as fast as I can, yet I have the feeling that I could do more," Rin replied, as she focused on healing a wounded rebel. "Even if the situation may not allow it, it's best not to let yourself be carried away by the stress, or else you'll do a worse job than intended," Shino told her. "Yeah, don't get so worked up. We're here to keep you safe," Tamaki added with a tender smile. "I know, but still," Rin insisted. "I think I have enough chakra now to learn the shadow clone jutsu. That way I could heal multiple people at once." "While risky, it's an intelligent idea," Shino commended. "Unfortunately, most people don't have the necessary chakra reserves to carry it out. That's why I said that I think Rin yelled as she clutched her body. "Rin!" An alarmed Kakashi yelled as he rushed to her side. "What's happening?" Kiba asked, mildly panicked. The Three Tails." Rin panted. "It's the Three Tails, it's unleashing its power right now." Despite his small size, the tailed beast chakra cloak made Yagura look rather intimidating. His look of pure fury and anger at the rebel leader and her Konoha ally only made it worse. Very few people push me far enough to make me use the Three Tails power. However, such accomplishment will do you no good, Yagura darkly stated. The fourth Mizukage leaped forward, his hooked staff raised above his head. A mass of water formed around the hook. Naruto tried to parry the incoming blow with his wind blade, but the water exploded outwards, forming a small torrent that blasted both Mei and him backwards. He then raised a hand, forming a massive orb of water. Water release, Great Water Missile. Both Naruto and Mei wasted no time to make hand seals in order to counter Yagura's jutsu. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Lava release, Volcanic Roar. The mass of water met a powerful gust of wind as well as a stream of burning hot molten rocks, resulting in an explosion of a multitude of elements. Yagura, however, wasn't going to be deterred, and slammed his staff into the ground. Coral ripples rising. Yagura generated a long row of coral spikes to rise out of the ground. Mei's eyes were wide open. Naruto, jump. Don't let those corals touch you. Mei cried in an uncharacteristic panicky tone. Why? What's so bad about them? The blonde asked, unable to repress his curiosity. No time to explain. Just trust me on this one. You don't want those corals to touch you, Mei vehemently warned her ally. You made your homework after all, Mei. It seems that you have a brain under that pretty face, Yagura complimented. Too bad no amount of brain power will save either of you from being crushed by the sheer power I possess. Yagura brought his hands together, and formed a hand seal. Water release, Three-headed water dragon. Yagura created three massive blobs of water that moved forward when the Mizukage motioned his hands in the same direction. The blobs quickly took the shape of three roaring dragons. Mei was already preparing a defensive measure. Earth release, double earth-style wall. Mei slammed her hands into the ground, erecting two large stone walls between her and Yagura. However, much to her shock, her walls proved to be ineffective as the water dragons merely jumped above them, and crashed against the two rebels, exploding into a torrent of water that blasted the two of them high into the air before falling into a nearby empty street. Ugh! Naruto groaned as he tried to get himself back on his feet. Mei? Are you alright? Why yes, the rebel leader said, before coughing some blood. I never imagined Yagura was this strong. And from what I know, he isn't even using his full strength yet. We've been in the defensive all the time. We're not going to do anything like this, we need to attack. Naruto claimed. I know. But we're in even bigger disadvantage now. It won't be long before some of Yagura's troops spot us and join the fray, Mei told him. Yagura landed in front of them with a loud crash, leaving several cracks in the ground. Does it look like I need help to deal with you too? Yagura mockingly asked. You're on your last legs, while I'm pretty much untouched. Some help you got there, Mei. Yagura's taunting had the desired effect on Naruto, who gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes at the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto extended a hand, and formed a raise non. Let's see how you like this help. Naruto shouted as he charged at the Mizukage, who smirked. Naruto, wait. Mei called him. But it was too late. Yagura motioned his free hand in a circle. Water release, water mirror jutsu. Yagura created a flat, circular pool of water of reflective surface, almost like a mirror, showing a perfect reflection of Naruto. A replica of Naruto came out of the mirror, dashing to meet the original. Raise non. Both attacks clashed against each other, but original Naruto's attack was more powerful, destroying the clone, which dissolved into a puddle of water. You overpowered my jutsu, Yagura noted, genuinely impressed. How? Is because of your sage mode? Yes, it has to be that. Senjutsu can't be replicated. Still thinking I'm of little help? Naruto asked. Yes. You might provide a slightly greater challenge than I had originally imagined, but in the end the result will be the same, Yagura confidently said. Senjutsu is still inferior to the power of a perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto, don't try a frontal attack like that again, much less on your own. We're 2 against 1, let's use that to our advantage as long as it lasts, Mei told him. Right, sorry, Naruto replied as he tried to calm down. How long until Sage Mode runs out? Mei whispered the blonde. It won't until I start using my strongest jutsu. I'm trying to save them for the right moment, Naruto whispered back. Mei nodded. Well thought. I'll try to create one such moment shortly. With that, Naruto and Mei spread out a bit so Yagura couldn't target the two of them at once. The Mizukage noticed that they were making hand seals, Naruto just once, while Mei did several. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fire Release, Burning Whip. Two clones appeared at Naruto's side, while a lash made of flames appeared on Mei's hand. Yagura realized that Mei would try to distract him so he'd be wide open for whatever Naruto was going to prepare. He wasn't going to let such thing happen. Just as he predicted, Mei rushed forward and used her fiery whip to attack Yagura. The Mizukage parried the blows with his water-enhanced club, all while never taking his eyes away from Naruto. I'm your enemy. You have no time to look away. Mei shouted as she pressed her attack. A second whip made of flames appeared on her other hand, and she continued her onslaught, successfully pushing Yagura back. The Mizukage frowned and channeled even more water chakra into his hooked club. He swung it at Mei, creating a watery explosion that put out Mei's fire lashes. Mei, however, jumped in time in order to avoid the water attack. Suddenly, a loud, high-pitched noise could be heard, coming from Naruto. Naruto, now! Mei shouted. Yagura looked at Naruto and saw that the blonde was holding in his raised hand what appeared to be a huge shuriken made of pure chakra and wind. Wasting no time, Naruto threw it at Yagura. Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. Upon seeing the chakra shuriken flying at him, Yagura was overtaken by a fear of the like he never experienced before. If he let that jutsu hit him, it would be the end. Not even the Three Tails chakra cloak could save him. At least not the first version. Fortunately for him, he hoped there would be a jutsu that could save his skin right now. He made several hand seals. Water Release, Water Mirror Jutsu. Yagura motioned his hand in a circle, creating another mirror of water between himself and the deadly attack, successfully blocking it. Now a second Raisin Shuriken would pop out of the mirror, counter the first one even if it was weaker due to the lack of nature energy. Then, the unthinkable happened. The Raisin Shuriken tore the mirror apart and exploded into a massive wind vortex. Even if the explosion didn't catch him, the shockwave was powerful enough to blast the Mizukage backwards, being painfully slammed against the floor. Ugh! Yagura groaned as he slowly got up. He raised his head, shooting a look of fury to where Naruto was standing. You finally show your true dash. But Yagura's words were cut by the unsettling sight of a second Raisin Shuriken flying at him. He had learned that blocking them wasn't going to work, he had to dodge it. As fast as he could, he made a hand seal before slamming his hand into the ground, creating a burst of water that propelled him upwards, successfully dodging the Raisin Shuriken, which crashed against a nearby building, reducing it to rubble in a few seconds. Let's hope those houses were empty, since the collateral damage of this fight alone is going to be colossal, Mei grimly thought. The rebel leader then looked at Naruto, and noticed that his eyes had returned to normal, meaning that his Sage Mode had run out. Then, he looked at Yagura, and her face became extremely pale. Naruto-kun? Mei asked, a bit panicky. Can you go back into Sage Mode? Yeah. I have two clones nearby gathering nature energy for me. I only need to dispel one of them and that energy will be mine, Naruto explained. Good, because you are going to need it, Mei said, still staring at the coming Yagura. Naruto looked at Yagura, and was taken aback. What's with him? Why does he look like that all of a sudden? Yagura had turned into a completely different being. He looked now like Turtle Man hybrid with three tails, arms ended in claws and spikes on his shell and shoulders. His body was covered by a thick cloak of dark red chakra, and his eyes had become two glowing white dots. Naruto, get ready. Yagura is about to unleash the full power of the three tails upon us. A slightly fearful Mei warned, as she knew the real fight against Yagura was about to begin. Haku stood on guard as he saw the bat flying in circles about him. At any time, the bat would swoop down at Haku, and Yagura would attack him from the top of his flying summon, before returning once again to the safety of the skies. While not very effective from an offensive point of view, it kept Degura safe from Haku's attacks. This time, he was taking his sweet time to attack. Haku was waiting for him to attack at any moment, and delaying his move would get the ice ninja on the edge. However, Haku was somebody blessed with near-infinite patience. Especially for battle. That's how he managed to become so good. He had to be this good. Zabuza wouldn't deserve any less. Not being able to reach Degura in close combat, Haku had deactivated his walking winter jutsu, since it would be a senseless waste of chakra. He needed to be careful if he wanted to defeat this opponent. The Mizukage's son had to be somebody powerful. Finally, it was Degura who got impatient, and commanded his giant bat to dive at the ice ninja. The flying mammal let out a high-pitched cry as it swooped down once again. Both ninja prepared to trade attacks once again. Sound wave jutsu. Ice release, piercing icicle shot. When the attacks collided, Degura's jutsu shattered Haku's, and still had enough power to push forward. The ice ninja jumped sideways, barely dodging the sonic attack, which created a small crater on the ground upon hitting it. My ice jutsu is ineffective against his sonic attacks. I have to change my tactic, or else he'll beat me, Haku thought as he saw Degura return to the sky. Guess it's about time to test that new jutsu. Haku made several hand seals before clapping his hands together. Ice release, crystal bird. Ice particles started to gather in front of him, growing into a mass of frost that soon took the shape of a medium-sized bird. The crystal bird let out a cry, and flew towards Degura. The Mizukage's son noticed the frozen avian flying at him. He didn't know what it was, but he knew it couldn't be good. Better get rid of that as soon as possible, Degura said to no one in particular as he pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it and tossed it at the bird. However, much to his shock, the bird nimbly dodged the explosive kunai and continued its flight towards Degura unimpeded. The Mizukage's son started to panic a little. The ice bird was dangerously close. I'll give you something you won't be able to dodge. Degura shouted as he made several hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire jutsu. Degura breathed a wide stream of fire that, true to his word, engulfed the ice bird in a torrent of flames, and it instantly melted, much to Degura's relief. But his relief was short-lived when the fire dispelled and saw that Haku was nowhere to be seen. He was alerted to a creaking sound coming from above, accompanied by an odd cold breeze. What the? Degura looked up and saw Haku coming from what appeared to be a mirror made of ice. He made a hand seal. Ice release, 1,000 needles of death. The mirror above him shattered into 100 shards, which elongated and turned into needles and rained upon Degura and his summon. The bat was too large, and was unable to move in time in order to avoid the rain of razor-sharp ice shards, dealing enough damage to undo the summon, and causing Degura to fall below. Despite being caught off guard, the Mizukage's son managed to land on his feet in one hand, leaving a crack on the floor due to the force of the impact. Haku landed softly in front of him, as if carried by gentle winds. You're good, Yuki, getting rid of my summon like that. Too bad you're fighting for the wrong side, Kirigakure has a constant need of strong ninja, Degura praised. Did you not hear what I said before? I'm not going to side with the village that cost me my family, Haku stoically replied with some repressed anger seeping into his words. He made a hand seal and raised a foot. For more bloodshed to be prevented, your father and his supporters need to be removed from power by any means. Ice release, crystal blade field. Haku slammed his foot into the ground, creating a row of large ice spikes towards Degura. Degura jumped backwards, pulled out a couple of explosive kunai, and tossed them at the incoming ice spikes. While it successfully halted their advance, it was a temporary solution as the spikes reformed and continued advancing towards him. Don't focus on the jutsu, focus on the ninja who cast it, Degura reminded himself as he jumped back even further while making hand seals. Fire release, blazing nightmare. Degura summoned another flock of bats, though these one appeared to be made of fire, and following Degura's hand motion, they all flew at Haku, letting out annoying screeches. Haku, however, merely made a hand seal with a single hand. Ice release, walking winter. Haku's ice aura was reactivated just as the fire bats were close to him. Making another hand seal, the aura expanded, creating harsh, cold winds that pushed the burning flyers away, some of them even being put out by the freezing gusts. You can't win this fight. Your father created far too many enemies during his blood-stained reign. Even if we fail today, another group will rise in the future to finish what we started, Haku told Degura as he walked forward, freezing the ground as he moved. Then we will crush them again. That's how the ninja world rolls. Only the strongest are able to survive. Degura replied. Then you won't mind if I kill you, right? Since so far, I'm proving to be the strongest of the two, Haku fired back. He made several hand seals. Ice release, never-ending winter. Haku's freezing aura started to grow around him, blowing with more intensity, freezing everything around him. But it didn't stop there. The cold became more and more intense. All the nearby buildings and Kiri loyalists were covered in frost and snow, until they were completely frozen. The ice spread as far as their eyes could see. No. Degura made several hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire jutsu. The Mizukage's son breathed a massive stream of fire around, hoping to melt some of the ice, but it was useless. The ice was so strong that it was impervious to his fire attacks. Soon, the cold also caught Degura, as ice began to grow all around him. His body started to feel numb, and his movements slowed down. No. This can't. Degura said before freezing completely. What Degura didn't know is that Haku wasn't really freezing the village, the Kiri ninja, or anyone for that matter. He had caught him in a genjutsu, which made him fall into a harmless coma. Being the son of the Mizukage, Haku thought of a way to disable him without killing or even hurting him much. He hoped keeping Degura alive would smooth the transition. A shadow passed over the ice ninja, alerting him. Looking up, he saw two large, strange-looking birds flying above him. One of the birds dropped something. It was too small to notice, but there were many things. The street Haku and other rebels were fighting Kiri loyalist was then engulfed by a massive chain of explosions. Woohoo! What do you think about my art, you uncultured swines? One of the men riding the giant bird yelled. He was a young, girly-looking man with long blonde hair styled in a ponytail, with a bang covering one of his eyes. He was wearing a black cloak with red clouds. He then looked at his partner, and asked, "Hey, Kisame, you don't mind if I share some of my art with your village, do you?" The man's partner, riding the other bird, merely shrugged. He was a tall, blue-haired man with blue skin, small and sunken eyes, what appeared to be gills under them, and sharp teeth, which gave him a shark-like appearance. He was carrying a massive sword covered in bandages on his back. "Do as you please. This village has its days numbered one way or another. Just make sure you don't drop your art where the Jinchura key is," Kisame warned him. "Don't worry, he should be in the palace, right?" Deidara asked, as he saw the Mizukage's palace in the distance. "It seems like there was a battle there. I better check that they didn't kill the Jinchura key before we can nail it, HN. Well thought. I'll stay back, and make sure nobody gets in the way," Kisame said, as he prepared to jump off the giant bird. Deidara grinned at him. "Liar. You only want to have some fun killing those idiots." Kisame grinned back, and shrugged. "I'm not lying. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive," the shark-like man said before jumping. While he was falling, Kisame made several hand seals. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. While midair, Kisame expelled a massive amount of water from his mouth into the ground, which safely cushioned his fall. Unfortunately, his jutsu drowned a few ninja, rebels, and loyalists aside, that were fighting at the moment. While on the mass of water, Kisame then bit his finger, and made more hand seals before slamming his hand into the water. Summoning jutsu. A trio of sharks appeared inside the mass of water, which quickly tore the unfortunate ninja caught inside Kisame's previous jutsu. "Look at that. It's Kisame Hoshigaki," a red-clad loyalist said. "What is he doing here?" a rebel asked. "Is he with us or with Yagura?" another rebel wondered. Kisame couldn't help but chuckle at the rebel's rather naive question. "What makes you think that I'm on either side, brat?" Kisame answered, letting out a small laugh. "Now, my pets are a bit hungry and all the blood being spilled around us really got them on edge. And unfortunately for you, they really have a thing for human meat. Kisame motioned his bandaged sword forward, and the mass of water moved in that direction as if it had life of its own. Most of the ninja there stopped fighting and tried to run away. Some of them managed to avoid Kisame, less fortunate ones were caught by the wave and were devoured by the sharks in a matter of seconds. Ah, it's good to be home. In another part of the village, Ao was leading a group of rebel Umbu, when he received a rather distressing news through his radio. His men noticed his expression. "Sir, is everything all right?" A masked Umbu asked. "Our men are reporting that Kisame Hoshigaki has been spotted in the village and has joined the fight," Ao gravely replied. "Is he fighting for Yagura?" Another Umbu asked. "It seems that he's killing indiscriminately rebels and Yagura's men alike." "I think I may have an idea as for why he's here, and it's not good," Ao replied. He then tapped his earpiece before relaying his orders. "Attention everybody, according to recent reports, Kisame Hoshigaki has been seen in the trade district. Zabuza, Amaerai, Kojuro, move there and engage him before he causes more losses. Everybody else, stay away from him. Kisame is an S-rank ninja, and only Mei-sama or our swordsman would have any chance against him. Ao-sama, do you think Zabuza and the others will be able to beat Kisame?" A female Umbu asked. Ao sighed. "I hope they can. If they don't, the damage he can do could be catastrophic." Kisame was many things, but subtle wasn't one of them. In just a few minutes, he had killed dozens of ninja of both sides, and brought down half a dozen buildings. He started to notice that most ninja, rebel, and loyalists aside, were staring to flee on him the moment he appeared. "Ah, come on, don't leave so soon." Kisame whined in a painfully fake hurt tone. "Don't you want to play with me? How about if I play with you, you fucker?" A female voice said. Amaerai Ringo landed in front of him, her thunder swords crackling with electricity, as she fixed a determined stare on the missing nin. "They gave Rega's sword to a little girl." Kisame shook his head. "You know, you guys are giving me more and more reasons not to regret defecting. I'm not a little girl." Amaerai roared as she stomped her foot into the ground. "But then again, if you at least have the courage to face me, maybe then you're worthy of having those swords," Kisame added, almost in an approving tone, as he adopted a fighting stance. "Are you ready then?" Amaerai-san won't fight alone." A new voice stammered as Kojuro landed beside her. Kisame raised an eyebrow. "Another one? And this one has Mainjutsu's preferred blade." "Oh well, the more the merrier, as they usually say." "If that's the case, then you won't mind if I join them," a third voice said as Zabuza landed in front of them, his executioner's blade in hand. My, Zabuza Mamakai. Such a surprise seeing you here. I can't believe that you ended up joining Mei-chan's ragtag group." "I thought you had a little more self-respect," Kisame told him. "Mei is stronger than you think, Kisame. Anyway, it's a fortunate coincidence that you decided to drop by. That way, we can finally collect all of the 7 swords," Zabuza pointed out. "What? You guys killed Jinin, Jinpachi, and Kushimaru?" Kisame asked in disbelief, then he smirked. "Even if that's true, it won't change anything. Those 3, while strong, were still nowhere near my level. I will send you to hell with them, and I'll take your swords with me." The 3 rebel swordsmen tensed up as they felt the killing intent Kisame was releasing. Zabuza needed for them to keep their cool, or else they would be dead. "Listen, brats, I know we fought and defeated other swordsmen, but Kisame's more than capable of backing those boasts. I can't defeat him alone, but with the 3 of us working together, we might have a chance. However, you two must not give in to the fear, and do everything I say, understood?" "Why yes, Zabuza Teiko." Kojuro stammered. "Sure, whatever." Anansi Amaerai replied as she crossed her swords and aimed them towards the sky. "I'll finish this with one move. I can call down a lightning bolt from the sky and fry both him and his fishes." "Don't." Zabuza warned as he forced Amaerai to lower the swords down. Kisame's sword, Same Hata, is able to absorb chakra and ninjutsu attacks and funnel that chakra to Kisame. Using ninjutsu will only make him stronger. So, we can't use ninjutsu? Only our swords. Kojiro asked. You're part of the 7 swordsmen, brat. That should be enough, Zabuza chastised. I know, but so is he, an unsure Kojiro replied, pointing at Kisame. The rogue swordsman adopted a fighting stance, moving his sword to the front, as the sharks under him became visibly restless. As much as I love a nice conversation with my fellow swordsmen, my pets are still hungry. Time to fight. Kisame shouted as he motioned his sword forward. The mass of water, that was completely still, turned into a massive torrent, ready to add Zabuza, Ameirai, and Kojiro the list of victims it had already swallowed. Fortunately, the 3 rebel swordsmen were fast enough to avoid the incoming wave, and jumped out of the way before being crushed by tons of water. Unfortunately for them, though, Kisame had already planned for that. Without even having to give them a command, verbal or otherwise, the sharks swimming under Kisame leaped out of the water, their jaws full of sharp teeth wide open, ready to taste fresh blood. Too bad their targets were much too closer to being predators rather than prey, and mowed down the attacking animals when they got too close, undoing the summon. Ah, why did you do that to my pets? You guys must hate animals, Kisame said as he shook his head. Don't worry, you'll go next. Ameirai shouted as she leaped at him, bringing down the thunder swords upon him in a vertical swing. Kisame raised his sword with just one hand, and easily blocked Ameirai's attack. Heeding Zabuza's words, she wasn't channeling any chakra through them, lest it feed Samehada. Come on girl, that's the best you can do? I'm only using one hand. Kisame laughed. While Kisame was busy dealing with Ameirai, Kojiro landed behind him with a splash, ready to cut Kisame open as he reared back his Hiramekarei. Too slow. Kisame said as he easily kicked Kojiro away, while still keeping Ameirai at bay. Ameirai then removed one of her swords and tried to use it to slash Kisame's legs. The shark-like man, however, reacted in time, disengaged her and jumped backwards. However, before he could counter-attack, Zabuza appeared before him, and delivered a flurry of swings with his executioner's blade, which Kisame parried with great expertise. Ah, I always regretted not being able to cross my blade with you, Zabuza-san. Of all the swordsmen of our generation, I always thought you were the least pathetic, Kisame chuckled as he defended from Zabuza's attack. You shouldn't have come back, Kisame. You're alone, all sides of this conflict are your enemies, you have no allies to rely on. You died the moment you set your feet here. Zabuza told him as he pressed the attack. Kisame couldn't help but laugh uproariously. When did you develop a sense of humor, Zabuza-san? Trust me, there's no ninja, either rebel or a servant of Yagura, that's a threat to me, no matter their number. The few ninja that could be a challenge are far away fighting each other. In fact, the only ones they dared to send against me were you 3. Kisame countered, as he pushed Zabuza backwards with a mighty tackle. He then made several hand seals. 3 versus 1 is not very fair, let's even the odds. Water release, water clone jutsu. 4 water clones of Kisame emerged from the mass of water the original was standing on, all of them also carrying a copy of Samehada, before he directed them at the 2 youngest swordsmen. Kojiro audibly gulped, while Ameirai growled at them, and prepared to fight. Now that the kids have somebody to keep them busy, how about a duel, just the 2 of us, Zabuza-san? Kisame asked as he grinned evilly. All right, but no swords. You carry the strongest of the 7 swords, but how much of that strength is yours, and how much is Samehada's? Prove you're better than me, Zabuza said, as he extended his right hand, ready to drop his executioner's blade, hoping Kisame would do the same. Kisame, however, replied with a mocking laugh again. Do you really think my ego is so fragile that I'm willing to discard my most powerful asset? Kisame asked incredulously. You disappoint me, Zabuza-san, resorting to such foolish tactics. I have nothing to prove, and much less to the likes of you. Zabuza said nothing in return. Kisame had won this round. All he could do is try to best his fellow swordsman in a fight, as impossible as it looked. Snap out of it, Zabuza. Don't you want to become Mizukage? You never will with that attitude, the masked swordsman chastised himself, as his expression grew more determined, and adopted a fighting stance. "I see you stopped fooling around," Kisame said, noticing Zabuza's change of attitude. "Much better. It wouldn't be fun otherwise." Kisame then launched himself at Zabuza, same Hata raised above his head. Taken aback by Kisame's deceptive speed, Zabuza raised his sword to parry the incoming hit. He struggled against the shark-like man as their swords were locked against each other, when said man noticed a disturbance in the water. And indeed, two Zabuza water clones came up from the water they were in, and tried to hack Kisame, forcing him to disengage and fall back. He grinned widely at Zabuza and his clones. "Not bad, Zabuza-san." "Not bad," Kisame praised. "You forgot I'm also a water release user. Even if it was you who summoned all this water, there's nothing that stops me from using it." Zabuza replied as he directed his two clones to attack Kisame. "It's you who forgot who's the better water release user here, Zabuza-san. The terrain is way more to my advantage than it is to yours," the shark-like ninja confidently replied as he watched the clones approach. After easily dodging the first one, he smashed it with same Hata, not only destroying it, but absorbing its chakra as well. The second soon followed. The sound of a third splashing footsteps warned Kisame that those clones were merely a distraction to leave him wide open to the original. He wasn't going to let Zabuza catch him off guard like that. Much to Kisame's surprise, Zabuza pulled out a few shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and tossed them at Kisame, who he easily blocked them with same Hata. The Akatsuki laughed. "You weren't very fond of shuriken back then, if I remember correctly. And if that amateurish throw is any indication, you aren't much fond of them now," Kisame replied as he dashed towards Zabuza as well. Displaying a deceptively fast speed and agility, Kisame dodged Zabuza's rather slow diagonal swing, and smashed same Hata against him. With a hit like that, victory was assured. Then, much to his surprise, Zabuza dissolved into water, just like the other clones did. "What?" Kisame said, mildly surprised. He didn't remember Zabuza creating a third clone. Then he remembered that when he raised same Hata to block Zabuza's shuriken, his view of his enemy was momentarily blocked. Shit. Those shuriken were just a distraction. That brief moment of surprise was the window of opportunity Zabuza needed. Waiting from underwater for the best moment to strike, the demon of the hidden mist rose to the surface, delivering a wide swing upwards. Kisame was able to notice the disturbance in the water and jump away, but not fast enough to avoid a slash to the chest. Kisame's hand was instinctively brought to the wounded area, as he slid backwards. You made me bleed," Kisame said, outraged, as he looked at the blood on his hand. "I already warned you that I could use your water against you, but you didn't listen," Zabuza said, grinning under his mask. "Same Hata is a powerful sword indeed, but counting on that much power has dulled your abilities. I don't know what kind of opponents you're used to fighting, but keep in mind that you're against another swordsman of Kirigakure." Surprisingly, Kisame's anger was brief, and the shark-like ninja shot Zabuza an unnerving grin. "Yes, I admit I probably grew a bit confident in fighting you. Trust me, not only you won't be able to touch me again, but this wound will remain here very little," Kisame replied. "We'll see about that," Zabuza retorted as he charged against Kisame once again. Meanwhile, Ameirai and Kojuro were fighting the four Kisame clones. Despite being weaker than the original, they were still pretty tough, and their same Hatas retained the original's chakra absorption ability. The two younger swordsmen were back-to-back, fighting the Kisame clones, 2 of them each. However, when they tried to attack, one of the clones would parry the attack, while the other would take advantage and strike them, forcing them to fall back. "God damn it, Kojuro, tell me we are not being cornered by goddamned clones," Ameirai complained as she dodged a swipe from one of her enemies. "They very strong. Way stronger than normal water clones," Kojuro replied, as he blocked a swipe with Hiramekarei. "I have an idea. When I tell you, bend forwards," Ameirai told him. "What? What do you plan to dash? Don't question me, goddammit, just do it," Ameirai angrily snapped, cutting Kojuro off. "Why yes." They kept going like that for some time, until the red-headed swordswoman finally saw the opening she was waiting for. Kojuro, now! She yelled. After pushing a Kisame clone backwards, Kojuro bent forward, placing his back perpendicular to the ground. Then, much to his confusion, Ameirai jumped on his horizontal back as she dodged another attack as well. The two Kisame clones attempted to strike her once again, but she leaped above them, channeled lightning chakra through her blades, and slashed their backs as she landed. Way to go, Ameirai-san! Kojuro praised, jubilant that they were finally making some progress. Don't get distracted. Ameirai warned, as she ran past him, and parried an attack from a Kisame clone. This time, Kojuro's resolve didn't waver, and slashed the clone across the chest as Ameirai held it in place, which dissolved into a puddle of water. After that, the two eyed the remaining clone and lunged at it at the first time. The clone was unable to defend himself from both ninja and fell prey to their blades as well. We did it! Kojuro yelled in joy. Don't let that get to your head. We only killed a bunch of clones. Come on, Zabuza Teiko needs our help, Ameirai told him. Kojuro nodded and the two young swordsmen joined their captain in his fight against the real Kisame. Meanwhile, far from there, Naruto, Mei and Yagura continued their duel. The two parties eyed each other, Mei and Naruto looking cautious and pensive, while Yagura's new visage shot them a terrifying grin. Naruto-kun seems to be okay, but I already used a good chunk my chakra. Now that Yagura is using his Jinchuriki ki powers to their fullest, I need to be careful with how I spend my remaining chakra, Mei warily thought. Yagura didn't wait, and made the first move. Water release, oceanic bullet. Yagura opened its mouth, and released a huge water missile at Naruto and Mei. The two of them jumped away in opposite directions. However, Yagura wasn't done. Much to their shock, he kept firing watery projectiles non-stop at the two of them. Naruto made several hand seals while running to avoid them. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto blew a powerful gust of wind at the incoming water missile. It spun mid-air for a few seconds, trying to overpower Naruto's attacks, before it ran out of momentum, and fell to the ground with a splash. Yagura, however, chuckled, and fired a volley of more water missiles at Naruto. Now's my chance to strike. Mei thought as she made several hand seals. Lava release, melting apparition jutsu. Mei expelled a stream of lava from her mouth and hit Yagura in the side. The transformed Jinchuriki let out a scream of pain as he looked at Mei with hate-filled eyes. You'll pay for that, he darkly said, before he curled into a ball. Shadow stroke. Yagura then rolled into Mei at a quick pace, trying to bulldoze her. Mei was agile enough to dodge him, but much to her surprise, after passing her, Yagura spun around and charged back at her. The process was repeated several times. Naruto-kun, I could use some help here. I don't know how long I will last. Mei called, in an almost pleading tone. I'm almost there. Bring him closer. Naruto said as he was preparing his strongest attack, helped by a clone. Mei nodded, and started to run towards Naruto as fast as she could. Yagura, however, was much faster, and would catch her in no time. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto tossed the Chakra Shuriken at Mei, followed by Yagura. Mei was fast enough to jump out of the way. However, Yagura's speed was turned against him when he saw that he had built so much momentum he couldn't maneuver properly, and thus, the attack connected. Yagura screamed as he was engulfed by a vortex of extremely powerful and razor-sharp winds. Finally, Naruto said, happy to see that his jutsu had connected. Will he survive? Mei asked a bit worried, as she watched Yagura in pain, as the wind currents tore him apart. I don't know. A normal human shouldn't. But given the control he has over his tailed beast, he might, Naruto said, placing a finger under his chin. Even then, he won't be in any shape to fight after that. Alright then. Let's get ready to, what? Mei asked, her eyes looking at Yagura once again. Yagura was completely immobile. His skin had been covered by a coral-like armor that protected him from the razor winds. When the vortex subsided, the coral armor shattered, revealing a very angry Yagura. He was grumbling and moaning in pain, though there was no visible injury on his body. Even then, The Three Tails chakra would heal them over time. That jutsu. Yagura replied, panting, as his arms and legs trembled. For the first time in a long time, you, Konoha Jinchuriki, made me feel fear. Yagura said, as if it was an unforgivable offense. That was your strongest jutsu, right? In that case, let me show you mine. Yagura raised his head, and opened his mouth. Red and blue chakra particles started to gather, forming a dark purple chakra orb that continually grew in size. Mei paled in horror, while Naruto looked worried. Naruto-kun, Yagura's charging a tailed beast ball. That's a tailed beast's most powerful move. If he hit us with that, we're as good as dead, Mei ominously warned. Your Raisin Shuriken is powerful, maybe enough to stop it. You think so? Naruto asked, unsure, but realized there was no time to waste asking questions. Oh okay. Naruto and his clone started to work on a second Raisin Shuriken as fast as they could. Mei, meanwhile, looked at the forming jutsu with interest. So you spin your chakra into a spiraling sphere, then channel elemental chakra through it, right? Mei said, after a quick glance. Pretty much. You're pretty smart if you guessed it after seeing it just once, Naruto praised. Mei didn't say anything, walked close to him, and placed her hands above the jutsu. What are you doing? Increasing our chances. Do you think it can handle a second element? Mei asked, and before Naruto could answer, she started to pump fire chakra into the jutsu. We'll see it soon enough, Naruto said as he warily looked at Yagura. The orb in his mouth had reached a worrying size. Now taste despair. Yagura yelled as he launched the ball forward. Tailed beast ball. Scorch release, spiraling burning wind. Mei and Naruto tossed the burning chakra shuriken as well, and both attacks met in the middle. The combination attack expanded into a vortex of raging flames powered by powerful winds, while the tailed beast ball tried to power through. Still, Yagura's attack was unable to push forward, ending it in a massive explosion. When the resulting smoke of both attacks dispelled, there was a massive crater in front of them. We did it! Naruto cheered. Yes, but don't celebrate it yet. That tailed beast ball wasn't very powerful, Mei told Naruto. My guess is that Yagura is holding himself back due not wanting to level his village, but that may change soon. Damn. Naruto muttered. Noticing that he was no longer in sage mode, he dispelled his last clone. I have no more clones gathering nature energy. Once all my current nature energy runs out, I will be useless, so we have to finish this now. I think that we'll need tailed beast power to match his, Mei said, shooting a meaningful look at Naruto. Understanding what the rebel meant, Naruto looked downwards. I know, but I still can't control it. Is that a good idea? It can only create even more trouble. I know, but may have no choice. And don't worry if you lose control, your sensei gave me. Mei's hand reached into her ninja tool pouch, to make sure the suppressing seals were there. And the moment her fingers touched them, an idea dawned upon her. Of course, that's it. I can't believe I didn't think of this earlier. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto asked. Your sensei gave me some sealing tags that would suppress the Nine Tails chakra in case you lose control, Mei explained. Ah, yes. My dad made them so I don't endanger my friends if the fox goes out of control, Naruto continued. And if he works on the Nine Tails, do you think it will work on one of its siblings? Mei asked, as she looked at the approaching Yagura. Naruto slapped his forehead. Oh damn. I can't believe we didn't think of that. Do not fret. It's not too late to carry the idea out. Alright Naruto, I need you to distract Yagura. He must not suspect anything, Mei instructed him. Alright. Since I don't have clones gathering nature energy, now I can use as many shadow clones as I want, so this shouldn't be hard, Naruto said, as he prepared to face Yagura once again. Meanwhile, not far away from there, the unconscious Aiko started to stir, as her consciousness slowly returned to her. Blinking a couple times until her eyes adjusted to the light, the Mizukage's wife saw Omedic-nin using the Mystic Palm healing jutsu on her. Ah, you're awake, Aiko-sama. Don't worry, I treated all your injuries, you'll be fine in an instant, the medic Nin assured with a reassuring smile. The blonde woman looked around, and saw a bunch of other Kiri ninja surrounding her. Some looking at her, others looking at something she couldn't see. It was then when she realized of something important. "What are you doing here? That rebel whore is trying to assassinate my husband. Go and help him," Aiko commanded. "We tried, Aiko-sama, but the scale of the battle is greater than us. I'm afraid that we'd be more of a hindrance for Mizukage-sama than actual help," Akiri Jonin pointed out. "You were part of that battle, right? That's how you ended up like this," the medic Nin guessed. "If we follow your example, we'll only get caught in the crossfire and become collateral damage. You lot of cowards. When this is over, I won't forget this. Now get out of the way, my husband needs me," Aiko said as she tried to stand up, but winced when a wave of pain surged through her body. "Easy there, Aiko-sama, I haven't finished with you yet," the medic Nin said as he forced her to remain lying down in the ground. "Don't worry, we won't plan to let Mizukage-sama die against the rebels. We'll wait for the best moment to strike," a masked Umbu assured her. "Is everybody okay?" Haku asked the people around him. There were both rebel and loyalist Kiri ninja, and a couple of Konoha ninja as well. All of them equally confused, no longer fighting. Degura was still in the ground, unconscious. If it wasn't for Haku, all of them would likely be dead. Haku looked up, and saw his almost destroyed, two-layered ice dome. He saw a strange-looking bird dropping something on them. Even if he didn't know what it was, the ice ninja had a bad feeling, and tried to protect both him and his allies from the incoming danger. And Haku himself wasn't sure if his ice barriers could resist all those explosions. It was close, but they did. In all honesty, he didn't care about the enemy ninjas, but it was either save everybody, or no one. Though even then, Haku was a bit grateful that he had avoided unnecessary deaths, even from the side he was fighting against. Looking at the sky, Haku saw the strange bird flying away. Now he could see there was a figure riding it. Dread started to set in as the ice ninja realized that the bird and his rider were heading towards the Mizukage's palace, where Naruto and Mei were fighting Yagura. "Naruto-kun, please be safe. Raise non-barrage." Yagura saw multiple Narutos leaping at him, a raise non on hand each. Yagura grinned. While this was a formidable attack, for a ninja of his caliber this would be still insufficient. The transformed Jinchuriki once again curled into a ball. Shadow stroke. Yagura used the same attack he had employed on Mei, and dashed towards the blonde. He plowed into the clones at such speed they were unable to strike him with their chakra spheres. He took advantage of both his building momentum and the rebound to freely bounce from one cluster of clones to another, easily destroying them all. "That's the best you can do," Yagura taunted. "How about this?" The other clones replied as they surrounded Yagura from different directions. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Yagura was assaulted by multiple tornadoes coming from different directions. The resulting clash ended up forming one massive tornado, so brutal it threw Yagura into the air. "Mei, now!" Naruto jumped. Yagura saw a red and blue blur leap into the tornado, and use its currents to fly at him. Whatever they were planned, it couldn't be good. Even if he doubted they could do any real damage to him, he'd better not take any chance. He opened his mouth and started to gather tailed beast chakra on it. "Die, you traitor!" Yagura bellowed as he swallowed the small energy ball. Tailed beast wave. Upon opening his mouth, Yagura released a destructive wave of chakra that hit Mei full on, almost instantly vaporizing her. The attack also managed to dispel the tornado, and Yagura landed on the ground with a loud thud. He couldn't help but rejoice at the thought of Mei finally dying. His attack had wiped her off of the face of the planet so fast, and that was exactly what tipped Yagura that there's something off. "Wait a second, that wasn't Mei, but a clone," Yagura said, looking around. "Where's the real one? What are you planning?" The ground at Yagura's feet cracked, and the real Mei burst from underground. Before Yagura had time to react, she slapped the sealing tag onto the Jinchuriki's forehead, as she made a hand seal while pumping chakra into it. Suppressing seal, activate. The seal started glow, as tendrils of blue chakra formed from it and began to wrap around Yagura. Arg. What is this? What is this? The Jinchuriki roared as he tried to pull it away, to no avail. Naruto and Mei watched carefully as the tailed beast chakra started to fade, little by little. Yagura eventually regressed into his human form, with a chakra cloak that it too started to vanish. Once there was no more tailed beast chakra, the seal instantly burned in a flash. The experience had left the Mizukage completely drained and exhausted. He tried to call the three tails chakra again, but found himself unable to. He didn't know if it was because of the seal or his current state, but he didn't care. Those bastards had deprived him of his greatest asset, and he would make them pay. That's it, if the rest of his body didn't hurt so much. You. Yagura groaned as he tried to get back on his feet. It's over, Yagura. You've lost. Surrender so no more lives have to be wasted in this war, Mei told him. Like hell it's over. For you, you betraying whore. A vaguely familiar female voice said. At that moment, Aiko and a group of Kiri ninja landed around Yagura, Mei and Naruto. Aiko quickly went to check Yagura, and helped him back on his feet. Are you okay, dear? A concerned Aiko asked. Much better now that you're here, and you're okay, Yagura smiled at her. Then, he turned at Mei and Naruto, and smirked. You may have defeated me, but even if you won this battle, you're about to lose the war. My loyal ninja, execute these traitors immediately. Mei and Naruto tensed up, and adopted fighting stances as the Kiri ninja unsheathed their weapons and came closer. Mei gritted her teeth at the sight of the current situation. She has been so close to defeating Yagura, and now the tables had been turned. Would her and Naruto, tired as they were, be able to fight Yagura's ninja, and finish the fight before the Mizukage fled? Well, on the bright side, Naruto had still Sage Mode. Said Blonde then took his eyes from the current enemies to look at something in the sky. Hey, what's that? Naruto asked. Aiko, being a censor, realized that Naruto wasn't lying and something was flying above them. Looking up, she saw a giant white bird dropping something on them. A bad feeling washed over her. Everybody, duck and cover! She cried. But it was too late, and the entire area was engulfed by explosions. While the explosions weren't strong enough to kill them, they did their job and left them temporarily disabled for the bomber to do his job. The giant white bird landed, and everybody saw a long-haired blonde man wearing a black cloak with red clouds. While such attire didn't mean anything for most people there was one person who paled in horror upon seeing it. Akatsuki! Naruto cried. Yagura, you need to leave. That man has come for you. Yagura didn't hear Naruto. The explosion had sent him to the ground again, and was trying to get back on his feet. Aiko, however, did, and placed herself between her husband and the new threat. If you want to get the Mizukage, you'll have to get through me first. She defiantly yelled. While attempting offer, it won't be necessary, the Akatsuki said, before clearing his throat. There were 9, but now there's just 1. The Akatsuki then waited expectantly for something to happen, but everything remained the same. Wasn't that the line? He asked. Oh, right. It was, let's the 9 be 1 now. But again, nothing happened. Everybody looked at each other awkwardly. What the hell, those weren't the words either. The Akatsuki indignantly asked. He then started to search through his cloak. Where did I put the cheat sheet? Yagura got on his feet, and glanced at his men. Execute this idiot too as well, he ordered. His ninja nodded, and moved to attack the Akatsuki. However, at that point, the Akatsuki pulled a crumbled paper out, and read its contents. The time has come for the 9 to become 1. The effect was instant. Yagura clutched his head as he fell to his knees. His ninja forgot about his orders, and went into the Mizukage's aid. Yagura, what's happening? Aiko asked. Mizukage-sama, are you okay? A worried Kiri ninja asked. Yagura stopped screaming. He stopped clutching his head and rose back on his feet. He didn't look to be in pain anymore. What are your orders, master? Yagura asked the Akatsuki. The blonde man grinned. I've been sent to pick you up, so get over here and let's get going, he said, as he pointed at his artificial bird. Right, Yagura nodded as he started to walk towards the Akatsuki, much to the everybody else's shock. Yagura, what are you doing? Aiko asked as she grabbed Yagura's arm. Yagura wordlessly shook her arm off of his, and pushed his wife back. That's it. The definitive proof he was under someone else's mind control, Mei thought. We can't let this man kidnap Mizukage-sama. Everybody, attack. Akiri Jonin said. His comrades snapped, nodded, and prepared to attack. Naruto, let's join them. We can't let Akatsuki take Yagura away. Mei told the blonde Jinchuriki, whom nodded in return. Ah, trying to stop me? That's not good, the Akatsuki said, shaking his head, before he made a hand seal. Then again, I'm more than happy to have a chance to show off my art. A second artificial bird dived from above, releasing more bombs over the group. The Kiri ninja were forced to abort the rescue attempt and run to find some cover. Using the explosions as a smoke screen, the Akatsuki and Yagura took off and flew high into the sky. No. Yagura, come back. Yagura. Aiko impotently screamed as she saw her husband being spirited away by the Akatsuki. She fell on her knees and continued screaming as tears rolled down her cheeks. Chapter 50. End of the Civil War. And here ends the detour. No. Yagura, come back. Yagura. Aiko screamed as she saw her husband being spirited away by the Akatsuki. Mei looked on as the artificial bird flew away. While some of her Konoha allies could summon flying animals, by the time she managed to contact either of them, the Akatsuki would be far away, probably even beyond the Land of Water's borders. The rebel leader couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Aiko. The blonde Kunoichi had been her mortal enemy not even a minute ago, yet in that minute, her whole world had crumbled. However, it was no time to feel sorry. Mei walked towards the kneeled Aiko, still crying her eyes out. The Kiri ninja besides her looked at Mei apprehensively, but didn't try to stop her. Mei placed a comforting hand on Aiko's shoulder. Aiko-san, what has happened here is tragic, but this isn't over, Mei began. There are fights going on all around the village. We have to stop them before more lives are senselessly wasted. Being the Mizukage's wife, they'll listen to you. Aiko fought back the tears, tried to compose herself, and stood back on her feet. She tried to give Mei a determined stare, but she was unable to hide her sadness. Why yes, Aiko replied. It's just, I can't believe you were right. It's okay, Aiko-san. There may still be time. We can still send a squad of huntermen to track down Yagura, Mei told her in a reassuring tone, though deep down, she doubted they could save Yagura. But not before stopping the fighting first. If I cooperate, do I have your word that my men will be spared? She asked. Mei nodded in return. You have my word they will. It would be unbelievably cruel of me to punish them for just defending their village. Aiko nodded, and turned towards her men. Everybody, spread and tell our forces to stop fighting, and surrender to the rebels. Meanwhile, back in the streets of Kirigakure, the fights went on. Among those, one of the most intense was the clash between Kisame and the three rebel swordsmen. Despite the numerical disadvantage, it was obvious that Kisame had the upper hand. Despite the wound caused by Zabuza earlier, it had already closed and fully healed thanks to the chakra absorbed by the living sword Samehada. Water release, multiple water shark bullet. Several watery shark-shaped missiles came from the mass of water, and flew towards the rebel swordsmen with their jaws wide open. Zabuza's hand flew through hand seals as he prepared a counter-attack. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Using that same water, Zabuza created a huge, serpentine dragon, but rather than directing it towards Kisame, he made it coil around the three swordsmen, blocking them from Kisame's attack. Ameirai and Kojuro then took the opportunity to leap at Kisame and attack. He may not be able to use ninjutsu directly against me, but he knows how to use it in a defensive manner. Not bad, Zabuza-san. Not bad, Kisame observed, before he directed his attention towards the incoming youths. Die already, you walking fish! Ameirai angrily shouted as she brought down her two swords. Kisame raised his own sword, easily parrying both her and Kojuro's attack. He looked at Ameirai, and laughed. Walking fish? That's the best you can come up with, girl. While he was struggling, Zabuza's body flickered behind him, and raised his sword for the kill. Unfortunately for him, Kisame had noticed the masked swordsman's tactic, and prepared a countermeasure accordingly. As Zabuza was about to attack, a water clone formed between the two senior swordsmen, parrying the attack. Come on Kojuro, it's 2 versus 1. We should be able to overpower him. Ameirai said, as she tried to push harder. You should also count Samehada as your enemy too, girl. It's not like the rest of the swords, Kisame chuckled as he overpowered Ameirai and Kojuro, pushing them back. Now dash. Hey, Kisame. A voice shouted from the sky. Recognizing his temporary partner, Kisame disengaged the young swordsman and jumped backwards in order to put some safety distance between him and his foes. 2 artificial birds flew towards him, one of them being ridden by his temporary partner and the Jinchura key they came to find. The package is safe and ready to deliver. We need to go, now. Deidara urged him. Aww, so soon? I was having so much fun. Kisame said in a mock-sad tone, before jumping onto the second bird. Guess work comes before pleasure. Alright then, let's go. Of course, it took no time for the rebels to realize that Yagura was with the Akatsuki, and much to their confusion, he wasn't restrained nor unconscious. Then again, that didn't matter, their mission was to either capture or kill Yagura. Letting him escape wasn't an option. Is that, Yagura? Kojuro pointed out as he adjusted his glasses. We can't let them escape. Ameirai said as she spread her arms forward, with the tip of her swords pointing to the sky. This attack will drain all my chakra, but it'll be worth it. I doubt that blonde guy can absorb ninjutsu too. Thunder Sword Ninja Art, Thundergate. Ameirai's swords send bolts of electricity towards the sky. In a few seconds, all the gathered electricity would be redirected towards the blonde Akatsuki and Yagura in the form of a devastating and impossible to avoid lightning bolt. Too bad she won't be able to complete the jutsu in time. And before we leave, let's give this boring village another taste of my art as a goodbye gift. Deidara said as he dropped several of his clay figurines from above. Zabuza's eyes widened as he realized what was going to happen. Ameirai, cancel the attack. Everybody, duck and cover. Thankfully, the younger swordsmen didn't waste precious time asking him what was going on, and followed their captain's orders. Their curiosity, however, was sated when several explosions rocked the area, explosions that would have engulfed them if they didn't do as Zabuza told them and found a safe place to hide. They spent hidden a few more moments, until they made sure the Akatsuki won't feel like finishing them off. However, once they came out of their hiding spots, they saw that the Akatsuki were far into the sky, with Yagura in their power. This cast a doubt over what would be of their rebellion now. That was a close one. Thanks, Zabuza Teiko, Ameirai told the senior swordsman. It seems you were familiar with his jutsu. Did you met that Akatsuki before? Zabuza shook his head. No, but he appears in my bingo book. Deidara, a missing nin who formerly served IWA, and one of the best masters of the explosion release despite his young age. That was very knowledgeable of you, Zabuza Teiko, Kojuro praised. Zabuza huffed in response. Of course. Being a ninja isn't just a matter of knowing jutsu or even killing people. Knowledge of your potential enemies is always a must. Alright, and now that Yagura has fled, what do we do now? Do we keep fighting? Ameirai asked. For the time being, yes. Though I presume that, with Yagura gone, the battle should end soon. From now on, let's disperse and support our allies across the village, Zabuza stated. Yes, sir. Ameirai and Kojuro said at once, before leaping away in different directions. With Aiko's help, all the Kirigakure defenders were told to surrender to the rebels. She told everybody that the rebels were right, Yagura was a pawn of the Akatsuki brainwashed to weaken the village from the inside, and had been abducted in order to extract his tailed beast once his uselessness had come to an end. Many took the orders with a decent amount of skepticism, but all of them complied in the end, since they did saw the Akatsuki flying on white artificial birds made of clay. The explosives those birds dropped as they flew by were pretty hard to miss. The first one to stop fighting weren't the ninja, but the chakra golems. As most rebels guessed and every loyalist knew, the golems were bound to Yagura, so the moment the Mizu cage was too far away from the village, the link was broken and the machines became inert. Thankfully, despite the invasion, the village ended up much less damaged than both invaders and defenders feared. The area with the most damage was, ironically, the one with the least people fighting. But when said people were two Jinchuriki, one of them a cage, and the rebel leader, it was only logical. The 2 days following the invasion were the more chaotic. While the loyalist ninja were briefly incarcerated, it didn't last long since they needed all the available hands to help with the reconstruction effort. And when they heard from Aiko's own mouth that yes, the Mizu cage had been brainwashed by the Akatsuki, they had no qualms working under the rebels. Some of them even volunteered to be part of Yagura's search and rescue team. The fact that the rebels managed to save Yagura's son from a certain death definitely helped to ease tensions a lot. And after 2 days, they decided it was time for a new cage to take the hat. While the palace wasn't completely repaired, it was good enough for the ceremony to be held. A large crowd formed in front of the palace, composed of mostly civilians, Kirigaku or ninja, all of them wearing the rebel blue uniform, since the red one has been discarded in Konoha ninja. The 6 swordsmen were proudly standing at the front. Miyako could finally show her helmet splitter, while Suijitsu and Kumarai were given the sewing needle and the splatter, respectively. Whoa, she did have a boyfriend! Suijitsu exclaimed to himself, as when he got sight of Karen holding hands with Niji. And a hot one to boot. How did that red-headed nerd got to date such a guy outside her league? The white-haired teen asked, before being shushed by Ameirai. Ao appeared in the palace's central balcony, and addressed the crowd. People of Kirigaku, friends of Konoha, without further ado, meet Kirigaku's 5th Mizu cage, Mei Terumi. Ao announced, as he took a step back. Wearing her usual clothes, with the Mizukage's hat covering her head, Mei walked into the balcony, and gazed at the crowd below. For a long time, Kirigaku had been nothing but a pawn of a terrorist organization, and locked in a civil war. But that time is over. Today, a new era begins. An era in which civilians and foreigners won't fear us nor think of us as bloodthirsty savages, but admire us for our strength and unbreakable resolve. Mei shouted, and her speech was met with a huge uproar. There are still many things to do. We need to rebuild our beautiful village. And healing the wounds caused over the past years on both sides will be a long and hard process. But I have faith that together, we will be able to do it. Naruto and his friends were among the crowd, clapping and cheering for Mei. They were happy that, after such a brutal battle, the civil war had finally ended, and Kirigaku would enter a new, better age. So, how was fighting the Mizu cage, Naruto? Kurane asked the blonde. Naruto sighed upon remembering the battle, but then grinned. The most brutal fight ever. There were times I thought I was a gunner, but not even a perfect Jinchuriki can stand before my awesomeness. Naruto boasted. I'd wish I was there to help you, Naruto-kun, Hinata told him, as she held his hand. The thought of you having to fight such an opponent with no help other than Mei-san was distressing. Ah, you don't have to worry for me, Hinata-hime. Besides, I don't think I would have been able to focus properly if you were there. Yagura was a tough opponent, and you could have been seriously hurt, Naruto told her. I know, Hinata said, not without resignation. This made me realize that I have to be stronger if I ever want to fight alongside you. Don't feel bad for not being able to measure to a cage, Hinata-san, Haku reassured her. Zabuza-sama is a strong and skilled ninja, and he was no match for Yagura either. Speaking of the devil, Kurane mentioned, as she nodded forward. The group then noticed that Zabuza was heading towards them. It was obvious what he wanted. Wordlessly, Haku walked towards the swordsman, while the rest of his team stayed behind, but carefully watched the scene. Zabuza-sama, Haku greeted him. Haku, there's something I need to talk you about, Zabuza began. Since the day I took you in, you've been my greatest asset. Skilled, obedient, and incredibly loyal. Not only you helped me during countless dangerous situations, but your mere presence even spared me from being executed when the Uchiha insurrection failed. And when the time came to bring the fight back to Yagura, you were by my side. I could have never asked for a better tool to fulfill my ambitions. I'm happy to hear that, Zabuza-sama, Haku said with a slight head bow. I live to fight for you, and always will. That's the problem, Haku, Zabuza said, much to the ice ninja's shock. What? Zabuza-sama, is there something wrong? Haku titled his head in confusion. Even if I'm not Mizukage yet, I'm the closest I've ever been to fulfill my ambitions. Being the captain of the 7 swordsmen of the mist grants me the best chance to become Mizukage, and I know that Mei won't hold on to the hat forever. However, what remains of the path, I can walk it alone. I have no more use for you, Haku. Your usefulness has come to an end, Zabuza coldly stated. Despite the harshness those words were coded in, Haku's heart was filled with rejoice, as he gasped in pleasant surprise. Zabuza-sama, does that mean? Haku dared to ask. Zabuza nodded. Yes. Since I do not require your help anymore, you can stay in Konoha if you wish to do so. Haku didn't say anything, just remained there, silent, and motionless. Despite being a native of the land of water and loving Zabuza like a father, he didn't want to leave Konoha. He had grown there, and grew to see it as his home. In fact, he had already prepared to leave his life behind in order to continue working under Zabuza. Yet now, he was told that he wouldn't have to give that up. Overwhelmed with joy, Haku jumped forward and wrapped his arms around Zabuza. While startled at first, Zabuza hugged his protégé back, this time without anybody having to tell him to. Thank you, Zabuza-sama. Thank you for everything. Haku softly said as tears started to come from his eyes. It's okay, kid. You did a good job. Consider this as your reward, Zabuza said as he himself was fighting back the tears. They broke the embrace, and looked at each other in the eye. If you ever need me, Zabuza-sama, you can always call me. I'll never turn down a request from you, Haku said. Zabuza smirked under his mask. For the time being, that won't be necessary, but I'll keep that in mind. Haku. Naruto shouted as he glomped his teammate. You're staying. That's so great. Indeed it is. When a team loses a member, it never goes back to the way it used to be, even with a replacement, Kurane said. Thank you for letting Haku stay with us, Zabuza-san. I know you must have grown to love Haku like a son, and it must be really hard for you to let him go, Hinata thanked Zabuza as he made a bow. Like a son? What nonsense are you talking about, girl? Zabuza asked, visibly nervous. Haku is nothing but a tool to me, no more. Both Kurane and Hinata couldn't help but giggle in amusement, while Haku smiled knowingly. They decided it would probably be for the best not to tease the swordsman too much. Well, I think everything that had to be said has been said already. Before you leave, Haku, Mei wants to have one last talk with you, so follow me, Zabuza said as he turned around and walked towards the palace. Hey, Zabuza, wait a second. Naruto called. Zabuza turned around and glared at the blonde. What do you want, brat? I just remembered something. I need to talk with Mei, with the Mizukage, too, about an important issue, Naruto began. Say no more, brat. Follow me, Zabuza said as he continued walking towards the palace, with Naruto and Haku behind. Mizukage's palace. While Naruto had been in the Mizukage's palace not even a week ago when he stormed it alongside Mei, he didn't have the time to admire it. Unlike the Hokage's tower, which has a rather plain and utilitarian design on the inside, the Mizukage's palace had much more emphasis on decoration. The floors were covered in beautiful rugs, plenty of pictures of the Land of Water's landscape, alongside portraits of some of Kirigakure's most prominent past ninja. Multiple weapons also decorated the walls. The trio eventually reached a double door, which Naruto guessed it would be the palace's council room. His guess was proven right when Zabuza opened the door, and they saw Mei talking with some of her ninja, and some civilians. When Mei looked at the newcomers, she smiled. Oh, good, you're here, Mei then turned towards the people she was talking to. Can we continue this discussion later? I need to discuss something with these Konoha ninja before they leave. Of course, Mizukage-sama, one of the ninja replied, before he and the rest of them left Mei alone with Zabuza, Haku, and Naruto. "Here is Haku," Zabuza announced. Naruto wanted to tag along. "Said he had something important to discuss with you. I guessed you could spend some time hearing him before he leaves." "Of course. Thanks for being so swift, Zabuza-kun. You can leave now," Mei politely dismissed him. "Mizukage-sama," Zabuza replied with a slight bow, before leaving quietly. "Wow. I never thought I'd see Zabuza acting so submissive towards anybody," Haku noticed, rather surprised. "You certainly made an impression when you fought against him, Mizukage-sama." Mei's smile grew. "Zabuza-kun needs a strong woman that can set him straight and put him in his place. He also needs a woman so he can blow some steam, if you know what I mean," Mei replied, as she winked at both Haku and Naruto. Both boys started to blush like crazy and smile awkwardly. Mei's smile vanished, and let out a weary sigh. "And I need to blow some steam too, and I'm not talking about my bloodline limit. Kami knows when was the last time I had some action. With all due respect, Mizukage-sama, but I presume you didn't call me to talk about your more intimate aspects of your personal life, right?" Haku asked, hoping the answer would be no. "Oh, right, sorry. Guess I got a bit carried away, hee, Mei chuckled as well. "You see, thanks to Konoha's help, we managed to oust Yagura and unite Kirigakure. Given how valuable allies they turned out to be, I'm planning a series of measures to strengthen our bonds. Among them, is the establishment of an embassy in Konoha. Naturally, Konoha can also establish an embassy here if the Hokage wishes to," Mei said, looking at Naruto. The blonde got the hint. "Right. I'll tell Dad when we arrive home." "That's an excellent idea, but may I ask what it has to do with me?" Haku asked. Mei chuckled again. "It isn't obvious, Haku-kun. I want you to become Kiri's ambassador in Konoha. You will be the link that keeps the two villages together. While I'm honored to see you want me to take such a position, I don't think I may be the most appropriate candidate." "I'm not even a Kiri ninja," Haku countered. "I know. But you're a Land of Water native. And don't forget that, besides the training you got from Konoha, you were also instructed by my current captain of the Seven Swordsmen. So in a way, that makes you both a Konoha and a Kiri ninja. And that makes you the ideal candidate to become our ambassador," Mei explained. "I guess I can't argue against such arguments. Therefore, I accept being Kirigakure's ambassador in Konoha," Haku said, as he bowed politely. "Good, I knew we'd reach an understanding. This yours, by the way," Mei said, as he handed Haku a Kirigakure forehead protector. "You can wear it alongside your Konoha one, if you choose to." "I will wear it with pride, Mizukage-sama," Haku replied. "Good. You can leave if you wish. And now that's settled." Mei then turned towards Naruto, who was waiting for her to be done with Haku. "I believe Zabuza-kun said there was something you need to discuss with me." "Indeed it is," Naruto replied. "Remember those golems we had to fight during the war? Hard to forget them. Something that can absorb ninjutsu like that is my natural enemy," Mei chuckled. "What about those? The seals they used to power up the golems, their ninjutsu absorption abilities, they were all Uzumaki seals," Naruto pointed out. "Oh," Mei replied in realization. "I know those seals were the spoils of a war that happened before the two of us were even born, but since you want to improve the relationship between our villages even further, it would be nice if you returned the stolen sealing knowledge to their original owners. The Uzumaki clan still exists in Konoha, even if we're just 3 people, Naruto explained. Once again, Mei smiled tenderly at Naruto. "Of course, Naruto-kun. Having not 1, but 2 bloodline limits myself, I know better than anybody the importance of a clan treasure. I'll order the original scrolls and books that were plundered from Kirigakure to be handed to you before you leave." Naruto earnestly smiled in joy. "You mean it? You have my word." "It's the least I can do, given how much you helped me against Yagura," Mei told him. "Really? Thanks a lot. I'd thought you'd be more resistant to give them back, but I'm glad you weren't. Anyway, that's all what you wanted to tell you. Good luck with the whole Mizukage thing. One day, I'll be your equal as the Hokage." Naruto cheerfully said. Mei laughed softly. I'm sure you will, Naruto-kun. Have a nice trip back. Naruto nodded and left the council room. Once she was alone, Mei allowed herself to smile. Oh, children were so naive and easily to trick. Sure, she was going to return the original scrolls and books to the Uzumaki clan. After all what Konoha did for her, that would have been extremely rude, not to mention foolish. Too bad Naruto didn't say anything about all the copies the previous Mizukage had made of such sealing knowledge. With everything said and done, there was nothing left for the Konoha ninja to do in Kiri, so they decided it was time for them to return home. Most Konoha ninja had already boarded the ship that would take them back to the Land of Fire. Only a few of them remained. Among them, Hakuyuki. The ice ninja was about to say goodbye to the most important person in his life, Zabuza. Mei was also there to bid the Konoha ninja goodbye. Well, kid, this is it. From now onwards, our paths will diverge, Zabuza said, his voice having a tinge of melancholy. I know I said this already, but if you ever need me, don't hesitate to send me a message, Haku insisted. Thanks for everything, Zabuza-sama. It was thanks to you that I got a second chance at life, and I'll never forget what you did for me. I'll never forget what you did for me, either, Zabuza replied. But don't be so down. I'm sure we will meet again, sooner than you expect. Haku nodded. He then turned at Mei, and in front of her, he pulled out the Kirigakure forehead protector, and wore it on his neck like Hinata did, since he was already wearing the Konoha forehead protector there, like Naruto and most Konoha ninja did. Thank you to you as well, Mizukage-sama. I'll keep working on making Konoha and Kiri's bond even stronger, Haku promised her. I have no doubt you will, Mei smiled tenderly at him. Now you better get into the ship. All your friends are already on board, and I'm sure all of you want to get back home. Indeed. Goodbye then, Haku said, before making a polite bow, and got into the ship. As the last Konoha ninja boarded, the access stairs were removed, and the ship started to move. Wordlessly, Zabuza turned around and started to walk. Mei walked beside him. You did the right thing, Zabuza-kun, Mei reassured, as he patted the swordsman in the shoulder. The kid will be better in Konoha. Zabuza sighed. In moments like this, I miss the times in which I wasn't ruled by any kind of moral compass. For a split second, Mei could have sworn she saw tears forming on Zabuza's eyes. Haku was leaning against the ship's railing, watching Kirigakure become smaller and smaller as the ship departed. Zabuza has been there to bid him a goodbye. It was short and to the point, like most of the time he opened his mouth. Everything all right, Haku? Haku noticed that Naruto and Hinata were besides him. Haku smiled a little, and nodded. Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry, Haku reassured them. Come on Haku, we can see something troubles you, Hinata insisted. It's not much. It's that, well, I never imagined the day Zabuza-sama and I would part ways, Haku confessed. I thought I would always be at his side, and if there was a time in which we wouldn't be together it would be because one of us wouldn't be among the living. It has to be hard, leaving somebody like him behind. Despite his rough exterior, he really cared about you, Hinata replied. Indeed it is. But I know Zabuza-sama will be fine without me. And one day in the future, we'll hear the news about how he has become the 6th Mizukage, Haku hopefully guessed. Let's hope this time around he tries a less violent method, hee, Naruto joked. Anyway, did you tell Tenten about the news? It was the first thing I did after I left the Mizukage's palace. She couldn't be happier. Despite her promise to move to Kiri if I stayed here, I can tell she really didn't want to go with it. Konoha is her home. And truth be told, it's also mine, Haku admitted. We're also really glad that you're staying with us. If you left and they forced some new chump into our team, gah. That would be so lame. Thank goodness it's never going to happen. Naruto said. The three of them laughed merrily at the idea. No, their team would remain solid and stable until the three of them retired as ninja. Or at least, that's what they hoped. There you are, Naruto, a new voice said. The assault squad turned around, and saw Sasuke looking at them. May I talk with you? Before Naruto could reply, Haku and Hinata decided to leave the deck, leaving the two of them alone. "We'll go to the dining room to eat something. We'll wait you there, Naruto-kun," Hinata told him as he left. Naruto nodded, and then turned at Sasuke. "So, what do you want to talk about?" "You fought against Yagura alongside Mei," Sasuke stated. "Was he really mind-controlled like they said?" Sadness began to creep Naruto's face, as he regretfully nodded. "Yes. Judging by your mood, I presume you weren't successful in breaking the mind control," the Uchiha inquired, though it was pretty much a statement. "No. Akatsuki got in the way before we could. At this point, the poor guy has to be dead," Naruto replied, as he let out a weary sigh. "Why do you ask? Does it remind you of the time I was mind-controlled?" "Indeed," Sasuke laconically answered. "There's not a single day in which I don't ask myself what would have happened if I failed to break the mind control. That was the most intense fight I ever had, and even if in the future I dash." "Sorry for being rude, but what is your point?" Naruto interrupted. "This is not something I like to wallow in, given my failure." "Sorry, guess I digressed," Sasuke replied, his tone unchanged. "I was going to say that, if you want to talk with someone about it, you can tell me." Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's sudden openness. Usually, the Uchiha wasn't the most social or welcoming person. "What?" Sasuke asked, noticing Naruto's reaction. "You think I won't understand?" "No, it's not that. It's that," Naruto began, trying to find the best way to word it. "It's just that, well, you're not the kind of person to offer emotional support to others, you know." Sasuke scowled a bit. He grumbled, as he fixed a stare at Naruto, who chuckled awkwardly. "I know I never valued personal relationships much before. But then again, you were one of the few who offered me his support after my clan rebelled, and I'd like to return you the favor." "Oh. Well, thanks. It means a lot to me," Naruto sincerely replied. "Yagura, since he was also a Jinchuriki, did you feel any kind of kinship towards him?" Sasuke asked. "Yeah. He didn't deserve this," Naruto said. "He got a target on his back the moment he was made a Jinchuriki, whenever it was, just like it happened with me. Hell, did you know that the whole Uchiha insurrection was orchestrated by Obito just to create a smokescreen in order to get into the village and kidnap me? And I'm sure Orochimaru's invasion served a similar purpose. That's not even getting to my biological parents," Naruto bitterly recounted. "Despite we technically won, it really didn't feel like a victory. The only ones who won were the Akatsuki. Kirigakure may be at peace now, but they lost plenty of their ninja in a senseless conflict, their cage among them." Sasuke didn't say anything, just kept listening to the blonde. He always found him so upbeat and optimist to the point of obnoxiousness, so seeing Naruto showing such an unknown side of him was a sight to behold. Not that it made anything he said any less true. There will always be scumbags like Obito and his Akatsuki pals who won't rest until they can get their hands on us, or better said, our tailed beasts, for whatever purposes they may have, Naruto continued. "And do you know what's the worst part? All the collateral damage. All the people who die and suffer that have nothing to do with this." Sasuke looked pensive. He then opened his mouth. "That makes me think that there may be other turmoil in foreign villages regarding their Jinchuriki that we may not even be aware of," the Uchiha pointed out. Naruto opened his eyes in realization. "Whoa, you're right," he said. "Too bad there's nothing we can do about them," Sasuke replied. Naruto scowled at the Uchiha. "Says you. No, say international borders." "Naruto, I know that protecting the remaining Jinchuriki is important, but we can't meddle into other villages' affairs because we feel like it," Sasuke explained. "Then I won't rest until Dad talks with other Kage and forms some sort of plan or coalition," Naruto suggested. "Not to sound like a contrarian, but that might be way harder than you think," Sasuke warned Naruto. "Such action might be seen as Konoha trying to meddle with other villages' affairs. And from what Itaki and Shisui told me, they can be rather touchy when it comes to Jinchuriki. I know, but I can't just sit down and do nothing." I can't let what happened with Yagura to happen again, a determined Naruto said. So far, I know Gaara from Suna, and Fu from Taki. Kyumo also had that weird rapping guy. Besides Yagura, there are other 4 Jinchuriki we know nothing about their whereabouts. Whatever you plan to do, you can count me in, Sasuke told him. Naruto smiled sincerely at the Uchiha. Thanks a lot, Sasuke. That means a lot. In a rare display, Sasuke smiled back. Konoha, a few days later. Hokage-sama, the group sent to Kirigakure has returned to the village a few minutes ago, an owl-masked Umbu told Jiraiya. The Sannin was busy as usual with the never-ending paperwork when an Umbu appeared to deliver the news. Jiraiya often wondered how they were doing in Kirigakure. That is, until he got a letter in which he was told that Yagura was no longer Mizukage, and that Mai Terumi had been recently inaugurated. That told him almost everything he needed to know, and knew that his ninja would come home any time now. Good. Did all of them make it back? Jiraiya asked. The Umbu shook his head. Negative, sir. We had reported 11 casualties. 8 Chunin and 3 Jonin, the Umbu informed. Jiraiya weighed those words. While the Konoha casualties were less than 10% of the group that left with Mai, it was still disheartening to hear about them. Understood. Tell me their names so I can write a proper condolence letter to their families, Jiraiya instructed. Also, I want to have a meeting with all the Jonin to hear from them how the campaign went. As you command, Hokage-sama, the Umbu said, but he didn't leave just yet. One more thing, your son is here. He wishes to speak with you. Jiraiya smiled upon seeing this. Ah, good. So nice of Naruto to drop to see his old man, hehe. Tell him to come in. The Umbu nodded, and left the office. A couple seconds later, the Hokage's adoptive son walked in. Hey, Dad, Naruto softly greeted. Naruto, it's so great to have you back. Jiraiya happily greeted his son back. Take a seat. Come on, tell me everything. How was the mission? It was good, Naruto said as he sat down in front of the Sannin. Yagura's reign of terror came to an end, and Mai is now Mizukage. Kirigakure is no longer embroiled in a civil war. Despite the good news, Jiraiya frowned. He knew Naruto far too well to know that there was something more to those news. Naruto looked far way too subdued, to the point of sounding melancholic. There was something wrong going on that was eating him from the inside. But not everything went as good as you make it look, right? Jiraiya guessed. Did something bad happen? Was any of the deceased close to you? Yes. Well, no. I mean, yes, but not in that way. Naruto was starting to get confused. You see, the fight against Yagura didn't go as planned. But Yagura was ousted. Did you kill him? Jiraiya asked. Listen, I know that it had to be hard to kill a fellow Jinchuriki, but sometimes dash. No, it's not that. Yagura is probably dead right now, but I didn't kill him. Akatsuki did, Naruto said. Those words took Jiraiya aback. The Sannin raised an eyebrow, as he fixed a questioning stare on his godson. Come again. You see, Mai and I were fighting against Yagura, right? And things were going fine. Turn out those seals you made to keep the 9 tails in check worked with the 3 tails too, so we were able to nullify his power. Anyway, the thing is, an Akatsuki appeared and got involved. We were pretty exhausted, so we weren't able to put much of a fight against him. He took Yagura away, and left, Naruto said, summarizing the turns of events as good as he could. Turns out he was mind-controlled. That Akatsuki said something weird, and Yagura became his puppet. That's how he was able to spirit him away so easily. That is, troubling news indeed, Jiraiya gravely said, as he weighed down Naruto's words. Did he try to capture you as well? Naruto shook his head once again. No. He didn't pay me any attention. Guess he didn't know who I was, or else he would have tried to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then again, I wish he did try to capture me. I was still in sage mode, and I think I could have freed Yagura before he could fly away. The Akatsuki flew away? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. The guy had some weird-ass bloodline limit that could create figures of clay that exploded. He used a giant clay bird to fly. Clay? Explosions? Jiraiya asked, as he opened a drawer on his desk and pulled out a bingo book. He quickly flipped through the pages, until he found the one he was looking for. Was this the man? Naruto took a look at the profile, and upon seeing the picture, he nodded. Yeah, that's him. So, his name's Deidara? You know about him? I heard about him, but never met him in person. A young prodigy of IWA that liked explosions too much for his own good. He defected from IWA after stealing some forbidden knowledge regarding explosion jutsu. He then became a freelance mercenary, and worked for several terrorist groups, Jiraiya explained. Though I never imagined that he'd join Akatsuki. While troubling, at least we have some more intelligence on the enemy. He wasn't alone. He brought another Akatsuki. I think his name is Kazumi? No, that's a girl name. Kisame. Yeah, Kisame. He also has one of Kiri's 7 swords. This time, the news didn't shock him as much, since he knew from May what Kisame was doing now. Anyway, the thing is, Yagura was captured by the Akatsuki, and now they probably have the 3 tails. Naruto then fixed an intense stare on his father. Dad, we need to make sure this doesn't happen again. Akatsuki can't have more Jinchuriki. Don't worry, son. I have extensive data on all current Jinchuriki. Though sadly, I guess that information on Yagura won't be of much importance in the future, Jiraiya said. Our allies of Suna and Taki are already aware of the Akatsuki threat. From what I know, 2 of the Jinchuriki are from IWA, and the other 2 from Kumo. I'll try to contact them and see if we can work together on this issue. What about the remaining one? Naruto asked. You must be talking about Yotakata. That's going to be a little trickier, since he doesn't work under any village, despite hailing from Kirigakure. He's a vagrant and a wanderer, and given his condition, he'll try to keep a low profile, Jiraiya explained. Then again, while that might work against us, it will also make Akatsuki's job all the harder. But don't worry, once Ataka comes back from his mission, I'll tell him to work on this. Naruto smiled in relief. Thank you, Dad. That's what I wanted to hear. While I know it's mostly a matter of security, protecting the other Jinchuriki means a lot to me. Don't sweat it, son, Jiraiya replied. By the way, is anybody at home? Mom, the twins. Naruto asked. Tsunadeheim is in the hospital, working, and I guess your siblings are still in the academy. So I think the house is going to be a bit empty until it's lunchtime, Jiraiya told him. Alright then. I'll hang out with Tsunadeheim a bit more then. See you later. Naruto replied, as he walked out of the office. Same. Good to see you made it back in one piece, kid. Root Lair, somewhere under Konoha. Inside a dark instance illuminated by a few oil lamps, Danzo and some of his most loyal agents were gathered. While the elderly leader of Root was standing in front of a kneeling boy, the rest of his men inspected several large scrolls. Uzumaki knowledge that was thought to be lost forever, including the schematics for chakra golems, Danzo said. Sending you to take part in the civil war was a good decision, Sai. You made a good job. Thanks, Danzo-sama. I live only to serve Konoha, Sai stated. During the journey back home, Sai had infiltrated the ship's cargo, and made copies of all the Fuinjutsu scrolls and books he could. Sai was somebody that rarely stood out, so almost nobody noticed his prolonged absence. His lack of friends or meaningful connections also worked in his favor, since nobody really missed him. Even Sasuke and Sakura, the ones who openly showed distrust of him, seemed to pay him no mind. Were you able to obtain one of the chakra golems so we could reverse engineer them? Danzo asked, sounding a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, we were only able to take with us a limited number of them. If one of them disappeared, somebody would have noticed it rather soon, Sai explained. So I decided to follow my judgment and not steal one of those. I can't find anything wrong with that line of thinking, so you're excused this time. Guess the blueprints will have to do for now, Danzo decided. However, I also brought something else that it might be very helpful, Danzo-sama, Sai said, as he pulled out a small sealing scroll from his pocket, and handed it to his superior. Danzo took the scroll, and unsealing its contents. A lone, severed finger appeared before him. "Explain," the one-eyed man demanded. "That finger belongs to Rin Nohara, the one who came back from the dead, and has now the power of the wood release." "I thought it was something you'd want to have," Sai replied. Danzo sealed the finger back again into the scroll, and put it under the folds of his robe. "Indeed I do, Sai. You did good work. Now, leave." "You're dismissed," Danzo said. Sai nodded. "As you wish, Danzo-sama." And the pale boy left, leaving the elder alone. Danzo couldn't believe his luck. He had been trying to gather some DNA sample from Rin since the moment his agents revealed the way she had been revived and the abilities she possessed now. So far, all his men could gather were hair strands, but that wasn't enough. Now, Sai had brought him a sample of flesh, blood, and bone in perfect state. Yes, this would make great strides in his research regarding Hashirama's power. Soon, Danzo would have enough strength to become the leader he was always meant to be, and nobody would get in his way. Forests of the Land of Fire. A new day arrived for the inhabitants of the green ocean of leaves and branches known as the Land of Fire. As nocturnal animals returned to their lairs, diurnal ones exited theirs and took their place. Herbivores started to eat from the green grass and green leaves from the many lush trees, while predators stalked what would be their daily meals. However, today it wasn't going to be a normal day in the forest. Today, the forests would receive a new inhabitant, if briefly. Wind started to blow. Softly at first, but stronger over time. It didn't come from the clash of cold and hot air currents, as normal wind does, but from a certain point in the forest. A clear among the trees, that became much bigger thanks to a clash between several human ninja. Yes, in that clear, more than a year ago, Jiraiya and Anko fought against the resurrected Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Fortunately, Minato and Kushina's love for their son gave them a sense of closure, and were able to return to the afterlife. Back then, it looked like it was the end of their battle. What neither Jiraiya, nor Minato, nor even Orochimaru knew, is that such action brought back somebody else from the guts of the Reaper. The wind continued to blow out, this time with more intensity. The animals that were wandering the area stopped what they were doing, and ran away, no matter the direction. Their instincts told them that something was about to happen, and they shouldn't be there. After a few seconds, red threads of chakra started to gather in the clear. More and more red chakra gathered, forming a red sphere. The sphere started to grow as it became whole. Then, once the process was complete, the sphere changed shape, and took the form of an animal. A fox. A gigantic fox. A gigantic fox with 9 tails. The beast opened his eyes, and looked around, confused. He tried to remember, but he couldn't. He didn't know anything. Who he was, where he was, what he was supposed to do. Oh well, he could always find out for himself. As the fox left, a white Zetsu emerged from the grass. "This is a most interesting turns of events," he said to no one in particular. "I should warn the boss about this." And the Zetsu sank back into the grass. Check the description for the links to the author.